Hey cow! What's up? What's up? Are we ready? Are we ready? Different background music? Yes. Yes, I just thought that maybe having a little bit of a different background sound would work for the seriousness of the stream today. You know. Let me just bring a little bit. Okay. So introduction. Hands up. Who knows Boku no Hero Academia here? Because you are in for some bullshit. You know, perfect. Just letting you know, whatever you know it or not, you're gonna like this. What is that? A cartoon? So, today we're gonna read the sacred scriptures of cracked fanfiction. Okay. What is a cracked fanfiction, you'd say? So think about all the canon events and put them in a bin. Okay? It's not made to be serious. It's made to be funny. Okay? Knowing how the Boku no Hero fan base is, I'm scared. I have to say, we're gonna see everything together. Okay? So first of all, what would you expect? Right? Let me just maybe put it like this. So we don't have any active warning. Okay. I have a good feeling. Oh, yeah, you're in for a ride. So, the only main relationships in there are like Bakugou and Midoriya being besties. Okay. And there is an active ship between Midoriya Izuku and the sweet allure of death. It's gonna make sense. It's gonna make sense. Trust me. Trust me on that. Okay. One thing that is noteworthy, I would say, it's additional tags. Okay. So let's start with some additional tags, shall we? Shall we? So, first of all, additional tags. Midoriya Izuku is a problem child. Midoriya Izuku has a quirk. Bakugou Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku friendship. CrackHumor. Aizawa Shouta, Eraserhead is so done. Bakugou and Midoriya have one collective brain cell, and Midoriya takes it almost always. Another lovely tag is... This is why we can have nice things. Aoyama Yuuga is a glitter god. Bakugou and Midoriya are responsible for 90% of all problems. Sassy Midoriya Izuku. BAMF Midoriya Izuku. Feral Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku is a little shit. Everyone is confused. Those bones were made for breaking. Immortal Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku has a healing quirk. Bakugou Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku are best friends. Crack with plot. Overpowered Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya keeps dying. I had the crack treated seriously tag on this fic for way too long. Confuse all for one. Bakugou Katsuki is so done. No better we die like Midoriya. Hello. If this doesn't have any bone breaking, I'll be so disappointed. Oh, wait for the first chapter. Okay. So, language, actually this one is not right. We're gonna have English and English American. Bones were made for breaking. Alrighty. Are you ready? So, we're gonna read Hysterical by Spark the Fangirl. Summary. Oh, also another thing. As you know, I have an accent. Sorry, not sorry. We are doing it anyway, and you're rolling with that. Bones were made for breaking is one of the tags. Yes, and we love that. Alrighty. So, summary. Midoriya's quirk isn't what anyone is expecting. That's not to say it's bad. Quite the opposite. It's just that things are put in a different perspective when you regularly die. Midoriya still dreams of becoming a hero, and when he does, well, no one was expecting this. Aizawa needs a vacation. All Might doesn't know how to handle his suicidal successor. Bakugou is the only student that isn't absolutely terrified of this cheerful yet surprisingly deadly hero in training. And Midoriya? Well, he's a little bitch with no regard for personal safety. And someone decided to give him an enchanted strength quirk on top of it. Aka Midoriya has an immortality quirk and no one knows how to handle it, including Midoriya himself. Might as well fake it till he makes it. What's the worst that can happen, right? Right? Well, Chapter 1. Glitter Part 1. Whoopsie. Summary. Oh no, he dead. Notes. This is going to be a fun ride. This first chapter is just setting up the canon divergent aspect of this fic. I know it's not the most interesting right now, but stick with it. I have big plans for this. Oh no, oh yes. Okay, so let's start by traumatizing children, shall we? So, Izuku Midoriya was 5 when he died for the first time. A strong start, I would say. The first time, mind you, because it sure as hell wouldn't be the last. His mother was standing outside their apartment taking to Mitsuki after Midoriya and dentist appointment. He wasn't paying much attention. Bakugou wasn't with her today, and besides, he hadn't been very nice ever since he has gotten his quirk, and Midoriya hadn't. I see that here we have one small tiny problem. That this one cuts a tiny bit the layer. We cannot have that. Like this. There we go. Shh. Nothing happened. Ah! Howdy! Shh. That was for later. That was for later. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. There we go. There we go. Howdy, partner. Alrighty. Are we ready? So, now, returning to us. Instead of listening to his mother talk, he decided to play with the red bouncy ball he had gotten from the dental office. Midoriya would throw it as hard as he could against the sidewalk and then fumble to catch it as it fell and then back down. He did this over and over and over again. It was just entertaining enough to keep his focus. This time, he was trying to see if he could bounce it higher than the sapling in front of the building. He wound up getting ready to throw it, and with an internal Delaware smash, he chucked it down with all his might. The ball soared up, higher than even the tree. Midoriya grinned until he realized that the ball's trajectory had it now heading to the street. His eyes widened as he ran to the curb, determined to grab the ball back. As it rolled across the street, he chased after his only thought being that his mother would be so mad if he lost the new toy. She wouldn't be, of course. I have no idea why he thought that, but in his defense, he was 5, okay? The ball was only a few feet away. Izuku could almost reach it. He crouched down and hand outstretched and splat. He didn't feel any pain. Only a slight tingle across his whole body as he watched red leak out of his limp body. That probably shouldn't be happening, he thought. Then everything went black. And then he opened his eyes. It was a little bit disorienting, to be honest. The last thing he remembered was a car and someone screaming. Has it been him? He couldn't remember. And for record, it was his mother. Don't blame her, though. She just watched her son getting run on over and die after all. And then his mother was clutching his face, sobbing, and there was the car and Bakugou's mother and his red ball in the gutter across the street, and he thought that he remembered red, but he couldn't see any blood, and... You're alive? You're alive? I love the writing style of this artist. No, for real, the author is amazing. Hi! Well, it was his quirk. After a huge mess and lots of tears, Midoriya couldn't help himself when he saw his mother crying, and a very strange conversation with the man who had been driving, Inko drove him to see a specialist across the city. This was probably because the pediatrician they had seen a year prior was clearly incompetent, and also a bit of a jerk, which just outright crushes a kid's dream like that. But I digress. Could you perhaps elaborate a bit on how Izuku looked after the incident? Inko sat up straighter and sniffed a bit. He wasn't moving, and so we rushed over and... She sniffed again. There was blood everywhere, but when I got closer I realized that it was, well, shimmery. Shimmery? Inko nodded. As I watched, it started to turn kinda gold-colored. And then it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes at most. It started almost flow back towards Izuku. It kinda collected on him, holding him. She paused and took a breath. And then it turned into like gold dust? I want to say it looked almost like glitter. I just got here and I'm even slightly confused. The doctor nodded, scrubbing vigorously into his notebook. This was because the doctor was fascinated with quirks, and this was the most interesting one he's seen yet. Part of him wondered if he could write about this experience on his blog. After a minute or two, the glitter exploded, and Izuku was fine. The doctor was still writing his book as he muttered. Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. And with a loud clap, he finally closed the notebook. Well, that was most definitely the result of a late-form quirk. And on top of that, I think this is perhaps the most interesting quirk I have ever heard of. Inko was a little taken aback at the doctor's outgoing response, but she sat up a bit straighter at the mention of a quirk. Good evening, good evening! This is such a rare mutation, though. I've never heard of a quirk that interesting. But going out of my knowledge of high-powered quirks, I'm nearly positive that there must be another aspect to it. The doctor turned to Izuku, lowering his head. You said that it didn't hurt, huh? His voice had taken a lighter tone while speaking to the child. Midoriya shook his head vigorously, backing a red bouncy ball to his chest. Lifting his head, the doctor continued talking to Inko. This could be it. It's possible that he won't feel any pain for the rest of his life. However, that's not necessarily a good thing. It could mean that he'll have to be very careful with normal activities in order to not harm his body. We feel pain for a reason, and suppressing that can have unwanted consequences. Inko furrowed her eyebrows in response. It should be pretty easy to test, though, he said cheerfully before turning to Midoriya again. The doctor then leaned towards and gave him a small pinch on his arm. Does it hurt at all? Midoriya shook his head. Izuku, I'm going to pinch you again a little harder, but stop me if it hurts, okay? Hello, we are in reading some crack fanfiction. Okay, Midoriya said. The doctor took his arm once more and gave a hard pinch. Midoriya didn't even flinch. Even when the doctor sat back up and revealed his arm to be red with 2 distinct marks. Well, that just about proves it. Seems like his nerves have been altered because of his quirk. His brain will no longer register pain. However, feeling pain is crucial to daily life. It tells us to stop touching that hot pan, to not walk into on that hurt leg, and such. He'll have to be very careful not to harm himself, and once he does, it will to be very careful not to injure himself even more. The doctor was energetically scribbling on his notebook as he spoke, but he stopped when he saw Inko, wringing her hands nervously, eyebrow furrowed. It probably won't be that bad. He seems to have a healing aspect to his quirk, if this morning was any indication, so we just have to wait and see. I have a quirk? Midoriya said tentatively after a moment of silence. Yes, you do, and it's a very interesting one, the doctor told him softly. Midoriya tilted his head truthfully, and after considering for a moment, his eyes lifted up and he jumped to his feet yelling, I'm gonna be a hero! Inko looked at her like she was about to faint. Alrighty. So that was the introduction of the universe over here. Alrighty. I'm gonna be a hero. Well, time for chapter 2, Glitter Part 2. Wow, a real quirk! Summary, for Inko. Oh yeah, that's gonna be hysterical, trust me. Is this a good time to say I despise My Hero Academia? I do like the Vigilante spin-off though. I have to say, like, I actually just watched some episodes and after that I don't know anything else, so don't you worry. This is fucking hilarious. I didn't read everything. I read a bit of chapters and after that I was like, you know what? No, fuck it. I'm gonna reread it from the beginning because I read it a few weeks ago or a few months ago. Okay. And now we're gonna share it. Like, I'll tell you, this is a crack fanfiction. And the characters are very well made, trust me. So maybe you're gonna like this one as well. Well, notes. And now we'll get some details about his quirk. See you at the end of the chapter for more notes. We're gonna see more notes. I'm loving this so far. The author is my kinda unhinged and keep trying to recreate their style. Honestly, I love that. I love this kind of unhinged. And I have to say, especially knowing how it goes, I'm like, I want to know what the fuck did the author take to write this shit. I love it. Alrighty. The next day could be summed up in a list of things broken. 1 bathroom door, 1 blanket, 1 plate, and no less than 12 of Midoriya's bones. There you go, you see, we have broken bones. You want it, you get it. Oh, and poor Inko's eyes if the constant tears meant anything. It had stated as Midoriya woke up. Rolling over, he yanked his blanket off and to watch as it ripped straight down the middle until he was holding a strip of it in his hand. His sleepy brain took a moment to register what just happened. Huh. Maybe I should tell Mom. Standing up, he patted down the hallway calling his mother. I'm in the bathroom, Izuku! Came from the muffled reply. That was not very muffled of me. He stood up in front of the bathroom door and knocked. Can I come? His voice cut off as he watched his fist connect with the door and then continue straight through until it finally stopped on the other side of the door. A large hole showing his mother as she dropped the mascara. As she dropped the mascara wand she had been holding in the sink. I ripped my blanket, Mom? He said, holding the strip of blanket in his opposite hand. There were splinters from the door all over his arm, blood dripping from it onto the towel Inko had given him. And the entire thing felt weird. Midoriya flexed his fingers experimentally, and the weirdness intensified. For your information, the arm felt strange because it was broken in 6 different places, in 4 different bones. But with that new quirk and all, Midoriya hardly realized there was anything wrong with it. Except for the splinters. There were a lot of splinters. Which brings me back to my point. Inko was on the phone with the specialist from the day before, setting up another appointment as Midoriya sat on the couch looking at his arm. Yes, okay, we'll be over shortly. Inko hung up and looked up at Midoriya. Oh, sweetie, don't mess with it. Midoriya had taken to absent-mindedly poking at one of the splinters, watching as the wound dripped a bit more. Put the towel back on, dear. He obligated. All right, let's go get you ready. We're going to see the doctor again, okay? I'm hungry. Inko looked at the clock and sighed. Okay, but you have to hurry, all right? Few minutes and she set a plate in front of Midoriya, who was struggling to hold his chopsticks in his non-dominant hand. Tongue out in concentration, he brought them down to the plate and watched in wonder as they shattered the plate stuck a centimeter deep in the wood of the table. Letting go of the chopsticks, which stayed firmly upright, Midoriya noted his fingers seemed to be responding strangely, twisting in odd directions. Hello. Inko, in a strange sense of calm, simply sat next to him and attempted to feed him herself. But as soon as Midoriya closed his mouth, there was a large cracking sound. Inko inhaled sharply as she realized what the sound must be. On second thought, maybe we should just go to the doctor's now. Poor Inko. Hi, Mero, how are you? The doctor tapped on his chin with a pen. So, from what you've told me and what I can see from myself, he gestured to the boy in front of him who was, after repeated chilling from his mother, poking at his obviously broken arm. I think it's safe to say that his quirk completely and utterly shuts off his pain receptors. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god, that's so fucking pretty. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna fangirl about it after the stream. Holy shit, that's so pretty. That's such pretty art. Alrighty. Alrighty. There we go. Okay, let me set up everything again. Bam, bam, badam. Oh! Okay. Maybe I managed to grab a meet and greet. Let's fucking go. Sorry, I just replied because I had the opportunity. Now I listen to wacky fanfic, I guess. Yes. Yes. Alright, returning to the fanfiction. Are you ready for glitter death? Alrighty. Okay. So what do we do? I can have him constantly I can't have him constantly breaking himself. There must be some healing aspect to his quirk, right? Inko pleaded. In fact, Inko was quite positive that there had to be. This was why she took Midoriya to the specialist first instead of going to a traditional doctor. That and the fact that Midoriya didn't seem to be in any pain. I'm sure there is it, and I think I have a good idea on how it works. Inko left out a sigh already. Oh, thank goodness. How do we activate it? We make his heart stop! There was a few seconds of silence before Inko began to sputter. It took several more moments before she was able to calm herself in a semi-coherent state. Are you saying you want to kill my son? Inko said calmly. The doctor laughed. Oh, no, I would never do that. Inko breathed deeply in relief. Without proper precautions. Inko stopped breathing. Alrighty, and the doctor walked in a few minutes later with a woman at his shoulders. This is my friend Arai. Her quirk is revival. She can resurrect anyone within 30 minutes of death. But if my theory is correct, we shouldn't even need her. Oh, made us sound like a choking duck. Is this really necessary? It's important that we find the exact parameters of Izuku's quirks so that we can better know how to control it. This is the safest way to do that. Well, I suppose it is, for his own well-being. Brilliant! Let's get started right away. The doctor then pulled out a 3-inch long knife and a grin that really shouldn't be on the face of anyone with a weapon in hand talking about killing a child. With that, Inko once again started to feel faint. That seems rather violent. Well, you said his blood interacted strangely. I'd like to see it in person. And a gun would make far too much of a mess. This is the best way, believe me. Inko swallowed hard and nodded hesitantly, and then watched in horror as the doctor slit her son's throat. That would be an amazing moment for someone to join the stream. With no context. The doctor told her she had regained consciousness shortly after Izuku. He also informed her that the blood had turned gold exactly as she had seen the day prior. That was as far as he got because Midoriya ran up to her and flew into her arms, chatting excitedly. Mom! He cut me with his big knife and made my voice sound funny, and then there was dark, and then it wasn't the end. Look, Mom! He held his arm up and then pulled up his lips apart to show how each wound has healed. See? The blood is gone and it's not weird! How the fuck do you read it? Amatifa. Oh! And my teeth are better too! There you go, okay. And my teeth are better too. That's wonderful, sweetie, Inko exclaimed, being a bit overwhelmed. Oh, no worries. There was just the throat of a kid being sliced. Welcome to the stream. Yep, seems my hypothesis was right. You see, quirks often have two parts to them. The actual quirk and the safety against them. For example, the pro hero endeavor. His actual quirks allows him to produce fire, and the safety keeps him from burning himself. In case of Izuku, he has a quirk that is what I would like to dub adrenaline rush. In essence, his body is constantly producing a varied form of adrenaline, which does two things. First, it keeps him from feeling any pain. And it also keeps him in a near constant state of hysterical strength, making it hard for him to use anything less than 100% of his body strength, even if it causes him harm. The safety measure would, of course, be that incredible healing of his. It seems that the healing is only activated once his heart stops and needs his blood to heal itself. After about 5 minutes, he comes back completely healed and fine. Inko just blinked. Sorry for rambling, the doctor said shyly. It is just that it's really interesting. If you're okay with it, I'd love to have a few more appointments with Izuku, just to run some tests. Free of charge? It would be just a pleasure to see such an interesting quirk in action. Inko nodded. Yeah. Okay. Sure. I write everything that I found down for you soon. Oh, and before you go, I don't think it would be bad for it wouldn't be bad to help his body meets the healing requirement when he gets injured again. It should work just fine and would keep him from being too uncomfortable. In a daze, Inko just continued to nod. Yeah, I can do that. I'll just kill him. I mean, he'll come back soon, so it's not really... She tried off before snapping back into attention. Well, we'll be on our way then. Of course, feel free to contact me if there's any changes. As they were leaving the room, Inko spotted the coating of gold glitter on the floor and thought about what the doctor had said. Half his body meets the healing requirements when he gets injured again. When, not if, but when, Inko sighed. She was going to be sick of the glitter very soon. Notes. Alright, the next update will see Katchan's reaction to his effectively immortal friend. Are you ready about it? Are you ready for that? And now tell me if this background music is not perfect for this. Well, welcome to Chapter 3, Glitter Part 3. Yeah, that didn't happen. Summary? Yes. Trauma. Notes. Finally introducing Bakugou. I'm really excited to write this and Midoriya's dynamic for this fic. Honestly, though, I'm just really excited for Bakugou in general. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so, ready? You have a quirk. Bakugou looked dubiously at Midoriya, who was jumping up and down from excitement. Oh yeah, another thing, since he's in a constant adrenaline rush, he's like a squirrel with ADHD on sugar rush, okay? So, just letting you know. Yeah, I can be super strong like All Might and it doesn't hurt if I'm a hit or stuff. Let me just drink. Alrighty. Inko and Mitsuki watched the exchange with amusement. Inko had immediately invited her friends over to talk about the recent development in Midoriya's quirk, and they were now seated around the table with Max of tea in front of them. Bakugou glared a bit at Midoriya before making his opinion known. No, you can't! You're just quirkless Deku! No, I'm not, Kat-chan! I got a quirk now and I can get hurt! Midoriya stumped as he returned Katsuki's glare. Oh yeah? Bakugou drew back his arm. Does this hurt? The two adults realized that what was going to happen only a moment before it did. That moment was still plenty of time for them to yell and move to intercept the children. Katsuki, you better not... Please don't, Katsuki. Sadly, there was not enough time to reach before Bakugou swung his fist at Midoriya's face. Now, an interesting fact about developing quirks is that they are rather unpredictable. So children in certain circumstances, say swinging a fist at their supposed immortal friend, may experience significant changes to their quirk, including, but not limited to activating said quirk unintentionally, going past the previously taught quirk limits, and an all-around increase of power behind one's quirk. Now, it just so happened that Bakugou experienced all three of those changes at the same time, resulting in a punch that resonated through the room and set the coach on fire. And, as another effect, blew up Midoriya's head. Upon seeing his now headless friend fall to the ground, Bakugou began to scream shrilly, slowly increasing in volume and pitch for far longer than probably reasonable until he passed out. This reaction is what we call trauma, and it's a common occurrence in children who blow up their friends' heads. An experience that is largely regarded as, well, traumatic. Yeah, that's a crack fanfiction. So yeah, returning to Bakugou with trauma. Inko and Mitsuki, for their part, stood in silence for a moment, looking at their two children, one of which was missing a good fourth of his body, before remembering that the coach was on fire and promptly attempting to put it out. In a very impressive show of stamina, Bakugou woke up screaming. He did not stop, however, upon seeing Midoriya sitting at the table with a popsicle in his hand completely fine, although there was a layer of glitter falling off him for some reason. Can I have one? He asked rather timidly. Everyone involved in the incident promptly and without discussion agreed to forget about it. Notes! Sorry for the short update. I'll make it up to you next time. Also, I got few questions about how Inko isn't traumatized. What with the specifics of her situation, the answer is she probably should be. But I'm just going to write this off as one of more cracked aspects of the fic. I will go further in depth on her perspective in a later chapter, so be on the look for that. Fucking love this. So, Hysterical, Chapter 4. How to create a chaos child. Summary. This is totally normal, isn't it? Notes. Time skip! I'm sure you want to get into the interesting stuff. I know I do. So there's a summary of the next few years, if you will, for this arc. Okay? Okay, perfect. Well, after that day, Inko decided not to tell people the specifics of Midoriya's quirk. Instead, well, she coaches him on how to tell people about his minor strength enchantment quirk and its self-healing aspect under certain requirements. Which was all completely true, while still leaving out the fact that the certain requirements is his literal death. Well, Bakugou knew the full truth, of course. It would be hard to forget. But nevertheless, he agreed to keep Midoriya's full quirk on the down low. As a result, he gradually stopped the snide remarks and occasional punch he had given Midoriya before his quirk came in. Not that he didn't try, mind you. The fact was, bullying him was just no fun. He pushed Midoriya to the ground just to have him give Bakugou a look. Bakugou hated his looks. If anything, it just made him want to beat the kid up more. But he couldn't do that because then Midoriya would give him a talking to, and Bakugou hated those more than anything. Katsan, we don't hit our friends. You're not my friend, Dick. We don't call our friends dicks either. Shut up, don't tell me what to do. I'm just worried about you, Katsan. Those conversations usually ended up with Bakugou grounding incoherently in pure anger, and after a while, he accepted that as much as the boy needed it, he could not simply give Midoriya a good beating now and again. Which meant that he might as well get on with his life. That did not, however, stop Midoriya from following him around like a lost puppy, which annoyed him greatly. After acceptance of his quirk, Midoriya finally began to show some spine and actually possessed a great deal of self-confidence that he had been lacking. Part of this also might have been because he was, as far as the professional knew, effectively immortal, which, considering his dream to become a hero, was pretty damn great. Because who had ever heard of a hero that couldn't die? He was going to be the best. Say what? I'm giving my supervisor the finger on my way out every day. Honestly, most of this confidence... Oh! Welcome, Raiders! Mina, hi! How are you? Hello. Welcome, Raiders! I'm Alicja Da Lontano, your local chaotic capital magician that is right now reading a cracked fanfic. Do you know Boku no Hero Academia? Well, if you know it or not, this is crack, so it's gonna be fun anyway. You arrived at peak. Yes. Hope you have a nice stream. Thank you so much. Wait. You're not wrenched. Hold on. Let me give you the wrench. Hold on. Stay there. Yeah. Let me wrench you. Fanfic crack? Yes, we are reading a crack fanfic from Boku no Hero Academia. So, what is a crack fanfic? So, technically speaking, take the canon of every kind of story, okay, and throw it away. That's a crack fanfic. Wait. Why are you not? There we go. Found you. Okay, in this situation, okay, get wrenched. And so far we are at chapter 4, I think, or 5. And we're at chapter 4. So in the first chapters we discovered that Deku actually has a quirk, and it is being immortal. Okay. Oh, alrighty. Good luck at work. So, he's effectively immortal. How did we discover that? Because when he was a kid, he got hit by a car and died. And then he was not dead anymore, and there was a lot of glitters after that. So, yeah, comes out that he has adrenaline pumping in his body constantly. So he doesn't feel pain. He doesn't have any sense of pain and strength. So he's using 100% of his strength all the time, and he's hurting himself all the time, and he is breaking bones all the time. The thing is that if his heart stopped and there is blood around, his body resets after 5 minutes. So the doctor literally told him, so yeah, if you kill yourself, you kinda get back to normal. Okay. Yeah, we are reading Hysterical! Exactly! Okay, ready for peak? Now we are after the time skip, after, and Bakugou blow up Midoriya's head by mistake when they were children. But we don't talk about it. Okay, so we are after the time skip, okay? So, after the appearance of his quirk, Midoriya finally began to show some spine and actually possessed a great deal of self-confidence that he had been lacking. Part of this also might have been because he was, as far as the professional knew, effectively immortal. Which, considering his dream to become a hero, was pretty damn great. Because who had ever heard of a hero who couldn't die? He was going to be the best. Honestly, most of his confidence could probably be attributed to the modified adrenaline his body was constantly pumping into him. The adrenaline also had the added effect of making him ridiculously energetic all the time. As I said, a squirrel with ADHD on sugar rush. Okay. Really, it was a good thing that he and Bakugou were friends. Anyone else would collapse under the constant emotion of the two. Midoriya also picked up a few anxious habits, or dare I say, quirks, finger guns, because of the nature of his power. Those were mainly small things like muttering constantly and tapping his feet at a near insane pace. But he also took up a few hobbies that satiated his need to do something. His favorite of those was parkour, which he quite regularly robbed Bakugou into as well, usually with a declaration of his superiority, which was clearly not something Bakugou could ignore. He also began taking lessons at a nearby dojo. This part was on Bakugou's insistence, and I quote, "If your quirk is gonna break, everyone might as well learn how to aim and you break the villain." Midoriya had nearly cried at an officer to accompany him. At the offer to accompany him. Well, but in truth, the lesson had done a wonder for his quirk control, as he learned how much power to put behind each punch and kicks. And he stopped breaking things as often as he learned how to regulate the force behind his movements. This does not mean that he didn't break anything ever. Far from it, only that he was better at not shattering everything he touched for once. Even with those newly implemented lessons, Midoriya broke bones nearly every day. Unless they were major injuries, he would typically ignore them until he could get home and, as his mother was fond of say, reset. Okay. He found that while the broken bones didn't hurt necessarily, the sensation of his limb not functioning properly and instead flopping uncertainly wasn't a pleasant one. The feeling did not compare, however, to the inevitable disgust he felt upon inevitably killing himself. It wasn't that he minded necessarily, he always felt better afterwards, almost rejuvenated in a way. But at the same time, it really was unpleasant. And yet, as the year went on, he got used to the strangeness of his life and accepted his weird quirk. After all, it was better than no quirk at all. Well, Bakugou got even angrier, as if that was possible, as he got older and began to take his frustration out on some of the other extras. But every time he did, Midoriya would intervene. This had the effect of it becoming common knowledge that Bakugou was a demonic gremlin and Midoriya was the only ethereal being that was able to keep him in check. Which, to be fair, was accurate enough. Well, after a few years of being subjected to Midoriya's near-constant preaching of peace, Bakugou did mellow out. Slightly. By slightly, I mean that he no longer picked fights with every person that crossed his path. Now he only picked fights with every person that crossed his path that deserved it. It will be the first to admit, however, that his definition of deserving was rather convoluted. But it kept Midoriya off his back for most of the part, and that was what mattered. As for Inko, well... let it be known that her job was not an easy one. Not by a long shot. I'm of course referring to the fact that her only son requires constant care, and the nature of his quirk made it so the aforementioned care was little death, occasionally at the hands of Inko herself. However, that was only in the situations where it was absolutely necessary. Say when Midoriya had broken not one but both arms during the day and was therefore unable to reset himself. They're going to be best friends, roommates even. Like, literally, in the tags is the fact that they are best friends, so... And... This situation did not traumatize Inko as much as she expected it would. Oh, sure, the first few times had been hell, and she cried herself to sleep more times than she could count in the beginning. But around the 150th time... he reset, it started to seem, I dare to say, mundane. It was this mindset that allowed her to tolerate the layers of glitter that coated every inch of her house, and the butcher knife in the bathroom cabinet. A clarification upon both of those oddities. It is no exaggeration to say that glitter was everywhere. In the sink, in the beds, over the counter, no matter how many times she washed it. The washing machine always had a handful of glitter in the lint catcher. And more often than not, the vacuum cleaner was half filled with crumbs and dust of... half filled with, you guessed it, glitter. As for the butcher knife, well, it wasn't their only knife. Well, it wasn't their only knife. It kept it for the sole purpose of resetting Midoriya. It was just that, over the years, they had realized that the mess was contained much better in that it was done in the bath with the curtains. It had become common for Midoriya to get home, go to the bathroom, and for Inko to hear the shower run as he washed the glitter down the drain. Part of her did worry that this level of desensitization was bad, but another much louder part told her to ignore the first part. As such, she told herself that it was fine because, one, it didn't hurt him. Quite the opposite, in fact. As he confided that the sensation of broken bones, while it didn't hurt, was a very annoying one. A second, he always came back. Those reasons were enough for her not to worry herself much with the circumstance life has given her. She did, however, still concern herself with every other aspect of Midoriya's life. Midoriya, for his part, as much as he might have complained at him in the moment, greatly appreciated her overprotective nature. So life passed like this until before anyone knew Midoriya and Bakugou were entering middle school with their eyes set on being heroes. Notes. Poor Bakugou. Having to be friends with Deku of all people. Oh, and I'm sure that he'll get over it eventually. Sorry this chapter was tall though. I really want to get into the canon events, so I'll probably hurry through the years leading into the UA. I do have plans for a couple pre-canon arcs to establish background and relationships, so be on the look for those. And yeah, I have to say, this is what we call adult chapter, so imagine later. Chapter number 5. Bronze, Part 1. Italian soda with a dash of confusion. Summary. Those kids, I swear. Merry Christmas at the time. Well, now we enter the countdown to EA. Short story number 1. 3 years before the entrance exam. First year of middle school. Adrenaline junkie. I don't know how to read it, honestly. Link. Lord Explodo. The hell? Stop sending me in your nerd shit. Adrenaline Junkie. It's All Might Bronze Age figurine first edition! They're selling it tomorrow! Lord Explodo. Chill, you're gonna pass out if you keep this up. Adrenaline Junkie. Okay. I think that you're gonna need to run around with your volume levels here. Because I'm not gonna stop screaming. If it's caps, it's caps. Adrenaline Junkie. You have to come buy it with me! Lord Explodo. No. Adrenaline Junkie. Gachan, please! No. I buy you a coffee. What time? It opens at 8. If your heart is pure, Anna's voice won't give you hearing damage. Alrighty, let me drink. The two boys met at the quaint little cafe not so far from the merch store. It was a hidden gem they had found years prior. Small, but with what Bakugou described as hecking good coffee, which coming from Bakugou was equivalent to a 5-star rating and recommendation. While I cannot attest to the hecking goodness of the coffee, having never tried it myself, I will say that the cafe was very aesthetically pleasing, the wooden and potted plants theme being especially well executed, and because of the cafe wasn't very known, it was typically very quiet and proved a peaceful atmosphere well suited for homework or cozy outing with a significant other. As such, at 7:25 on that Saturday morning, the cafe was very tranquil. It was a total of 5 occupants, if one was to include the barista and Midoriya, who had arrived early, and were going about their business in a sleepy-like manner all Saturday morning constituted. The tranquility, however, shattered the moment Bakugou woke in. He stomped over his usual "I am better than all you extras" manner and dropped heavily in the chair across of Midoriya. Midoriya for his part didn't even flinch as he finished the note he was scribbling in a notebook of his and slurped loudly his Italian soda. Hey, Katchan. You're still stalking heroes? He said without preamble. No. I'm just analyzing them, not stalking them. Midoriya replied sarcastically. You can dress it up in your fancy words all you want, but I know the truth. He paused as Midoriya finished up and capped his pen. They're weird as hell, you know. Well, I haven't been yet, but I'm pretty certain hell is a whole lot weirder than my analysis. Whatever you say, smartass. Bakugou said with an eye roll. I did the eye roll without thinking. Midoriya just chuckled at that. What's so funny? He snarled. Nothing, just laughing at the humor of the boy whose sweat smells like caramel calling me weird. Well, at least I don't constantly smell like you, adrenaline junkie. No, I just blow up when you just blow up when you're hot. Perfectly normal. Well, I don't cough glitter every time I use my quirk like some kinda gay. Katchan, you're gay. Your point? My point is that analysis will be a good skill to have once I'm here. At that, Midoriya stood and made his way to the counter, continuing his conversation as Bakugou followed him. Even if my quirk keeps me safe, it's still not great in a fight. I need to identify a villain's weakness to win. Bakugou snorted. Not great in fight. That's one way to put it. Oh, shut up! I'm getting better at controlling it. Oh, you are? I wasn't aware. He turned to the barista. Larger coffee and 2 shots caramel. Please, Midoriya added. The barista, a bored teenager who looked slightly out of place in all the comfy decor, simply rolled her eyes and turned to make a drink. Care to tell me exactly how many bones you broke yesterday? Bakugou continued as Midoriya counted out money for the drink. Midoriya blushed. Oh, that doesn't count. Yesterday was an outlier and you know it. Was it 3, 4? Oh wait, it was 27! The two of them sat back at the table after grabbing Bakugou's coffee, continuing the conversation with vigor that drew the attention of the rest of the cafe. The rest of the cafe amounted to not much, mind you. There was only 3 other patrons, a man in his late 40s and a young couple that looked in the early 20s. That meant that aside from Bakugou and Midoriya, it was relatively quiet. Not that they seemed to care. It was an accident! I saw you trip over your own feet. Shut up both arms trying to catch yourself and then proceed to fall down 3 flights of stairs! He dropped his arms. I don't know how you do that on purpose, for crying out loud. How the hell did you manage to do it by accident? I'm talented like that. Your only talent is ruining my clothes with all your blood. Well, excuse me, I never asked for you to carry me home. You had the bone showing what I was supposed to do. Midoriya scoffed. My legs were fine. They were fractured in 6 different places. But not broken! At that moment, a man dressed in a black shirt, a black beanie, and a black coat that kissed off his hands and walked in and then up to the counter. I'll be frank. It looked like the definition of sketchy. Heck, the bulge in his pocket was so clearly a knife that you would have to have led a completely knife-free life not to recognize it. And since knife-free life did not describe either of them in the slightest, what's with Midoriya's condition, you would think that they would notice, but they were too invested in their conversation to pay him any heed. That or they just didn't care, which I cannot rule out. Your arms were dust from trying to catch yourself. Under his breath, he whispered, "Getting better my ass." Midoriya called it. It's a reflex, okay? It's really difficult to control it all the time. It's like tiptoeing constantly. You can do it, but it's easy to forget you're focusing on something else. It was during his explanation that the sketchy man drew a knife and shook it at the barista. "Money in the bag, now!" The three customers stared in shock, first at the robber and then at the 2 boys who continued talking and turned out the situation behind them. Once I get into UA, I'll be able to learn how to direct the force better. Right now, all the energy is coming from breaking my bones and tendons and going everywhere. I need to learn how to... Fine, I get it. The barista looked at them and rolled her eyes once more. She was surprisingly unfazed as she slowly shoved the money into the bag. It can only conclude that this comments came from a frightening mixture of teenage angst and laissez-faire attitude that one acquired after working in customer service for minimum wage. Although I have no real proof of this. Oh yeah, you absolutely get it, working in customer service. I swear we've had this conversation a dozen of times, and yet you fail to grasp the severity of my situation. The robber stared at them. Will you two just shut up? Bakugou sipped his coffee, ignoring the man. There's not enough caffeine for me to deal with you today. Ha! Only a wimp would need caffeine to wake up. Not all of us are passing junkies like you. Well, he was cut off by the robber, who, having had quite enough of those 2 idiots, decided to take the matters into his own hand and grab the back of Midoriya's collar. He yanked him out of his seat and pressed the knife to his neck. I said shut up! It was like the flip had switched. The two went from being absolutely careless to having a slight care. Slight, mind you. That care having come only about once there was a literal knife to Midoriya's throat. Midoriya screamed and reached his arm out, straining. Catch on! Bakugou's eyes blew wide. Shit! He dove wide across the table, his fingertips there was just slightly too short. But at the last second, his hand wrapped around the Italian soda that was teetering from the activity and threatened to spill across Midoriya's notebook. The 2 boys left out an identical sign of relief. Because yes, of course they were worried about the soda. They were both aware how Midoriya was not in real danger. The nose, however, couldn't come back to life. This would be obvious for those who knew the two and Midoriya blatant disregard for his life. However, the robber did not know the two, and as such just watched the situation in complete utter confusion, which, considering the circumstances, well, was a reasonable reaction. Gosh darn, I almost spilled my soda! But, I have a knife to your throat? Well, yeah, I'm aware. The robber just spotted bewilderedly. It took him several moments to regain his composure. You kid, he said to Bakugou. Hands in the air, and or your friend gets it. Welcome, Raiders! What's up, Salvi? Welcome to reading about an adrenaline junkie in Boku no Hero Academia, the crack fanfic. If you don't know me, I'm Alicja Da Lontano, your local chaotic cowboy magician that does live to the rigging, singing, ASMR, roguelikes, playing roguelikes and play roguelikes, and does a random crack fanfiction reading instead of playing Minecraft after I finally made, how to say it? A weekly schedule for once. Welcome, Raiders! Oh, right, then the knife to the throat. Right. Yeah. You kid, he said to Bakugou. Hands in the air or your friends get it. Oh yes, please, enter the bitch. Kachan! Midoriya gasped exaggeratingly in mock hurt. You warned me! That's what you get for ruining my sweatshirt. I said I was sorry! I don't think you understand. The robber pressed the knife into Midoriya's neck, cutting him off from his argument. I will kill him. He deserves it. The robber, an unsatisfied grocery employee when he wasn't robbing cafes, was in a state of delirious bewilderment. Bewilderment. Yeah. That's how is it. Right. This was quite possibly the weirdest situation he'd ever been in. Even beating the lizard Chirio's incident of last month. But we don't speak about that. What is wrong with you, Izuku, even your friend? You know, sometimes I wonder. Ah! Look, you are clearly incompetent, so how about you just let that nerd go and turn yourself in before I blow your face off, Actually, you better not. Midoriya spoke even against the knife, causing it to gaze his neck and drip blood onto the hand of his captor. His captor, for all of his many faults, was also quite squeamish at the sign of blood. This was rather unfortunate considering he was attempting, and I say attempting as it's clear he was bad and very bad at it, to rob a small cafe with a knife. I am of the opinion that he should have tried some non-blood related crimes, as if he had wanted money. My go-to suggestion would be embezzlement. Difficult to get away with, yes, but surprisingly blood-free for those villains who might be squeamish. Regardless of what he should have done, the fact that was that our homophobic criminal was now painfully aware that there was blood in between his fingers. There was a high-pitched squeal as the robber let go of Midoriya and simply stared at the blood. He swooned, he shook, he fainted. What? That was rather anticlimactic. Midoriya said as he coughed and rubbed his bloody neck. Let me your scarf, would you? Bakugou bleached and Midoriya rubbed the material around his wound. Here goes more of my wonder to your blood, Bakugou grumbled. We should probably call the cops, huh? Midoriya said, dodging the statement. The barista, who up that moment had been quite spoke, I called them ages ago. She popped her gum. Well, that works, I guess, Midoriya said before he jerked back to face Bakugou. Crap! What time is it? He then proceeded to pull out his phone and find himself. No, we're late! Oh no, how tragic. Oh, come on, let's go! He bounced in place as Bakugou gathered up his coat. Fine, but you owe me one. I brought you coffee! Yeah, and it nearly got you killed. What's new? And those two left, arguing all the way, leaving behind 3 confused customers, an unconscious body, and an exasperated barista attempting to explain the robbery to a pair of cops. And note, for those of you wondering, yes, he did manage to buy one of the last first edition All Might Bronze Age figurines. Edit. I got some lovely fan art. Oh yeah, then they actually got some fan art. I love this. I love this. Unfortunately, the fan art doesn't load. Okay. Now, Chapter 6, Bronze, Part 2. It's a ripped Shrek. Summary. Bakugou, why did you beat up the Hulk's son? Oh my god, I remember this. Notes. TV. Small suicide joke towards the end in reference of Midoriya resetting. This will most likely be a common occurrence for future chapters. I will never make fun of suicide, only Midoriya's suicidal nature in this particular fic. Oh, yeah, right. Disclaimer, we talk about suicide here. If that was not expected. If you did not expect suicidal jokes or suicidal talk after having an immortal character that needs to kill himself to reset the body, I would say that it's absolutely a great time to check if you're alright with that, and maybe also check on courses on reading with comprehension. Back to us. 2 years before the entrance exam. Midoriya's front door slammed open with a vigor that seems to shake the entire apartment complex. Midoriya, who had been in the process of putting on some red sneakers, watched as Bakugou rushed in and proceeded to shut and lock the door behind him. What did you do? Nothing. Bakugou couldn't sound more guilty if he tried. Midoriya simply crossed his arm. Uh-huh. I might have pissed off a kid. At that moment, there was a sound of something grumming against the door. The something seemed to carry a lot of weight. This is not to say that the something, whoever or whatever it may be, was fat per se, only that it was definitely on the larger side. Oh my god, what? 1 second. For some reason, I like my nose is itchy. Who's talking about me? Alright. That doesn't sound like a kid. He sorta told his dad. There was a muffled scream from the outside. I know you're there! Come out and fight, you brat! That voice was deep and gruff and had an... let's see if we can do it. Wait. Sorry, I stopped talking about you now. I know you're there! Come out and fight, you brat! Nah, we can deal with that. The voice was deep and gruff and hadn't just still been any doubt about this something being a child. Nearly all of them were quelled upon hearing it. What did you do? Doesn't matter. Bakugou said with a wave of his hand. He deserved it. Sure he did. Midoriya bent down to finish trying and tie his shoes. Why did you come here though? Your house was closer? He stood. Fair enough, you're welcome to hide out here if you want. I'm going to go for a jog. Wait, don't go out there! Bakugou said frantically as he grabbed the back of Midoriya's shirt. Kachan, I didn't beat up this man's kid. I'll be fine. He turned the knob. The door opened to reveal a 8-foot, 5-inch tall slab of muscle blocking his way. Now, I realize that some of you may struggle to imagine what this height entails, and as such, many not grasp the absolute terror such a man emits. For this reason, I will link him to a 8-foot tall tree, something I'm sure many of you have experienced at some point in your life. As for how terrifying he was, please for a moment imagine you have a deadly fear of trees. The fear of the two boys felt upon seeing the man was the same as the fear one may feel in the presence of a horrifying 8-foot tall tree. The man's quill caused him to have rough green skin. At the risk of sounding quickest, I would describe him as an ogre. A Jack Shrek, if you will, with horns. You can see how this would be rather unsettling, I'm sure, especially when you have to take into account that from the man's expression it was clear that he was unable to differentiate between the brat who beat up his son and Midoriya. The door closed. Midoriya turned on his heels. Upon further considerations, I have decided to cancel my jog. There was another loud bang on the door. Come die, you little shit! I'm having a nice voice exercise here. I'd rather not, thanks! Bakugou shouted back. This garnered a ferocious growl from the man who did not seem to be a fan of Bakugou's cheek. Midoriya, upon hearing the growl, turned to Bakugou. Good golly, what did you do to take off the hook? The hook's on, actually, he clarified. Midoriya waved his arm in the air. Regardless, there's a little giant outside of my door. Yeah, that's why I'm staying here. Going out would most likely result in pain, which is something I would like to avoid. Midoriya scoffed. Wimp, I regularly break my bones and you don't hear me complaining. Bakugou's face lit up. What's that face for? Midoriya took a step back. No. What face? That's not my face. Nope, I know that face. Sorry. What the hell? Sorry. Okay. Nope, I know that face. That's your scamming face. I don't have a scamming face. You do that. That's it. Bakugou rolled his eyes. I just had an idea, that's all. Bless you, thank you. My nose is still itchy. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna just go 1 second to grab a tissue. Because I don't have any tissues over here. Okay, hold on. Let me grab a tissue because if not, I'm gonna go crazy. There we go. Okay. Let me just close Okay, back to the chair. Ha! Hello. Okay. Alrighty. Anyway. I just had an idea, that's all. Do I want to know? Well, I can feel pain, but you can't. Bakugou grinned. Catch and I swear. He was cut off as Bakugou sprang forward, and after a moment of the two wrestling, Midoriya found himself shoved unceremoniously out of the door. And after hearing the distinct sound of the lock, he struggled with the door handle for a moment. Catch and you jerk! I'm not going to play sacrifice in your mistakes! Oh my god! Thank you for the gifted! Thank you! Wait, how did I call them? The sneezer ships. Thank you for the 5 sneezer ships. I'm sure I did not call them like this. I didn't miss that sneeze. Shh. I don't know what you're talking about. There was no sneeze. Alrighty. I'm gonna just keep on scratching my nose because what the hell. Alrighty. Whew. Thank you, I owe ya! Bakugou's muffled voice called from inside. There's a long grow behind Midoriya. Slowly, the boy turned around to face a monster of a man in front of him. Good morning, sir. I suppose we can talk this out? The growling got louder. Midoriya sighed. Yeah. I didn't think so. Oh yeah, Sassy got sniped. Nice. Now, Bakugou stood near the door patiently waiting. There was sound of a scuffle outside, yet he stayed, hand claps together until the noise died down. After a moment of silence, there was the sound of Midoriya banging at the door. Let me in, Kat-chan! Is he gone? He will be as soon as he wakes up. Bakugou unlocked the door and watched as Midoriya pushed past him, cradling a broken arm. Nice job, now I have to go fix this. And he waved a limp arm in front of Bakugou's face, instead of going on my jog. Bakugou, however, was looking at the unconscious body outside of the door. Holy shit, Izzy, you didn't have to kill him. Oh, he's fine. I, on the other hand... I mean, it worked, right? Midoriya rolled his eyes. You owe me big time. He looked at his phone. Mom's going to be home soon, but thanks to you, I will be unconscious, so I think it's only fair that you explain this mess to her. It was only a few minutes later when Inko walked in, arms laden with groceries. Hey, Auntie. Inko stared, nearly dropping her bags. Oh, Katsuki, I didn't see you there. She said the groceries at the table. How are you doing this morning? He shrugged. Inko looked around. And so where's Izuku? Bakugou tilted his head towards the stair. Resetting. She pursed her lips. Does this perhaps have anything to do with the unconscious man outside? Oh shit. He's still there? Did you get in another fight? He stopped and looked at his friend's mother. There was no use on lying to her, and Bakugou knew it. Through the years, the two boys found that while they could hide things from Inko to some extent, it was nearly impossible to get away with outright lying to her. It was this knowledge that caused Bakugou to bow his head in shame. Yeah. Are you okay? She asked, concern being her natural first reaction. Bakugou merely waved a hand and nod. Izu took care of it. And I assume that is why he's upstairs resetting right now? Bakugou wins. Yeah? Just what I'm gonna do with the two of you. Well, you could feed us, Midoriya called, and as he ran down the stairs, fully healed. I'm starving. Izuku Midoriya. Inko crossed her arms. Did you get in another fight? Midoriya froze. It was his fault? He pointed at Bakugou, who looked incredibly offended at the total accurate acquisition. Izuku, you can't just get into fights with grown men. I'd say he can by the looks of it. No, I say he can by the looks of it, Bakugou muttered. At the same time, Midoriya complained. That's not fair! It's not like I was trying to get in a fight. Look here. She turned to Bakugou, who had lost interest and was now absent-minded looking at his phone. Both of you. Once she had their attention, she continued. You boys have to tune down their reckless behavior. I can't keep coming home to find unconscious bodies on my doorstep. You do realize that only happened twice, Bakugou said. Which is 2 times more than most people. And Izuku! She turned to her son. You may be mortal, but that does not mean you need to be suicidal. He winced at the berating. Sorry, Mom. Her voice softened. Just please be careful. All these actions is scaring your poor mother. I don't get what's the big deal. He can't die, Bakugou said. He may not be able to die, but you can, mister. Next time I hear you in a word of you fighting, I'm calling your mother. You can't threaten me. The old hag will just yell at me until she's not mad. Not big deal. Inko tilted her head and grinned weakly. Is that so? Then I don't suppose you mind if I told your father. Bakugou's eye widened. Widened. It sounds so wrong. Okay. Okay, you wouldn't. If I find another body on my doorstep, I won't hesitate to. Bakugou shuddered. Fine, whatever, I guess. The truth was, Bakugou could easily weather any amount of screaming and nagging with the problem. Yet as soon as anyone whose opinion he valued, which was a difficult thing to achieve in itself, expressed a slight disappointment in him, Bakugou fell apart. This ended up being his father's primary means of parenting due to how effective it was. Bakugou knew that if his father were to become aware of his less than harrowing behavior that day, he would be subject to the following: a weak worried expression, a slight head shake, and perhaps even a hand on his shoulder at his father uttered soft, "I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed that you've done this." Knowing this, Bakugou decided it was his best interest to keep the situation between Auntie Inko, Midoriya, and himself. Oh my fucking god, why my nose is so itchy? Ah! I hate that. What the hell? What the hell? Sorry. Okay. What the hell? Okay, let me. Maybe if I put some air in here, it's gonna stop itching. Can the nose itch because it's too hot? I mean, it could be a reason, I guess. Hold on. Let me just put this one here. Okay. Okay. I put the... Can you feel the air? Like, can you hear it? People have been known to sneeze when the sun shines on them. What the fuck? Okay. Now. This is of course only reasonable if one does not know that Bakugou's father was well acquainted with this behavior. In fact, his father knew all too much about Bakugou's tendency to make his opinion known through his face during arguments, among other things. If we could feel the air, I would be concerned. You know what I meant! Shut up! Wait, I'm gonna put it literally in front of me. Oh, that's actually pretty nice. Ah. That's actually nice. Hold on. Ooh. I love this. Are you sure you cannot hear it? Really? Are you sure you cannot hear it? Huh. Nice. Okay. Let's continue, shall we? Bam, 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 bam. Let me just see. Okay, absolutely. Can I send it after stream? Also, can I see? Okay. Sorry, forgot to reply with reply. There we go. Okay, maybe I have some good news. I don't know when I can announce them though. Okay. I'm gonna just do like this. Okay. Let's see. Okay, perfect. No, I cannot still talk. Perfect. Okay. Next one. Okay. Let's continue. Masaru had said long ago that his son was far too much like his mother to be much influenced by anything he could ever do. This resulted in him only putting out the disappointed eye for a matter that truly necessitates such punishment. I myself am not totally sure if sacrificing his immortal best friend to an evil Shrek would qualify, and it seems it will. I will never know, as Bakugou never quite content to meet Inko's demand of not knocking out men in front of her door again. As such, the event was kept from Masaru. Now, if you two would help me out, I'm making soba for supper. The two boys followed Inko into the kitchen, and the unconscious man was forgotten as more pressing matters arose, specifically the grumbling of the two growing boys' stomach. Notes. Did I mention how much I love this duo? Because I really love this duo. Okay. Last short story before we move to canon. Hysterical, chapter number 7. Red, White, and Gold Glitters, part 1. Adrenaline Junkie. Summary. Midoriya's an adrenaline junkie. What's new? The year of the entrance exam. Sludge villain arc. Oh, it's a sludge villain arc. Okay. Bakugou heard a small tapping at his window. The hell? He then turned his attention to the clock, which read 1:47 a.m. Upon reading the time, he realized a few things. First, he had been asleep. Second, he was no longer asleep. And probably, most importantly, some idiot had somehow managed to wake him up in the middle of the night by tapping at his 5th-story window. He angrily, as per usual, threw off his blanket and stopped to this window where he could see the unmistakable green hair of his friends clinging to the fire escape. He opened the window and resisted barely the urge to cuss out the boy for waking him up so early. Instead, he sent for his hissing across the distance. What the hell are you doing? Midoriya instantly put a finger to his lips and tapped his phone. Bakugou slugged back inside and clicked the notification. Care to join me for some midnight parkour? Atu's gonna kill you. What she doesn't know won't hurt her. Smiley face. How about it? It's the ass crack of dawn bastard. Aw, to scratch on his beauty sleep. Bakugou responded with a string of middle finger emojis, which, in case you weren't aware, is the pictogram version of fuck you. Why he sent pictures rather than actually typing it out is beyond me. However, Midoriya seemed to get the message as he sent a picture of a face sticking his tongue out in response. Now, well, this is not the, shall I say, the conventional response of being confronted with such vulgar terminology. It was actually pretty typical for Midoriya. Just this once, adrenaline junkie. As he turned to dress in a more suitable outfit, he smiled to himself. The next day, Midoriya was acting more energetic than typical as they walked to school. He skipped around Bakugou, jumped up and down, and generally acted like a complete oddity in the Wednesday morning. Bakugou yawned and sipped his coffee. Gosh, Kachen, you look like crap. Bakugou glared at him and pointed an accusatory finger. Whose fault is that? Oh, you totally enjoy parkouring. I'd have enjoyed more if it wasn't on a school night. Next time we'll do it on the weekend. There won't be a next time though, junkie. Whatever you say, Captain. Midoriya teased before running out in the way of the expected feast. He did cartwheel while he waited for Bakugou to catch back up. Bakugou rolled his eyes and said this. Show off. Me? Never. So what's got you worked up anyway? Don't play that. You've been like 5 times more passing this last week. Well, you know me, adrenaline rational. Bakugou sighed exasperatedly. Fucking hell. I know how to read it, but it's more difficult to read it out loud. Just spit it already. Midoriya absent-mindedly stretched the back of his head. It's just all the talk about careers and the future at the school got me thinking. Bakugou spun and grasped Midoriya's collar. You ain't backing out, are you? You have to become a hero so I can beat you once and for all. Yeah, I'm gonna be a hero. Oh. Bakugou dropped his thread. Then so what's the problem? But I'm I'm going to have to pass the UA entrance exam to get in. And as useful as this quirk is, that's gonna be tricky, so I guess I'm just worried about not being strong enough. Hence the Midnight Parker. Yep. Bakugou scoffed. There have to be idiots to not let you in. You're gonna be a hero one way or another. Just depends on whenever or not we have to threaten them or not. Kachan, we cannot threaten them. Why not? You got all those stalker noise. I'm sure there's some stellar blackmail material in there. That's not the point. He didn't say no though, by the way. Lame. Why even have stalker nose if you are not gonna blackmail people? We've been through this before. I know. Guess you'll just have to get stronger, huh? Yeah, Midoriya sign. I wish there was a way I could spontaneously develop a strength quick before the exam. Bakugou laughed. Well, we're dreaming I want All Might to autograph my shirt. Like, he'll ever touch that sweaty rag of yours. I have better clothes if you didn't get blood all over them. Wouldn't fix that sweating problem of yours. It's my quirky bastard. Bakugou grew out his friend and began to chase him. They ran like this all the way up to the school. Bakugou shouted curses while Midoriya laughed at him. Let's go! What is taking you so long? Bakugou complained as Midoriya packed up his, Wait. Let's go! What is taking you so long? There you go, that's more Bakugou. Bakugou complained as Midoriya packed up his book at the end of the class. Go without me, Shibata wants to talk to me. Bakugou looked up at the teacher who was talking to a different student in front of the class. Upon confirming he was out of earshot, he turned to whisper to Midoriya. The hell does that quick-ass bastard want with you? He hissed. Though I'm not typically a fan of Bakugou's colorful language, I will agree that quick-ass bastard is an apt description for Shibata. He was a 35-year-old single man who had been teaching for the last 10 years of his life. All 10 had reflected poorly on his character. However, an uncle of his with power in the school board ensured his position. As for his permanent single status, it was entirely his own fault. The man seemed to value powerful quirks over any personality, unfortunately considering his quirk allowed him to change the texture of his skin, which, by all definition, is a lame quirk. This quirk's judgment transferred over into his class and caused him to be extremely lenient to those with hero quirks, and far less gracious for those without. From this, Midoriya had pointed out several times in the past that Bakugou was seemingly immune to detention because of the teacher's poor morals. A fact Bakugou has been happy to take advantage of by regularly getting into fights, something Midoriya had cheated him repeatedly for. I don't know what he wants. I swear if he gives you shit about wanting to be a hero, it's fine, Katsan. I'll see you later. I need to sneeze again. I'm sorry. No, I'm not getting sick. Don't worry about that. Why the salt? Why the salt? I'm not, like, one thing is sneezing by mistake, another thing is having to blow my nose on stream, okay? I'm a cow, I don't want to sound like an elephant. Alrighty. Ready, steady? Let's everyone get a nice stretch. Oh my god, that was great. That was actually great. What the hell? But yeah, no, I'm absolutely not sick. The only thing is that I'm very lethargic lately. That counts. Like, it's getting difficult to get out of bed for some reason. Like, I'm literally sleeping over the alarms as well. Like, it's pretty worrisome, actually. Hopefully it's gonna pass. Especially because, like, I'm not even tired. I'm just sleepy. Alrighty, ready, steady? Or maybe some anemia? No, I don't think so. Like, I'm eating better than what I was eating in the UK. Привет! Как дела? I don't know, but in any case, I'm gonna get some blood work done and doing all the medical checks and so on, so hey. Alrighty. Ready, steady? Hold on. Wait. Was it? Okay. I know that it means all good, but I don't remember if it was written пожалуйста. You know when you see the letters, you don't know how to read it, but you know what it means. Wait. Hello. So that one is an N. Normalno. It was normalno. Okay. Okay, there you go. No. It's just that for a second I thought that the N was read as a P for some reason. It's been a while since I actually read Russian, so. Okay. Let's return over here. What kind of letter is it? It's Cyrillic. Let's see if I still remember something. Я чуть-чуть говорю по-русски. But I am more on the level of I can understand what you're saying, but I'm not good at expressing what I need to say. You know? Like, I studied it for 3 years. I passed the exams that I needed and I forgot everything. Not gonna lie. It's just that I had the choice between studying I was already studying Spanish, and I needed to pick a second language. And the second language that I could pick from was either Russian, French, or German. For the German, I was not really interested because honestly, I just know Achtung, and that was enough for me. Okay. And French, I didn't want to learn French, so I went for Russian. And after that, I was just praying that it's not gonna be on the finals. You know. Pa, 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 pa. Okay. No. Is this fanfiction? Absolutely yes. This is a crack fanfiction though. You know? It's from My Hero Academia. Okay. And we are just doing random shit, honestly. It's what if Midoriya was immortal and adrenal junkie? Ready for more? Okay. Bakugou ignored the invitation to leave. Midoriya was clearly anxious about the situation, knowing full well the meeting would be about his application to the UA. Hey, wanna meet up at my house after? We can watch that All Might movie you like so much. Bakugou wasn't the best at cheering people up. He didn't do cheerful, so he typically banked on the knowledge that Midoriya had an unnatural love for All Might. This line of thinking had worked well over the years, and Bakugou was confident it would continue to do so for the years to come. Midoriya smiled slightly. Sure, I'll walk down after I'm done here. You sure you don't want me to wait for you? I'll be fine. With that, Bakugou turned and left. Midoriya found himself alone in the room with Mr. Shibata. He took a deep breath. Todavía me sorprende lo inteligente que él usted al saber tantos idiomas. Oh, es porque lo necesitaba a la escuela. Yo fui a una escuela de turismo, así necesitaba estudiar los idiomas para comunicar con las personas en el hotel y cosas así. Así, mi lenguaje es un poquito técnico. Pero vale. Si voy a hablar más con otras personas, se va a hacer mejor. Hello again. So I may end up sleeping, but I didn't. I do feel sleepy though. Oh, no worries. There's gonna be death and glitter, so let's see if you fell asleep to that. Pero suena hermoso. Oh, muchas gracias. Okay, ready for another one? Hysterical. Wait. Wait. So, Sassy Midoriya, I called you here to discuss your future. Always ready? Perfect. Wait. Here we go. Alrighty. Bye-bye. I don't remember how to say bye-bye in Do svidania? Was it do svidania in... Was it? I think it was do svidania. Bye. Sorry. I need to dust off Russian. I don't remember most of it. Okay. Now. See, Midoriya, I called you here to discuss your future. You have here written that you want to be a hero and train at the UA. The teacher held up a sheet the student had filled out a few days prior. Yep. Midoriya foot-tapped anxiously. Mr. Shibata sighed. I think it's time for you to start less about what you want to do and more about what you can do. It's simply not practical for you to become a hero. Why not? Midoriya interrupted, finding himself growing upset. What? Sorry? Why can't I? I'm fit enough, I have the grades, and I know I have the drive, so why I can become a hero? Midoriya, please. He sounded exasperated. Don't make this harder than this. Your quirk is just not fit to be a hero. I read your file. You would get one hit in before you break yourself and become completely useless. It's just not feasible. Well, then I'll make that one hit count. Midoriya, please be reasonable. The boy stood up. If that's all, I'll be leaving now. Midoriya, I'm trying to help you here. Well, I don't need your help to become a hero, thanks. I'm doing fine by my own. You weak, your quirk is useless. You won't last a week. This is a perfect example of what not to say to students when discussing their dream career. Future teacher takes notes. However, Mr. Shibata is a complete and utter idiot, with no regards for human emotions aside from his own, who deserves to be crushed in a trash compactor, or some equally terrible fates, such as being repeatedly awakened at 6 in the morning on Saturday by your demon spawn of a neighbor deciding to mow his lawn. But I digress. Midoriya, the poor boy, ran out of the room, back clutched in his arms before the man could see the tear gathering in his eyes. It was only after he got a few blocks away from the school that it dawned on him. He just got into an argument with a teacher, and said teacher had told him he was useless and couldn't become a hero. That though made Midoriya feel slightly better about yelling at him. He was walking through an underpass when he heard a sound behind him. His reasoning for taking the route had been that it would be faster that way to get to Bakugou's house. However, he would have most likely avoided it if he hadn't known that taking it would result in him getting suffocated by mud. Honestly, fair enough. The experience was an unpleasant one. This week Midoriya was not thrilled at the taste of slime slipping through his teeth. Yes, I put the fist in my mouth for this. Wait, where were we? Midoriya said. I don't know what he was trying to say, but I can infer it was something along the line of, "You please stop forcing yourself into my mouth!" Or perhaps knowing him just as sarcastic. This day could not get better. Just when Midoriya's vision started to go black, a huge punch came out of nowhere and blew the villain apart. The punch was not an ordinary punch, mind you. You might see it was extraordinary. It was because All Might had been the puncher, and he was widely regarded as a very good puncher. I'm inclined to agree with this, as the puncher managed to blow the villain apart and still left Midoriya completely unscattered. Although honestly, I don't mind if he was punched by All Might, being the fanboy he is. I am of the opinion that he would treasure the moment as much as any autograph. Midoriya, forgetting that there was goo in both his mouth and lung, attempted to acknowledge the hero who had just saved him. This did not go as planned, and he ended up just hacking for several minutes. All Might quickly gathered the villain into 2 large bottles and then proceeded to stand and by watching as Midoriya tried his hardest to upchuck along. And he managed to get himself under control and stood checkily and uttered a breathless, "All Might!" That was a nice breathless one. Hello, young boy. I apologize for the disturbance. Are you alright? Yep! Midoriya squeaked. Totally peachy! All Might missing in his fanboy bike for just panic of the "I just nearly died" variety, and now to examine him. Are you positive? Midoriya nodded. Well, if you're sure, I hate to leave so soon, but I'm afraid I'm on a rather tight schedule. He bent his knees and prepared to take off. Wait, I wanted to ask you something, please! The end of Midoriya's very first sentence was lost in the wind as he took to the air, hanging on All Might's leg. All Might slightly disturbed by the fact that the seemingly suicidal boy was not clinching to his hundreds of feet in the air. He logically landed on the nearby roof. What were you thinking? I just wanted to ask you something. Midoriya repeated rather pathetically. Look, I really need to go. Can I be a hero with a useless quirk? Huh? I mean, it's not entirely useless. I can feel pain, which is usually really nice. It's just that it's not really heroic or anything. Everyone tells me that. Hold up. Your quirk is that you can't feel pain. Among other things. That was an understatement. The immortality aspect of his quirk was perhaps the most important part, however. Midoriya was used to not explicitly talking about that, so he opted to stay silent about that bit. His mission was missed as a cloud of smoke enveloped by All Might and left a stick figure in his place. What? Midoriya said in a mix of awe and confusion. All Might sighed. I have something to tell you. What followed was a long-winded explanation that involved losing organs, a time limit, and holding one abs while swimming. Midoriya wasn't entirely sure he understood the analogy, but the rest made sense enough. That being said, I'd appreciate if you don't tell anyone about this. All Might finish. Alright. You don't seem very surprised about it. Well, yeah, my quirks is weird too. A quirk that makes you split blood and turn into a scarecrow when you don't use it. Doesn't seem that far-fetched. Oh. I suppose so? All Might never seemed to have thought of it that way. About me being a hero with lame quirk? Midoriya prodded. Oh, yeah, that. All Might tilted his head in tough. You can't. You can't. What? If you want to save people, become a police officer or something. Being a hero is far too dangerous. Look at me. He checked. Serious though. You can get really hurt. I can feel pain though. That's literally my quirk. Midoriya pleaded. There's even a self-healing aspect, so I won't even be out of commission for long. Even still, villains don't aim to injure. His voice lowered ominously. They aim to kill. I might open a door that led to a stairwell. Regardless of your quirk, there's no way to come back from the dead. Sorry kid, but you need more than passion to become a hero. Well, about that. Midoriya was left stunned and patting on the rooftop. Even his hero didn't believe in him, and yet that didn't really change anything. Midoriya had been having his doubt that day. That with the argument with Mr. Shibata and asking All Might, well, he had hoped it would be in a confirmation that he could be a hero. Regardless of what people said, but that wasn't the way that it went. But still, what was it he said? Regardless of your quirk, there's no way to come back from the dead? Midoriya laughed out loud. You know, it's bubbling out of him in relief. And that's where you're wrong! He said loud. He knew he could. He knew he would become a hero. Notes. Midoriya. Death? Ah, yes. She and I are very well acquainted. Alrighty. Chapter number 9! Red, white, and gold glitter, part 3. All your fault. Summary. The universe is out for Bakugou. Notes. Buckle up and get ready for some mostly canon with few significant twists. Bakugou was simply making his way from school to his home when the universe decided he should be eaten by a slime. That's a crazy sentence to start. Bakugou was not a fan of this decision, something he made very clear by him screaming loudly in anger and attempting to blow up the villain. This did not cause the villain to let him go, but it did succeed in drawing a crowd who called in the heroes. Although typically that would be a good thing, the heroes that came were very clearly not fit for the situation and honestly probably should have stayed in their agency and waited for a crime that was more suited to their specific talents. All this meant that there were multiple witnesses, much to his embarrassment, as Bakugou unsuccessfully exploded. Internally, Bakugou was blaming Midoriya for the situation. He had no reason to do this, albeit that he always internally blames someone for all his problems. And it was simply a coincidence that this was slightly Midoriya's fault. I say that quite loosely. It was only his fault in that he had accidentally caused All Might to drop the V line while he clutched to his legs. Mostly, it was the villain himself who was to blame. Really, Bakugou should be blaming the sludge villain for attacking him, not Midoriya for causing him to be in the area he was when he got attacked. Which was kind of funny if you think about it. And he was subconsciously blaming his friend, who was sort of at fault, but not for the reason that he thought. But I'm getting sidetracked, and when really I should be covering the fact that Bakugou was quite literally dying. exactly before his nothing if he caught sight of a familiar back soaring through the air and into the villain. Unfortunately, because at that moment Bakugou himself was in the villain, the bug also hit his face. Let go of him! Midoriya yelled. You again? Fucking brat! The villain hissed. I'll kill you! I like to see you try. You can't kill a fry, Midoriya taunted. Figured that if he could get the villain to attack him, Bakugou would be able to run free. He was ridiculously surprised when that was actually what happened. I show you, twerp! And with that, Midoriya was once again eating mud. The experience caused him to swear off on all gel from the remainder of his days. Sure that the texture would cause him to barf. The feeling was so unpleasant he found himself wishing he'd just die, and once dead he would not be able to taste. Also because, while not painful, the experience of suffocating was not enjoyable. His wish was granted in a timely manner, and only moments before All Might came carrying through the sky to deliver a little weather-changing punch that scattered the villain all across town. This left Bakugou in the awkward situation of trying to hide his friend's corpse from the heroes. He did an admirable job managing to drag him down the alleyway while everyone was focused on the sudden arrival of All Might. It was truly a testament of the love of All Might that the two boys escaped through being seen, or perhaps just a testament of shoddily writing. Midoriya awoke to a slap across the face. Aika-chan! Think of having inhaled some glitter. Well then, I suppose I can check suffocation off my suicide bucket list. Bakugou chose to ignore that last little bit. Sure took your sweet time. My bad, I'll try to resurrect myself faster next time. You better. Now, let's go out of here. I bet all the heroes are trying to find us. They don't know where are we? It was that, or I explained to the officer how my friend isn't dead, he's just sleeping. Bakugou raised an eyebrow at Midoriya. Can see that going over very well. Alright, fair enough. Midoriya stood and brushed the glitters off his jeans. With a skip and hop, he jumped into the dumpster and jumped once more to grab the bottom of a fire escape, which he proceeded to climb like some freak hybrid of a monkey and a spider. Now that I think about it, he could just be compared to a normal spider monkey, a very real thing I try to avoid thinking about most of the time. What is a fourth wall? Sounds tasty. Well, you coming or not? He called down once he reached the top of the building. Bakugou rolled his eyes. You're so extra, you know that, right? He said before moving to follow in his friend's lead. That's what you love me. The two had slowed their pace once they neared Bakugou's house and stopped for a moment on a rooftop not far from his apartment complex to catch their breath. So, we still on for that movie? Is why I almost died. Midoriya rolled his eyes. Clearly you're not trying hard enough. I did. You always die. I'm pretty impressive like that, aren't I? Midoriya is the worst type of immortal, the brain damage one. Yes! Bakugou snored. You have a way of making traumatic situations seem pretty ordinary. At that moment, a man crashed down in front of them, having just flown through the sky and landed on the roof. The man was All Might, of course, just barely holding to his form. I am here to talk to you! All Might? The boys exclaimed at the same time. How did you get away from the reporters? Not a problem for me. Besides, they were quite distracted looking for you too. All Might shook a finger at them. Naughty, naughty. All that sneak around had the heroes worried. Then there was a veil of smoke starting to pour from his body. But enough of that, I wanted to speak to you, Midoriya. Okay. He made no move to leave. Alone. Alone, please. Just tell Katchan whatever you tell me. What? Couldn't you? All Might transform. Well, shit. Huh? Bakugou exclaimed. I love this choice of music. I am so proud of picking this music at the beginning of the stream. Well, Welcome to Chapter 10. Red Wine and Gold Glitter Part 4. The Truth. Summary. All Might's turn for trauma! I don't know if I love the writing, your voice are writing to this, or both, but this is peak. Trust me, it's because the writing is peak. and the music makes it so much better. It took several minutes to get Bakugou caught up in the whole situation. So this is like a well-known thing? Not in the slightest. In fact, aside from a handful of close friends, you two are the only ones that know. Wow. Kinda suck at keeping this a secret. Bakugou said, unamused. All Might simply coughed a bit of blood in a way of response. Anyway, what did you want to tell Izuku? Are you sure I can convince you to leave? Not a chance. Bakugou said, crossing his arm. All Might sighed. Well, in that case, let me tell you too about a little thing called One for All. And you want me to inherit this quirk? That's the plan, yeah. Okay, wait. That's gonna. Okay, let's go full adrenaline junkie. Ready? Let's do it properly. Are you sure you want to do this? I told you my quirk is really not suited for being a hero. I mean, I don't really know what in the that well. I only had like one conversation that was kind of rushed. Almost like a whole conversation was being written by an author who just really wanted to get to the next scene and just banking on the fact that most of the readers knew the extent of the situation already. This was in fact what happened. However, Bakugou and All Might chose to ignore this insight as neither of them had a good grasp on the concept of fourth wall. He'll do it. Bakugou interrupted the insistent muttering. Midoriya snapped out of this matter trance to elbow Bakugou. Hey, that's not exactly your choice to make! You better take it. On this top of your shitty quirk will guarantee that you'll make it into the hero course. Bakugou pounded his fist into his hand. Then, when I beat you, I'll prove to everyone that I'm the best. Ah, of course, you have an ulterior motive. Midoriya rolled his eyes. All Might coughed. I mean, he does have a valid point. What do you say? Yeah, of course. This is like a dream come true. I love to take your quirk. I'm sure. If you're sure about this, believe me when I say that I think you'll be perfect. I'm not totally sure why you think so. Midoriya muttered. All Might ignored him. You will, however, have to train your body to be able to take the strength that comes with One for All. If you don't, then your limbs could potentially explode. He chuckled. You can see how that would be a problem for sure. Now, had All Might fully understood Midoriya's quirk, he would have realized that this was actually not much of a problem. The two boys had made this connection and did not laugh at the joke. You didn't tell him? Bakugou glared at Midoriya, who in turn threw his hands in the air. Well, I didn't know he was going to make me his freaking successor. It's always been a secret. Why would I tell him? I don't know, cause he's your idol. You could have tell him now. Shut up, I was going to. All Might seemed at a loss of words. What? We need a minute. Bakugou said with finality, and he grabbed Midoriya's wrist and dragged him a few paces away. Hey! Midoriya shouted. So let me get this straight, Bakugou. He's back at All Might. Some guy who claims to be All Might is offering to make you his successor on the basis that you're more suicidal than a pig taunting a tiger. The heck is that analogy? Shut up! The point stands! Well, I'm frightened that he is All Might. I didn't know how many other people who can make it rain from a single punch. He could be like a shapeshifter pretending to be All Might, and the real All Might is still with the reporters or something. Midoriya simply stared at Bakugou in response. Or something like that. Bakugou finished lamely. Hello. Okay, so I seriously doubt that that's the case. Well, the only other option is that the #1 fucking hero wants to give you his quirk. You! So sorry if I find it hard to believe that anyone would want you as a student. He crossed his arms. I don't understand. You seemed really eager for me to get his quirk a few minutes ago. Well, yeah, that was before I learned that he didn't know about your quirk. Because that means he looked at you recklessly throwing yourself into dangerous situation and thought, this kid would make a great successor. And that's just stupid! Midoriya opened his mouth to argue. Midoriya closed it and talked about Bakugou's words. Point. Besides, he said it makes you explode? Come on, Izuku, do you really need more ways to break yourself? Like, you're the one to talk him, Mr. Explodo. Bakugou rolled his eyes. Regardless, are you going to tell him? Yeah, but first, Midoriya looked at Bakugou, all humor gone from his face. Do you really think I should do this? You fucking better, this is the chance of a lifetime, nerd. Midoriya smiled. Are you going to... And you're going to need all the help you can get to keep getting into trouble. You sound like my mother. Midoriya grumbles. I don't get into that much trouble. We both know it's a major lie. Bakugou turned around and walked back to All Might. Midoriya followed suit. Alright, Junkie, tell him. Midoriya took a deep breath. All Might, I have something I need to tell you. Okay. So my quirk, it's weird. I'm not totally sure how to explain this. Bakugou growled. Just show him, idiot! Show me what? All Might questioned, growing more confused by the second. I can do that? Why the hell not? Because it's... Midoriya tried to explain himself. It's disturbing. Bakugou rolled his eyes. Get over it, you'll have to show him at some point if you take him up on his offer. Fine! Midoriya slung his bag over his shoulder and pointed at Bakugou. But you're gonna have to explain it to him. I don't understand. What are you doing, Midoriya? All Might questioned. You see. You see, All Might was used to being at least a little bit confused most of the time. This was because, for all extents and purposes, he was not the brightest bulb in the Christmas tree, and as such, rarely understood what was happening. Also, he just waited for people to scream and then he punched stuff. Somehow this method had ended up working pretty good for him thus far, and even resulted with him becoming #1 hero. However, the situation had him more confused than ever. Sure, he had chosen a successor on the basis that Midoriya seems to be hero material, a conclusion he had come upon seeing the boy throw himself into a very dangerous situation, but the two boys were making him feel incredibly out of the loop. Sorry for lying to you, All Might, but this is my quirk. And with that, Midoriya took a deep breath before running the short landing to the roof and jumping. To elaborate, he quite literally swan dive into the roof head first, in an impressive display of athleticism and a complete disregard for personal safety. All Might for this part stood completely still, refusing to believe that anyone was that, well, suicidal. He quite honestly believed that Midoriya was going to fly or demonstrate something equally epic as his true quirk. Don't blame him for thinking so. He had very little context for the situation, and as such, the boy flying seemed reasonable enough. As it was, Midoriya did not fly. Instead, he fell at the length of the building and landed in a grotesque squish on the pavement. That bastard! Bakugou glared angrily at the edge. All my jaw moved up and down, but no noise came out. Bakugou turned to the man. All Might, sir? So, don't panic, but... He's dead! Well, wait. I know, sorry, it was... Is he dead? That's more, sorry, I just got... Well, Bakugou seemed to be a bit pranking himself. I mean, kinda, he was fine, but... He's dead. Yeah, he's dead, but... Shit. All Might then turned and ran away. Wait, All Might, you don't understand! Bakugou chased after the hero. I fucking love that. Oh, there's a dead kid. Let's run away. Alright. Chapter 11, Red, White, and Gold Glitter, Part 5. Hey, Katja, now I can explode like you! Summary. This was a mistake, wasn't it? Bakugou finally caught up to the hero who had stopped running after his curiosity got the better of him to stare at the Midoriya's deformed corpse. The boy blood had gathered around his body and was already starting to shimmer. The two stood in silence for a minute before All Might finally broke it. I'm concerned, he said. Well, yeah, everything considered, that's a fair reaction. He's really dead. All Might said, still in shock. I tried to tell you. Bakugou examined the body. It's his quirk. Dying is his quirk? Kinda. All Might just stared at Bakugou. I'm really not good at explaining this. No, you are not! Bakugou glared at All Might, annoyed at this reaction. I think that's really fair to the hero. He simply lacked the background knowledge to truly comprehend the situation, and Bakugou was frankly not helping. Look, he's immortal, he dies, and then he gets his shitty glitter everywhere, and boom, not dead. What does that even mean? It means the asshole knew I'd be terrible at explaining this and wanted me to suffer. You know, somehow I thought that was his intention. That was definitely his intention. He just likes to see me fail. Will you please just explain what is happening? At that moment, Midoriya did indeed explode in a cloud of glitter. I'm back! And All Might screeched. Sorry for keeping you on, keeping that from you, All Might. Midoriya said as he stood, but there you go. I'm also immortal, which is kinda useful. I'm sorry, you what? Katja! Did you not explain my quirk to him? Yeah, he was teasing, teasing understood to his word that lent credence to Bakugou's theory. Bakugou flipped Midoriya's in the bird. Explain your own quirk, idiot. That kid? I was never there. You don't know me, I don't know that kid. I was in Vegas on the slots. Exactly. Fine. He turned to the truthfully confused hero. So, my quirk is Adrenaline Rush. Basically, my body pumps modify adrenaline to my system 24/7. It makes me have a constant adrenaline rush that also activates my body hysterical strength mechanism. So it means that I go over my limit in strength, but that also has the side effect of breaking me because my body isn't meant to take the strain. I don't mean to be rude, but can we please get to the immortal part? Oh, yeah. No, that's probably important. As a safety, since my quirk is so volatile, there is also a healing aspect. That is only activated after my heart stops, so... yeah. This silence broken only by an awkward cough from Bakugou. All Might took a deep breath. Kid. Why? Did you not think to tell me this? I just did. All Might said nothing. Midoriya sighed. I don't know, I guess since I just don't really tell people, it didn't exactly occur to me. And why do you not tell people? I for one would have greatly appreciated a warning. I have few reasons also. It does tend to cause, trauma. Okay, that would be a valid reason. All Might sighed and shook his head. You're going to be a handful of a successor, aren't you? Wait. You still want me to inherit your quirk? If anything, the knowledge of your true quirk has only roughened my thoughts that you should. After all, being immortal will probably be very helpful. Okay, but Why do you want me to take your quirk? Don't argue with him, dumbass! Just take the damn quirk! Bakugou interjected. Okay. He turned to the hero. All might, sir, I would love to take your quirk. They stood in an awkward silence for a few minutes as Midoriya looked at the hero expectantly. Right now? Was that not what you meant? Well, originally I had planned on having you train your body before, so that you wouldn't explode. Been there, done that. He's fine. Bakugou interjected. Now give him the quirk. What? Don't ask. Midoriya said. Don't ask. Midoriya said exasperately. He has a point though. But he does. Suddenly he transformed back into his All Might form and pulled a hair out of his head. It's this! What? You need my DNA to get my quirk. Okay, but like, your hair? Midoriya put a hand to his mouth and began to mutter. Only the 40s of the bottom actually contain the DNA, so really should only need to eat that in the end. But this is still kind of ineffective. Maybe if I just licked your arm, because then I'd be digesting hundreds of your dead skin cells, and those would also have DNA. On my struggle to keep up and with the reflex flow. Do you want to lick me? I not particularly with his arm, but like I would if I needed to. Just eat the damn thing already. Okay, I was going to. And with that, Midoriya grabbed the hair and devoured it. He made a face as he saw it. Is that it? All Might nodded. You should begin feeling the effects very soon. As soon as he said that, Midoriya doubled over with. Uh-oh. What's wrong? Are you okay? All Might asked worriedly. He bent closer to the boy. Get back! I am going up! I have no doubt that the next was going to be explode. But the sentence was cut off by Midoriya exploding, so I am unable to confirm this. Bakugou left out a high-pitched screech in anger as blood splattered off his shirt. Okay, so I guess you were right about the whole exploding thing. Midoriya said as soon as he revived. So many ways to ingest DNA. Thankfully, this isn't that kind of fun thing. Bakugou furiously stabbed the glitter and down his front. You think? All Might blinked hardly. I don't think I ever get used to this. You say that until it happens like hundreds of times. Bakugou grabbed at his shirt as if willing the glitter off. It did not work. Then it's just annoying. Another shirt ruined, exactly. So, exploding wasn't fun, but I think I have a better handle on it now. Midoriya said as if that was a normal sentence. What's next? Well. All Might started as at a loss for the strange situation he's now found himself in. Because I was thinking I might need to change my quirk description now that I have one for all too. What, you're finally going to add the makes owner of quirk act like a fucking squirrel with no regard for personal safety to description? Bakugou snorted. Ha. But really, the official description says I have a very minor strength enchantment, which is obviously no longer true. Well. All Might started hesitantly. You are able to change those when necessary. If I may offer my opinion? Midoriya nodded. We can have people knowing about one for all, but if you edit your quirk as if you had just discovered more about it, then it should be fine. So you're saying I should change my quirk description to be like a combination of adrenaline rush and all for one? One for all? Exactly. I was thinking you could maybe name it after the small strength aspect of your existing quirk. Midoriya's eyes brightened. Hysterical strength! Well, you're hysterical enough, that's for sure. And All Might smiled. Midoriya Izuku, today you became the 9th holder of One for All. Or as it will be known as from this day forward, Hysterical. Wait. We need to say. Title drop! We got title drop in this chapter! How delightful! Thank you for reading this fic. I reached 5,000 hits as of this last update. That's fucking amazing. Boop. Alrighty. Woohoo! Ready, steady? Okay. Chapter 12. I'll make a hero out of you. Summary. Yes, give the child muscles on top of both Immortality Quirk and Strength Enchantment. That can't possibly go wrong. Notes. I opted for a time skip in this chapter so that I could introduce Uraraka, and I have absolutely no regrets. Ready for the time skip? Heh? So, they decided to meet the next day at the Takoba Beach to start Midoriya's training. What time are we gonna meet? Bakugou questioned. We? Are you coming too young, Bakugou? All Might questioned, slightly confused. Bakugou scoffed. Of course I'm calling. You think I'm gonna let this idiot get ahead of me by having extra training? Hell no, I'm coming too. He took his head in toss. Also, you're probably gonna need my help. It's harder than you think keeping this dumb bastard from killing himself. Midoriya rolled his eyes. I'm fine. No need to baby me. Trust me, you'll be grateful that I'm coming by the end. All Might was. By the time they had finished with Midoriya's first day of training, he had died no less than 17 times, which was 17 times more than All Might has expected. Although to be fair, that was probably his own mistake considering Midoriya had died 3 times the day prior, but I digress. It seems that there was a slight problem with One for All that caused Midoriya to be unable to use it at less than 100%, and that meant he was constantly exploding himself. Although he hadn't believed Bakugou at the time, All Might was starting to feel a little desensitized to the constant death. Midoriya, All Might said as the boy woke up for the 17th time that day. I'm beginning to think we need a new approach. Yeah, I think? Bakugou snored. Yeah, probably a good idea. I don't seem to be getting much more control of this quirk. What do you suggest? No, he's not gonna be fine. Well, originally I was going to have you train your body to become a better vessel for One for All. Perhaps we should go back to that? In the end, it was decided that All Might would continue to train Midoriya by helping him to strengthen his body. And Bakugou, not being able to want to relax, decided that he too would prepare for the upcoming entrance exam by pushing his body to the limits. Thus the two boys each work hard on the next many months in hopes of achieving the same goal. Being accepted into UA Hero course and becoming the best possible heroes. Now, if you're so inclined, I would urge you to imagine a particularly powerful training montage in which you see Midoriya cleaning the beach with all might, lifting weights as he studies for the exam, and perhaps most importantly, attempting not to use 100% of his power, 100% of the time. This was much easier said than done, considering the boy was now in the possession of not one, but 2 quirks that seemed to only allow him to go over his body limits, and eventually would not allow him to settle for anything less. Despite that, he managed to get to the point where he could use 5% of One for All with minimum repercussion. This was also due to the fact that he had quite a bit of prior experience with limiting his strength, and as such was confident that he would get a handle on the 2 quirks during his time at the UA. I actually don't know how many chapters is it, but there's a lot. Okay. Now. That will conclude the training montage that I do hope you have imagined in far greater detail than my words could ever express. My reasoning for having you imagine the scene is that I quite frankly do not have the energy to describe it to you. Although I am beginning to realize that to some extent I have done just that. Alas. This would lead us to the day of the entrance exam where Bakugou and Midoriya were walking towards UA, predictably arguing. All I'm saying is that depending on the hero, the personality can actually increase civilian approval. I'm not enough to be efficient as... It's not enough to be efficient. As a hero, you have to make sure to gather the support of the general public. Take Endeavor, for example. You call the hero has a certain type of appeal for some fans, but only because the persona is well crafted and all-encompassing. If he were to start acting more aloof and out of character, his rating would plumber. But since he... I cannot believe you just compared me to that shit stain. Bakugou glared at Midoriya. Yeah, well, that shit stain has more popularity than you ever will with that flaming pile of trash you call a personality. I don't need a personality, I have bombs for hands! Oh my goodness, I can't! Midoriya rolled his eyes and threw his hand in the air. Exasperately. Look, you want to be number one, you can't just have see how well you have will to go! It was at that moment that Midoriya found himself falling, having tripped over either his own 2 feet or perhaps something invisible that lay on the ground. Most likely his own feet. That sounded so vegetacoted, no, for real. Midoriya had, like most people, tripped many times in his life. However, in this case, it was slightly different, as if he was to catch himself, it would most likely result in shattering his arms. He knew this and, not wanting to go to the exam with 2 broken arms, acted accordingly, closing his eyes and bracing for impact but kept his hands on his side. This of course meant that he slammed into the ground with enough force to give him a bloody nose, the sight of which caused Bakugou to laugh. Not even a second after he decided to become acquainted with the cement, he felt a slap to the back. This was odd considering that Midoriya was very thin and he hadn't slapped himself on the back, and Bakugou was still doubled over laughing at his predicament. It was strange, although Midoriya was sure that he had been lying on the pavement only moments before. His nose seemed to be pinwheeling through the air completely weightless. His vision was rather blurry from spinning, but he thought he saw a girl around his age falling and failing her arms and Bakugou whizzing next to her. What? Was all Midoriya said. No, I'm so sorry, the girl said. I saw you falling and I tried to catch you, but I guess I was too late. Oh, I should probably put you down. I'm so sorry. She remembered without taking a single breath before touching her fingers together. Wait returned to Midoriya and he fell on his head on the floor. Oh gosh, I'm sorry! Wow! It just crammed back on his fin and face. Is that your quirk? That's so neat! 5 points contact for right? You can make anything weightless in orders that size matter. How long can you hold it? Can you make yourself weightless? Shouta, you look like a complete maniac. You're scaring the poor girl. Bakugou rolled his eyes. Midoriya took a second to realize that there was still blood ticking down his face and had bombarded the stranger with intense questions about her quirk. Oops. Don't worry, I'm terrified. The girl looked at the verge of crying. You're bleeding! Yeah, well, not a big deal. I'm so embarrassed. She brought her face in her hands. I'm just going to run away now. Then she proceeded to do just that, racing into the building without a second glance. Wow, quite a charmer, aren't you? Bakugou said sarcastically. Hey, it wasn't that bad. It was. And what about you? You just stood around laughing at me. Bakugou dug through his back and tossed a handkerchief to Midoriya. You would too if you had seen it. You look hilarious. Rude. Midoriya took the handkerchief and tried his best to wipe the blood off his face. Oh, give it here. Bakugou said roughly taking it from him. You're just smearing it all over. Bakugou dabbed at Midoriya, who screamed. Just leave it, we're gonna be late for the exam. You're not going to the exam with blood on your face. What kind of impression would that leave? Approximately 18 feet away, or 6 meters from literally anyone who does not live in the US, Kochikoda, a UA hopeful, stood watching the entire exchange. Because he had seen the whole situation, he decided to change that 18 feet into 33, as he made a very wide circle around the strange children. He shuddered and decided he very much did not want to associate with Bakugou and Midoriya, which, in my opinion, was probably smart. Notes. I'm really excited for the next chapter. Ready? Time for the exam! Time for the exam! Chapter 13. Roost in Peace, Part 1. Are you kidding me? Summary. Don't worry, Uraraka. This is normal. Notes. Midoriya has one goal in life and needs to traumatize every person he comes in contact with. So far, he has succeeded in almost every way possible. Robots, Midoriya said, disgusted. This is perfect. Robots! In a repetitive pleading for Bakugou to correct him. I'ma blow them all to bits and ace this exam, but you... you're screwed! Midoriya lowered his head into the laptop. I'd rather die. That can be arranged. Haha. Midoriya said without humor. Seriously though. And they put us in different areas so we can collaborate with our classmates. You should be glad about that, you know. Otherwise, I destroy all the robots before you even get a chance. Midoriya rolled his eyes. Must everything be a competition with you? So there's literally a competition to get into UA. And we're gonna be late if we don't leave now. Bakugou flicked his phone, checking in time. Shit, you're right. See you after! Good luck, Katsun! And with that, the two boys parted and went their separate ways. As Midoriya neared his group, he recognized the brown-haired girl with the anti-gravity quirk. Standing in the crowd, deep in concentration. Now Midoriya, having had ample time to process the situation from earlier that morning, had come to the conclusion that he had not made the best first impression. That is why he decided to approach her and attempt to rectify the situation. Unfortunately, he was stopped by another participant. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, Monsieur, you look absolutely fabulous! The interrupter was quite literally sparkling as he battered his longer than ever lashes at Midoriya. This was a strange consideration, most humans do not sparkle. Excuse me? The boy giggles. Oh, no, excusez-moi! I simply couldn't help but admire your twinkling aura. My... What? Why that glitter is so magnifique! He gestured vaguely to Midoriya, who was indeed covered in a shimmer of gold glitters. I do consider myself somewhat of an expert in the art of the sparkle, and that is some high-quality glitter. Whenever did you get it? For a second, Midoriya mulled over the question. Typically, honesty was the best policy, but he wasn't sure if telling the stranger that he actually acquired the glitter from an unfortunate incident that involved a broken finger and a knife was a good idea. Or did he think simply telling him that was his blood glitter would be any better? Private dealer? He nodded as if that was a perfectly reasonable response. I'm afraid my dealer retired not 2 weeks ago, so I'm running on drugs at this point. Alas, the price I pay for beauty. I am Aoyama Yuuga, by the way, and you are? Midoriya Izuku? Midoriya replied, still quite lost. Whatever potential conversation the two boys could have had was cut out by President Mike's voice rang through the crowd. And start! Oh yeah, no, we are sparkling. Like, I put sparkles all around. Hello, hello, hello. Have a lovely day. Like, do you see the sparkles? Do you see the sparkles? Okay. Next one. Let me just... Midoriya and Aoyama shared a surprised look. Au revoir! Until the next time, mommy! Aoyama said before running away. With some bewilderment, Midoriya realized he should probably do the same. He read out a small sign and jogged away. Stupid robot, he thought. 2 words, crouch beam. Beautiful, beautiful, amazing. Midoriya was glad that he had managed to get some of a handle of the one for all before the exam. As it was, each robot took several punches at the 5% his body could handle without breaking, and he still managed to break 3 fingers when his control slipped for a moment. It didn't help that the other participants were even crazier than he was. Multiple times he would start pounding on a robot only to have it taken out by another applicant. Are you kidding me? Midoriya groaned as the 3-pointer he had been punching was ultimately destroyed by a boy with a speed quirk who jumped in at the last minute. About 7 minutes had passed when there was a large commotion a little way away from Midoriya. He sighed. He only had about 12 points and would have to hurry if he wanted to get enough points to qualify. Whatever was happening would just be a waste of time. About 10 minutes till the scheduled VSMP. Let's make a poll. Okay. Keep reading. Minecraft time. There you go. You decide. Should we keep on reading or should we go on Minecraft? Let's see. Honestly, I love this. Let me just... Okay, I'm gonna keep it up in the meantime. There you go. I'm loving this the story time. Honestly, same. Okay. Let me just this. Hey. Okay, let's see the result in the meantime. Honestly, this is better than I expected from the title. Okay. I already broke schedule on day 1. No, I did not break it. I improved it. It's different. Okay. I just improved it. Shh. Okay. In the meantime, I'm checking over here. Okay. I see that we want to keep on reading. I'm gonna keep it up here. Okay, you ready, steady? Okay. So. He didn't caught sight of an absolutely enormous 0-pointer. Suddenly he felt much more sympathy for the hurried participant. And was that? Help me! It was. Without a second thought, Midoriya ran towards the robot, and the familiar girl was about to crash. She seemed to be pinned under some rubble as the giant robot lumbered towards her. He dreaded some fast thinking he could help free her, but if she was injured, there was a chance they wouldn't be able to make it away in time, which of course left only one other option. Midoriya sighed and left out a burst of speed, already preparing for the inevitable broken limbs. Uraraka watched as the green-haired boy from this morning barreled towards her. For a moment, she was filled with equal part gratefulness and lingering embarrassment. But as she watched him run past her, she became increasingly confused. Turning her head to see what he was doing, she was able to catch a glimpse of him launching himself into the air with a superhuman amount of strength and punching the robot. Smash! He screamed. While it was most likely that this was referring to the All Might catchphrase, there is also a small possibility that it was regards to his now quite smart skeletal structure. Uraraka strained against the rock she was under before eventually using her quirk on it, and trying her best to swallow the bile that rose in her throat. She knew that whatever happened, she had to catch the boy who had just saved her, even if that meant losing her breakfast. As Midoriya fell to the earth, like any other object does when affected by gravity, Uraraka stretched out her fingers. Her heart soared as they made contact, then immediately dropped as Midoriya kept falling before her last finger touched him. Her heart continued to drop as Midoriya crashed on the ground, and the now broken robot fell on top of him in a very death-inducing way. Far away, many of the participants wondered why the alarm to end the exam seems to be mixed with a long, high-pitched scream. I am using Google Translate to find a French vocab word. Yes, of course. It wasn't until after I had written this chapter that I realized that I made glitter sound like some kind of colloquialism for drug. I had a nothing. Oh my god, that's true! If you think about it, that kind of sounded like discussing about drugs. What the fuck? I fucking love the author. Okay. How much is he dead? How much dead is he? Okay. Chapter 14. Rest in Peace. Part 2. I Survive. Summary. The boy's been splattered. Well, that replies to my past question. As it was, Midoriya did not die the moment he hit the ground. Sure, there was probably a constant amount of internal bleeding, and he certainly wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon, but he wasn't dead, which was good. But then a giant robot fell on him, and he became very dead. This was bad for a multitude of reasons, the first of which was that UA was the school that both Midoriya and Bakugou wanted to attend. In this situation, reflected poorly on their safety precautions. Not that UA was particularly known for their safety. At this point, I'm half convinced that Netsu had blackmailed the entire school board into letting him whatever the hell he wanted, but it's more the principle of the matter. The second problem was that Uraraka was not aware of Midoriya's immortality, and as such was now contemplating if she could still become a hero after murdering a kid. The answer is of course no, however she didn't actually murder him. This situation could be considered manslaughter, which, while having a worse name in my opinion, is actually a lesser crime and one that you can have committed and still become a hero. None of which actually matters, seriously. Midoriya doesn't actually ever stay dead, and I don't think there is a law that applies to that, but the point stands. As Uraraka's worry grew, she shifted to the remains of the robot, hoping that despite what she had seen, Midoriya was somehow alive. Considering how large the robot was and the fact that she had to puke before looking for him, whatever from her quirk or the fact that she had quite literally seen a child die, I cannot say, it took her several minutes before she finally found him. This was good because it meant that Midoriya had the time to recover right before Uraraka floated a flat piece of metal of him. Oh no, is the exam over? Ah! Uraraka fell onto her butt as Midoriya bolted straight up, a blanket of glitter falling from him as he did. You're alive! Yeah, I guess I am. Now, is the exam done? Yeah, but how? Uraraka waved her arms in confusion. You fell and then the robot crashed and then you should have been dead, but how? Magic? Midoriya said before falling to the ground. Gosh darn, I didn't get near as many points as wanted. I'm so sorry. If I had needed your help, then you would have gotten more points. Uraraka started tearing up. Hey, no, it's fine. Really, it's not a big deal. I'll be fine. Midoriya panicked. If you say so. But how did you survive that fall? Why are you covered in glitter? Just my quirk. I thought your quirk was super strength. Uraraka said, thinking about the One for all enchanted jump and punch combo Midoriya had executed only minutes earlier. It is! What? It's actually pretty complicated, but it doesn't really matter. Say, I never got your name, Midoriya said, changing the subject before she could wonder more about his work. I'm Midoriya, by the way. Uraraka? Well, it sure was nice meeting you, Uraraka. Midoriya interrupted. To cut this conversation short, but I have to go meet with my barbaric demon of a friend before he blows something up out of boredom. Hope to see you in the UA! Uraraka gaped as she watched Midoriya run off, waving a hand at her as he left. To behold, her emotions were extremely fried from the encounter, having to fluctuate rapidly from embarrassment, panic, and mind-boggling confusion. She would soon learn that such confusion was simply a constant when Midoriya was involved. For a second, she wondered if he was serious about the demon that exploded out of boredom. He was, or at least it wasn't too much of a stretch. That's an awful lot of glitter in there, Izu. Bakugou said, narrowing his eyes at Midoriya. Don't tell me. You're kidding me. It was 10 minutes. How did you manage to die in 10 minutes? I sort of fell. You fell. From what? A roof? It's actually funny. I kind of jumped too high and then fell. You killed yourself from jumping too high? That's a new one. Actually, it wasn't the fault that technique killed me. Okay, I gave. How did you die? I was splattered by a dead robot. To be fair, it was a very large robot. I don't think splattered is a word. That's what you took from this? Cool, Glad. What do you want me to yell for you for managing to get yourself killed in the exam? Because I could do that, but I'm sure Auntie will do it for me when you get home. Oh, please don't tell her. She will think you isn't safe and not let me go. Is she wrong though? You just died. Come on, Kachan! If I was banned from everywhere I've died, then I've been confined to my room for the rest of my life. On second thought, my room would be the first place on the list. It's surprisingly easy to die when you're just sitting in your room. We actually had to reinforce the window frame after the third time I fell out. Also, the edges of my desk are kind of pointy and, sharp edges and head don't mix. I mean, they can, they're just a lot of blood involved, which isn't ideal. Actually, now that I think about it, it's really lucky that I'm immortal. I'm fairly certain most people don't die as often as I do. You calling me weak? No, never! You're just fragile? Bakugou recoiled, extremely offended. Fragile? I don't think I should have said that. He most definitely shouldn't have. As true as the statement might have been, as it caused Bakugou to test Midoriya's immortality for several blocks. Notes. Uraraka over there just questioning her sanity as Bakugou tries to blow up Midoriya. This does sound kind of ala-coded. Yes. Yes. Hello, human! Hysterical, Chapter 15! Kachan, I know what you're going... Kachan, I know what we're going to do today! Part 1. A really good lawyer. Summary. Bakugou consider the legal ramification of blackmail. I fucking love the summaries. I fucking love the summaries. Okay. Okay. We're home! Inka poked her head out of the kitchen at the sound of Midoriya's voice. Izuku, Katsuki, how was the exam? She stopped talking abruptly and glared at Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya, you better pray that I'm imagining glitter on your shirt. She hissed. It's just from this morning. I broke my finger and rested before I left for the exam. Midoriya yelped. Well, this is technically true. Making breakfast can be particularly difficult when you are both nervous and have the innate ability to not feel pain. Inko easily saw through the half-truth. Izuku? She threw her hands in the air in desperation. Just what I'm going to do with? What I'm gonna do with you? You tell him, auntie. Bakugou said. He sat in the fridge as he searched for a snack. I swear to goodness, if you don't at least try to be safer, then I will make sure that you never set foot in school again. But Mom! No buts! I am sick and tired of your constantly getting yourself killed! You have no regard for your own well-being and I'm done with it! Where do you keep the peanut butter, Auntie? Bakugou yelled, holding an apple in one hand and opening the door at random with the other. To the level of the Owen, dear, she called back with a much kinder tone before turning back to her son. I'm not done with you, mister! She glared at Midoriya, who was attempting to sneak away as she was distracted. Oh, come on, Mom, I'm fine! I know you are, Izuku, but that's not the point. You need to realize that using your quirk in public can have damaging consequences. Did anyone see? Just one girl? Izuku? But it wasn't a big deal, she was just a little confused. Well, if she gets into your way, you'll have to invite her over for a pie to apologize. You're such a bad Sanzu. Making your mom beg apology fights for all the people you traumatize. I hope she traumatized. But Bakugou and Inko stared at Midoriya for a minute before Bakugou started to cackle. Yeah, right, that poor girl is probably questioning her sanity right now. It wasn't on purpose, she was literally about to get stabbed by a robber, but I saved her. Maybe Sorta died a little in the process. Bakugou shook his head. Sorry, Auntie, but I think he's a lost cause. Izuku, this conversation is not over? Inko then jabbed a finger at Midoriya's before smiling. Let's come sit down, you two. I want to hear all about your exam. Okay, a moment to relax the eyes. Ooh. Okay. One second. I'm gonna mute myself. Okay, let me maybe turn off one of the lights. Wait, the tracking worked like this as well. I can stay in the dark. What the hell? Right, because the screen with the white background is light enough. Okay. Okay. Ready, steady? And then I blew up another robot, and then I blew up a robot and a building. Bakugou was standing between bites of an apple. The robot was on the building, clarified. This was a necessary clarification, as one could never be too sure with Bakugou. The odds of him blowing up a building just because were unreasonably high. Anyway, it was really fun. I just got to explode everything. Ah, that's nice, dear. Inko said, unaffected by Bakugou's feral grin. How about you, Izuku? Midoriya shrugged. But for robots, not a ton though. Bakugou and Ino were quite quiet as they waited for Midoriya to continue. And there was this girl from earlier who was pinned under some rocks. Wait, the floaty one? Yeah, the very same. Round face is probably ever getting involved with you. Oh, come on, round face! Are you even trying catch-on? Oh, shut up, mister. Let me just fucking die in front of a stranger. Language? Inko interrupted. Well, the swearing was an issue in the situation. I'm inclined to point out how Mr. Let me just fucking die in front of a stranger is far too long for a name, and to have any real-world application. I mean, can you just imagine putting it on a resume? Putting it on a resume. I can see so many potential problems with such a name. Many introductions to stranger, because if a person came up to you and shook your hand and introduced themselves as Mr. Let me just fucking die in front of a stranger, I think you would be more than a little rattled and also confused as if they were really saying their name or if they were simply narrating what they were about to do, in which case, you best run. Luckily, Bakugou does not have the authority to name people, so Midoriya is just Izuku Midoriya and not Izuku Let me just fucking die in front of a stranger. Although if Bakugou really had his way, he might rename his friend Adrenaline Junkie. Let me just fucking... Oh no. We'll just rename him Adrenaline Junkie, let me just fucking die in front of a stranger, which has also issue for much more the same reason. Yes, it is really a good thing Bakugou doesn't name things. And who exactly is this girl? Inko asked once the two boys had settled down. It's just an accident that watched Izu made an utter fool of himself before the exam, and I guess she saw him die later. Anyway, she was pinned under some rocks when the 0 Pointer nearly stepped on her. I thought you said the robots weren't that big? Inko interjected. But yeah, this one was. But that's not the point. She was about to get crushed and there wasn't enough time to free her, so I used a one for all and jumped really high and punched in the face. And then you died. Yeah, pretty much. Izuku... His mother started. Yeah. Yeah, he shouldn't die and needs to be more careful. We heard that a million of times. Bakugou waved a hand. What I'm wondering is how many points he got. Midoriya checked nervously. You see, the thing is, I mean, it was kinda tricky and then I was dead, so I lost like 3 minutes. Just cut to it. 15... 20 tops? Midoriya said quietly. Bakugou blinked at his friend before standing abruptly and clapping his hand. Alright then! Time for plan B. Go grab your blackmail notebooks. Go grab your blackmail notebooks, nerd. No fucking trust. No fucking trust. Kachan, we're not going to blackmail them. I'd say it's about your only chance to get this point at this point. Katsuki, that's called extortion and you can go to jail for it. How would you know that? Bakugou shoot back. I'm a lawyer. So? A minor clarification. Bakugou was well aware of Inko's career as a lawyer. You'll find that the education in law comes in handy when people accuse your son of traumatizing people via his not-so-permanent death or occasionally committing crimes. However, he found it that far more fun to ignore this fact unless it was convenient. Midoriya groaned. Can we just drop this already? Either I got in or I didn't. Nothing we can do about it now except wait. And so they did, for approximately 12 seconds. This may not seem like a long time, but I dare you to sit in for 12 seconds in silence during a conversation. Be careful though, the awkwardness has been known to kill over 65 introverts who attempted this. But waiting is boring, Bakugou said eventually. Midoriya stood up. I agree, let's go break into the UA and see if I pass the exam. Hell yeah! What did I just say about jail time? Inko yelled at the two boys turned the corner to go to Midoriya's room. It's okay! We know a really good lawyer! Bakugou yelled back. And or occasionally committing crimes. Is it just me or this sounds wild? It is, and I love that. Notes, I love writing crack. I can just decide at the last minute that I want them to break into UA and like, that can happen. Anyway, I know this chapter was kinda short and mostly filler, and I feel kinda bad, so I'm gonna update tomorrow too. Until then... Just think. Chapter 16. Kashan, I know what we're gonna do today. Part 2. Insert spy music. Dun 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 dun. Wait. Hold on, I have an idea. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Let me just do like this. And this one. Summary. School's only fun when you're not supposed to be there. Why the hell do you have two official UA gym uniforms in our size? Bakugou said as he held up the jumpsuit. Midoriya shrugged. I found on the internet a few years back. He said as if that was a reasonable answer. Bakugou, well aware of how that was not the best answer that was the best answer he'd get, rolled his eyes. Okay, yeah, whatever. Just sure this plan will work. I'm like 70% sure. You know what? That's good enough for me, Bakugou said. Let's blow this popsicle stand! just to be sure, let me make it a little bit less loud. Oh, like this? Oh, that should be good for you. Perfect. That should be the right audio. Oh yes, we did it. This is so stupid. Bakugou said as they tracked through the wooden area behind UA. Why are we doing this? Because we were bored. Okay, I mean a little, but that doesn't mean I wanted to infiltrate one of the most secure hero schools in the country. Actually, it's ranked #1 in both security and fortification in the heroic weekly as far as hero schools are concerned. Midoriya said as a matter of facility. So it's not just one of the most secure facilities, it's the most secure facility. That's not better! Wow, touchy much. Bakugou groaned. Look, I'm just saying that I don't want to potentially ruin my future of becoming hero over a little under simulation. Relax, we won't get caught. You don't know that? What? Are you doubting my ability to break into a heavily guarded hero base and look at the top secret documents while using a plan I can with? He looked at his non-existent watch mockingly. 45 minutes ago? Kinda, yeah. Well, you totally shouldn't. Also, it's a little bit late for second thoughts. We're here. Midoriya pushed through the foliage, revealing a 30-foot tall wall jutting out from the forest. Remind me why I'm your friend again? Because I'm immortal and you have a bad habit of blowing up your friends. Midoriya said without a pause. Now brace yourself, this party is going to be a little messy. Midoriya gave Bakugou a second to dive for cover before he placed a well-aimed kick using 100% of one for all at the base of the wall, taking out a large chunk of the wall and completely shattering Midoriya's foot. What are you doing? Killing two birds with one stone, Midoriya gestured to the general's hole in the wall. Now we have our way in, and a reason to get to where we need to go quickly without too many questions. Have I mentioned how much I hate you? Bakugou grinned as he said it. Once or twice? Now come on, it's going to be much more fun. It's gonna be so much fun. No one paid attention to the two boys as they made their way across the school ground and into the actual building other than to give them a wide berth as soon as they saw them. It was probably because Bakugou was glaring at anyone that came near, or perhaps it was just that no one wanted to get too close to Midoriya, who had slung one arm over Bakugou's shoulder and was limping down the hallway while licking blood from his leg, which was impaled with pieces of wall. This, as you can imagine, was not an appealing sight. It didn't help that Midoriya, who didn't experience pain in over a decade, was not particularly good at faking it. I mean, this is the kindest way possible, but Midoriya's expression looked like he had just snorted a bottle of lemon juice after becoming acquainted with pig droppings, as he just let out pitiful and frankly lacking in any emotion hours. Okay, so just imagine them walking the corridor and it's like, ow, 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 ow. Anyway, you look constipated, idiot. Bakugou gritted out. Well, I'm sorry, I don't exactly have the best reference on how a person in pain is supposed to look. Neither his as they're rounded on the corner. What about before you got your quirk? You mean 10 years ago? I know for a fact that you were in pain then. I think I actually punched a couple of your teeth out by accident when we were for. Remember that? Midoriya just stared at Bakugou. What? He looked away. You have issues. I have issues? What about you, suicidal adrenaline junkie? Hi! A new voice interjected. But Midoriya and Bakugou slowly looked up to see a bouncy blue-haired girl waving at them. Hi? Midoriya said. Sorry for interrupting your argument, but I couldn't help but notice that you seem kinda broken. She looked down at Midoriya's leg. Wow, it looks even more painful up close. It is? Midoriya said before remembered that most people would be in agony in this situation. How it really hurts. Bakugou slapped his face. Yes, for true sound effects, I slapped my face as well. I bet. The girl continued, ignoring Midoriya's lackluster acting. I'm Nejiri Hado, and you two must be first years because you're too small to be third years, and I know all the second years. I was just going to get a drink, but then I saw you two, and my curiosity got the better of me. My friends tell me I'm too curious sometimes, but I think that the more you know, the better. Anyway, how did you do that? Training accident. At the same time, Midoriya said, faulty jetpack. Faulty jetpack? Bakugou mounted at Midoriya, who just turned up and shrugged. Then she tilted her head. Well, you see, we were training with the rest of our class when a faulty jetpack flew out of the window and hit my leg. We were outside over by the viewing, you know, support department. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. But why are you guys over here? The recovery girl's office is that way. She pointed behind the way they came. Yeah, so it's the viewing. So? Didn't you hear me when I say the support department was involved? Trust me, no one's making it through there for a while. We're taking the long way to recover girl. Understandable. Well, I hate to keep you, especially in that condition. Guess I'll see you around. Considering neither of the boys were official students in UA yet, this was not true. But Nejira was not aware of this and was simply being polite. Don't read too much into it. The two boys waved at the excitable girl and let out twin breaths of relief as she turned down a different hallway. Faulty jetpack? What? It could happen. You know, for someone that's so smart, you really are an idiot. Please, she didn't suspect a thing. Yeah, about that. Bakugou started before Midoriya directed him to a different hall. Left. I have a feeling I should be suspicious on how good a liar you are. If I had to explain how I am alive multiple times without having a legitimate reason like me, you'd be a good liar too. I still can't believe no one suspected us yet. I told you, if you act natural, you'll be fine. Basic infiltration technique. Midoriya said as he turned Bakugou down another hallway. I always tell you, be confident and pretend that you know what you're doing. Nobody is gonna suspect a thing. This place is a fucking maze. We're nearly there, quit whining. I'm not whining. Yes, you are. Do you even know where the hell are we? Of course, I looked into the fire escape plan before we came. It has a surprising number of fire drills, because, you know, support students. Bakugou half. Whatever, just get us there soon. I don't want us to get caught. Midoriya stopped in his track and causing Bakugou to stumble as he struggled to pull his crypt friend along. What the fuck, nerd? I didn't say you to stop. We're here. Midoriya said, looking at the unmarked door in front of him before grinning. Time to have some fun. Bring it. Notes. The things we do out of boredom, am I right? To be fair, I cannot say anything because I actually infiltrated schools out of boredom. So, yeah, no, the things that you do out of boredom. Who didn't do such a thing at least once, right? Let me just drink a little bit. Alrighty. That makes me think about one time when it actually didn't go very well. So I was with a group of friends that decided to go ghost hunting at a local cemetery. The only thing is that the cemetery was guarded by a guard. Okay, so we were like, why there's a guard? Surely it's because there are vampires inside. It made sense at the time. Okay. And so you needed to scale the metal fence to get in, and they had like the spiked fence, like the classy one. Well, it was 5 of us. We managed to enter, but in between, one of my friends slipped and slapped the hand into the spike of this, hurting the hand. A lot of blood, and a lot of running because the scream notified the guard. That was something. Honestly, it makes for a fun story. And there were no ghosts nor vampires that day. But there was a visit to the ER. So that's something. Alrighty, next chapter. Chapter 17. Kachan, I know what we're going to do today. Part 33. Part 3. 77 points. Summary. Bakugou is tired of Midoriya's bullshit. Notes. Crackles in crack. It's locked. Bakugou said as he rattled the handle. It will take more than a simple lock to keep me out. Midoriya limped to the door and took the handle in his hand. With a loud crack, he twisted hard, causing the locking mechanism to break and the door to swing open. That works. Bakugou said as he stepped into the room. The office housed several filling cabinets, each one systematically neat and tidy. In the back corner, there were several computers and monitors for some unknown reason. Wow. Midoriya said after following Bakugou inside the office and closing the door as much as it could be closed in its current condition. This looks like super stereotypical. We have to sort through all those files? It looks super organized, so it probably won't take too long. Are you ignoring the fact that you just put your dominant hand out of commission while trying to look cool? It's gonna be hard for you to do much of anything in that condition. It's fine, I'm ambidextrous. You most definitely are not. Midoriya shrugged. I can fake it, besides, it didn't hurt too much. I'm getting better control of the one for all. Word of the wise. Ambidextrousness is not something that can be faked. If you have doubts about this, then you may wish to conduct a simple experiment. Just try writing your full legal name, or perhaps even your legal name, if you wish, with your first dominant hand and then the other. Chances are one will look far better than the other, regardless of how much you were trying to fake it. If this is not the case, then you really are ambidextrous, which is probably somehow something you should have known at this point of your life. Unless, of course, you are 3 years old, in which case you would probably not know if you were ambidextrous because you are only 3. I would also ask you if you were indeed 3 and to please stop reading this, because as impressive as it is, you can read at this age, this figure swears kind of a lot, and I do not need teaching a toddler how to swear on my conscience. Whatever, what are we even looking for anyway? Bakugou asked. The reports from the entrance exam. Since it was only this morning, they shouldn't be too hard to find. What makes you think that even have them filed yet? They probably don't, but on the off chance that they do, we'll be able to see if I made it in. You're telling me that you had us break into the UA on an off chance? Well, I mean, I was also really bored. You know how energetic I get. That's with my quirk and all. You cannot blame your poor decision on your quirk. Hey, you decided to come with me. I really hate you. I love this author's writing. Sure, you do. Now quit yapping and get to looking. Bakugou wisely decided to just do that. It didn't take long before he found a large manila folder labeled Entrance Exam Year 26. Hey, Dambas! This is what we're looking for? Midoriya limped over to Bakugou and took a look at the folder. I think so. If you take one half and you take one half and I take the other, he said as he split the paper and handed a large stack to Bakugou. Holy shit, this is a lot. It was. Even with the report limited to only a page per participant, there was several hundred sheets. This is due to the fact that both All Might and several other popular heroes were UA alumnus, and as such most people consider UA to be the most prestigious hero school. It was still quite funny that so many students tried for UA, even though there were over a dozen hero schools across the country, with excellent reviews as well. Luckily, between the two of them, it only took about 2 minutes and 46 seconds before Bakugou found his sheet. Hell yeah, first place, bitch! Wait, let me see. Midoriya and Bakugou farm over the paper until Midoriya finally pulled it from his grip. 77 points, nice! Hold on, it says you tied for first. What? With whom? It doesn't say. Bakugou started frantically tearing to the paper in both stacks looking for his mysterious rival. Who the fuck? That's kinda odd. Says here you got 77 villain points and 0 rescue points. Does that mean you get points for rescuing people? Midoriya gasp. Kachan, that means that I may have got it after all! Bakugou stopped sorting to the papers, having found what he was looking for. He clutched a single sheet tightly. No, this can't be. But did you find did you find who you tied with? Bakugou threw the paper, which just drifted lazily to the air unsatisfactorily. Then he privated his feet and shook Midoriya by the shoulder. His quirk active. Whoa, watch it! Those clothes are collectibles! You said you got only 15 points! Midoriya's eyes widened in realization. Wait. He pried himself from Bakugou's grip and ran to the fallen paper. He turned it over to see his own green eyes staring back at him. Midoriya Izuku is first place, tie. 17 villain points, 60 rescue points. Heck yeah! We're going to the UA! Bakugou turns with rage. I will not be beaten by a nerd like you. I didn't beat you, we tied. Same thing. You're too competitive. I'm not competitive, I just want to win. That's what competitive means. Yeah, well, what are you doing? We found those scores, let's get out of here. I'm trying to find Uraraka's score. Who? The girl I saved, she wasted a lot of her time looking for me after I got crushed. I'm trying to see if she still got enough points to get in. Midoriya held up a piece of paper. Hey, it's a French dude, he got in too. The who? French dude, he complained to my glitters before the exam. Bakugou wrinkled his nose. Your blood glitters? Why would he do that? I don't know, he said it was high quality though. The hell does that mean it's blood glitter? I'm not really sure, but the French knows their glitter, so it made me happy. You're so stupid. The French know their glitter. What gave you that idea? Hey, I found her! Midoriya looked at Uraraka's report as he ignored Bakugou. Good news, she made it too! Ooh, third place too, huh? What? Well, it's just that she got 45 rescue points, which is fine. It's just weird since, you know, she kinda failed to rescue me. So that counts? Must be. That does seem like something Nez would do. Midoriya moved the papers back to the folder as Bakugou picked up the sheets that had fallen to the ground in his rage. You know, this was a whole lot easier than I imagined. It's concerning, actually. It would be really simple for some villains to stage a distraction and breaks into UA and go through some of those documents to figure out how to stage a mass attack without anyone being the wiser. The two boys didn't say anything for a moment, allowing the foreshadowing to sink in. Oh well, not my problem. Bakugou rolled his eyes. Whatever you say there, now let's get the hell out of here. I'm not competitive, I just want to win! Oh look, see Matazara! Yes, absolutely. Are you doing anything for Fat Tuesday? I actually always forget when it is. Not gonna lie. But I guess this year I'm gonna make craft with my mom. Because like we have housemaid jam, and the crappings are not very difficult to do. Like before moving to the UK, I often did it with her, so probably that's what we're gonna do. Yeah. Nuts! Yay! I actually managed 2 updates today. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, chapter 18. Catch on, I know what we're going to do today. Part 4. That creepy rat face. What is Fat Tuesday? I'm gonna read you the full definition. So, Fat Tuesday. Okay, Fat Tuesday falls on Tuesday, February 17, marking the final day of Carnival season before the start of Lent. In Italy, this day is not known as Martedì Grasso, and it's the highlight of the Carnival celebration, especially in cities like Venice, Viareggio. I'm fucking stupid. I'm going to Venice for the Carnival. Maybe I could go on the 17th. Like I'm actually so close to it that I don't even need to worry about how much the tickets will cost, because like it actually costs. It's cheaper to go have a walk in Venice than going out somewhere. No. Even though I wanted to go to Viareggio as well, because apparently the carnival in Viareggio is beautiful. It follows the tradition of consuming rich foods such as meat, egg, and dairy before the fasting period in Lent begins. The name Fat Tuesday comes from the practice of using up fatty and rich ingredients before the Lenten fast, which prohibits meat and other indulgent food. In many European countries, including Italy, it is a time of feasting, parades, and festive costumes. In Italy, carnival tradition dates back to ancient Roman festivals like Saturnalia, and were largely integrated into the Christian observances. Actually, now that I think about it, I think that the carnival cars are more of an Italian thing than anything, isn't it? Like even smaller cities have like their own carnivals. Everyone is in costume and everything. Like if you walk down the streets right now, it's full of confetti, and it's gonna be like, full of confetti for another week. Actually, let me see, when is the carnival here? Okay, so all of them are... Okay, so it's gonna be... But the cars are also on the 17th. I'm gonna see if there is an event in Venice, because if not, I'm gonna watch the carnival in my area instead. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Let's continue, shall we? Okay. Well, I guess we're not going back that way. Bakugou said, looking at the hole in the wall that they created was now surrounded by several students and teachers. The teacher especially looked confused at the undesirable lack of wall in that one area. Midoriya hummed, sounding slightly disappointed. Rats, I was afraid of that. You expected them to find out? I knew there was a chance. Then you also made a plan to get out of here. Midoriya stayed quiet. You did, right? You do realize I had like 15 minutes and a bus ride to plan the entire successful infiltration of the #1 hero school. But that wasn't enough time to come up with a way out. Just give me a minute, I'll come up with something. Midoriya put a hand to his temple in concentration. Well, like using your good leg to break another hole in the wall. I got it! That was not a suggestion, Doubles. No, we don't have to do anything like that. We just have to walk out. Bakugou slapped his head. Brilliant! Why didn't I think of that? Seriously, we just have to go to the gate and walk out. We look like students and no one will bat an eye at two boys leaving school early for, say, a dentist appointment. Yeah, because no one would wonder why we both have dentist appointment at the same time. I didn't say it was perfect. Bakugou paused and thought it over. You sure this will work? One? That's opening the gate, alert teachers. I don't want Ratface knowing we were here. Oh, I'm sure that he already knows. What? Midoriya laughed. You didn't think we broke into UA without anyone knowing, did you? He started to walk away, monitoring for Bakugou to follow him to the gate. Is that not what's happening right now? Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm flattered, but you can honestly think that I'm smart enough to outwit the principal of UA, who literally has an intelligence quirk. I mean, fair enough. Midoriya's reaction made Bakugou feel stupid. He, like most people, did not like feeling stupid, so he decided to keep talking. Since his goal was to not feel stupid, this was in itself a stupid decision to make, considering that they both were aware that Midoriya knew more about UA and its teacher than Bakugou did in the bits of a nerve, in case you've forgotten. Yeah, then tell me why the hell we are still here. Midoriya shrugged. I don't know. If I had a guess, I'd say that let's use his facial recognition technology and run it through the UA database. He probably thought that we were the first place winners in the entrance exam and got curious as to what we were doing. He might have then watched us to the camera as we went to the fights and possibly still watching even now. Bakugou stared at his friend. What? It's just a guess. How would he know we were even here in the first place? No one suspects us. Midoriya laughed again. You're kidding, right? There's probably some detection tech at the gate that we tripped coming through. There are cameras all over the place. Midoriya pointed to few places as they walked. Bakugou couldn't see any cameras, but Midoriya seemed fairly confident in his pointing. And there is a trail of blood making our path through to the school. I mean, that's literally, not figuratively. He gestured to his bloody leg. Bakugou looked down at it in surprise. Oh yeah, I kind of forgot about that. We should probably fix that at some point. Not till we get back home. I don't want to push our luck by sticking around for an extra 5 minutes. You gonna just look like that for the entire bus ride? Why not? Cause people will freak out. Maybe they should just mind their own business. Fair enough. Midoriya stopped at the front gate. What now? How do we open it? You have to be kidding me! How? Did you just expect we could open it from the inside? You're such an idiot! This is fine, and this is totally fine. I can figure something else out. Midoriya said with a voice a bit panicky. There must be a button or lever somewhere, right? You can break into UA, no sweat, but this is what freaks you out! Shut up and let me think! I can't believe I let you convince me to do this. We're gonna get caught in the North Carrier, so us heroes will be over and we'll have to become vigilantes and run from the North and All Might and gonna hate us. Personally, I don't know what Bakugou was so worried about, because vigilante sounds like an absolute blast. Unfortunately, that is not the route the story is going, as Midoriya decided to cut off Bakugou with an idea. Oh, got it! Gotcha! Throw Throw me over the wall! On second thought, perhaps they will become vigilantes after all, because that was the dumbest idea ever. What? No, that's the dumbest idea ever, Bakugou said, just proving my point. Do you have a better idea? Literally anything would be better than... There was a click and the gate very slowly started to open. Yeah, I have a better idea. Let's just go out. Nezu must have seen us struggling and decided to help us out. Bakugou shuddered. Can we please not talk about the creepy rat watching us? He looked over his shoulder weirdly. It makes me feel... violated. You're fine, you big baby. Midoriya here as he strode out of the UA and raised a hand to wave back at the building. So long, Nezu! See ya soon! Nezu leaned back in his chair and watched through the security cameras as Midoriya and Bakugou made their way across the campus. He poured a fresh cup of tea as they spoke to Jen chuckled as they broke into the filing office. Technically speaking, there was no reason to have all those official documents on paper. What with this high-tech the school utilized, however, Nezu found that he liked keeping a physical copy of most things, just in case. Also, since we are already here, I would say it's a good time to return to the right atmosphere. Right? His phone rang just as the two boys started arguing about trying for first prize. Hey, Nezu! Is it about the hole in the wall? Yeah, how did you... Don't worry about it, I've got the situation under control. Nezu hung out, and the entire time his eyes never left the screen. The boys left the building and headed back towards the wall, finding the students and teachers now gathering around. So... what will you do? What? No. Now, what will you do? Nezu mattered to the empty room. Should we make a different... voice for Nezu? What kind of voice? What it? Now, what will you do? I don't know how Nezu sounds. To be fair, I don't know how anyone sounds. It's a rat, right? So in any case, something more... I think I'm gonna just talk normally at this point. Now, what will you do? 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 Okay. So, now, what will you do? The cameras outside weren't equipped with microphones, so the principal attempted to read Midoriya's and Bakugou's lips as they walked to the gate. It was quite difficult, even for someone as skilled at the top of lip reading as Nezu. He actually had a medal, and he had one for lip reading a few years back in his closet, although it isn't very important. He managed to pick up the gist of the conversation and was pleasantly surprised to learn that Midoriya had no illusion that his little excursion had gone unnoticed. His pleasantly surprisedness rose a few notches as the boy went ahead to point out several, although admittedly not all, of his hidden cameras. Nezu watched as the two tried to figure out how to surpass the gate. It was quite funny to watch the young boys struggle, but eventually Nezu took pity on them and opened the gate remotely. So long, Nezu! See you soon! How very interesting. Nezu made a mental note to warn Aizawa of his new problem children. Until then, he decided to look more into the two, absolutely giddy with the prospect of having those two as students in his school. What fun they would have. Notes. Good heavens. Ready? It should be the first class. Right? Chapter 19. This is Your Hero Academia! Summary. Midoriya is allowed to go to the UA as long as he promises not to explode the school. Honestly, fair enough. Wait, he has hidden cameras in school? Yeah. I think that's pretty canon. You know? Alright. Izuku! It's here! He ran into the room waving a fancy envelope. Midoriya fell out of his chair. My UA acceptance letter! He ran and grabbed it from his mother. Wow, it's heavier than I thought it would be. I wonder if... I'll leave it to you, okay? His mother winked at him and she left. Good luck. Midoriya thumbed with the seal of the envelope, finally ripping it apart, allowing the small disc to fall and roll across the floor. He cursed and dove it after. Before he grabbed the disc activated and the giant hologram was cast sideways atop his floor. What?
Young Midoriya!
All Might voice bombed. This confused Midoriya considering the letter was from UA and he was fairly certain All Might did not work at the UA. He would have heard of such a thing if he did. Midoriya picked up the hologram and set it on top of his desk as there was some unintelligible chatter from someone behind the camera of the hologram.
What do you mean wrong camera? Oh, what? Oh, well, why didn't you say so?
All Might turned the face to the camera that was projecting the hologram.
Why even have two cameras if you're just using one of them? What a hoss.
All Might?
This is just a recording, so I cannot hear you.
Oh, of course.
Not that it matters considering I've seen a lot more of you since LBTG, you wait this year.
Midoriya jaw dropped. It turned out that he was not aware of his idol mentor. He wasn't quite sure about the exact term of their relationship, becoming a teacher at his go-to school. The same school he had broken into just a week prior. Midoriya wondered if that meant All Might could give him detention if he found out about the whole escapade. He decided to play it safe and not tell him just in case.
But enough about that! Congratulations! You passed the written test with flying colors. As for the protocol, well, just watch the screen.
Midoriya watched the recording of a recording in which Uraraka approached President Mick and asked for some of her points to be awarded to Midoriya. If his eyes became a little wet, well, no one was there to say anything.
Because of your selfness.
I'm sorry to undercut of mine, but I like to point out that this is not totally true. Since Midoriya couldn't die, it wasn't really selfness that drove him. Mind you, I have no idea what it was that drove him, but I figured I'd just remind you that he is immortal. Just in case you've forgotten, you know.
You've been awarded 60 rescue points. Oh, and Uraraka got 45 too for some reason. Anyway, with that, your total points come to 77. A tie for the first place. All Might lean closer to the camera. And fair warning, you tied with young Bakugou. So I'd find a bomb shelter before he realized that if I were you. I can imagine he'd be too happy with you.
Midoriya remembered his reaction when they broke into the UA, and All Might was right. Bakugou was not very happy.
Meaning that you passed, kid.
All Might said, "Send me back."
This is your Hero Academia.
The hologram winked out. Midoriya was crying so much he almost missed the hologram turning back on. Huh? A new video showed Nezu sitting in a much too large chair for his office. Hello, Midoriya. Hello? Nezu chuckled. This is still a recording. Oh, whoops. Don't be embarrassed, it's perfectly understandable. That's gonna be the voice. Midoriya thought that it was odd how perfectly Nezu was reacting to him, even down to the very timing of his chuckles. He was pretty sure it was actually a recording, which meant that Nezu must have based his speech purely on what he knew about Midoriya. This was not a very comfortable thought to think, so Midoriya decided to ignore it for now and focus on what Nezu was saying. This extra recording is of course about you and Bakugou's little adventure from 1 week ago. Don't worry, I'm not about to berate you, quite the opposite in fact. I'm rather amazed at how you executed it. It's the very fact that you had the guts to do it, knowing I find out, is enough to pique my interest. Midoriya let out a little sign of relief. I do hope you don't mind. Nezu continued. You see, I was simply curious what took it upon myself to look into you and Bakugou. This absolutely unfitting voice, and we're gonna keep on doing it. Yeah. The small breath of relief Midoriya had taken now has come back full force as he found himself choking on air. He almost missed the next beat as his body tried to punish him for breathing so fast by making him cough. That being said, I found some very interesting things. Midoriya gasped his chair tightly, worried about what the principal had found. Perhaps he knew about Midoriya's quirk, or his relation with All Might, or maybe he even knew about the accidental avocado explosion. Or as all involved now refer to, the disaster. Yeah, but it wasn't the accidental avocado explosion. That would really make for a terrible first impression. The most intriguing thing I found was some old documents that by your quirk doctor from when you were 5. Netsu leaned towards the camera. You have the most fascinating quirk. I understand your reasoning for keeping it quiet and have no intention of telling anyone. It will be more fun to see if your teachers and classmates are figured out on their own way anyway. Is it just me, or I am slowly and slowly leaning towards Mickey Mouse? Even though he was now slightly terrified that the notorious genius principal was aware of his immortality, Midoriya couldn't help but agree that confusing the rest of his class would be definitely plus to keeping quiet about his work. But I feel certain that you and Bakugou will excel in UA, and I hope that I, as your principal, can help you grow into successor worthy of the #1 hero. Not Michael Mouse. Oh, and it seemed that the principal also knew about One for All. I'm so very excited to see what you do during your time here. And there is no doubt in my mind that you will go to far. This is your Hero Academy, Midoriya. Welcome to the UA. Midoriya sang in his seat, and as the hologram flicked off once more, suddenly it turned back on, showing Nezu grinning slyly to the camera. One last thing. His grin widened. No avocados in class, please. The picture dimmed again. This time for good, Midoriya simply gazed at the empty space. He knew. He knew everything. Not the avocado! I love the diabolical rat sadist. Honestly, fair. Same. Chapter 20. First Impressions. Look out, UA, there is the problem children come! Summary. Don't anyone teach those two to act civilized? So, ready, steady. There were only a few weeks till school started back up once more, and Aizawa got a new bunch of chaos children. As such, he was preparing the best way he could. Napping. So, it was that he was in the middle of a very, very pleasant dream in which he did not have to deal with overpowered teenagers on a daily basis, but he was instead a respectable accountant. When his ringing phone woke him up. Because Aizawa was not a fan of ringing phones, he had most people silence. This means that if he could hear it, that is the call was mostly likely important. What? He grumbled into the place. You sound quite tired, Aizawa. I do hope I didn't wake you up. Aizawa groaned inwardly at the sound of his boss voice. It's fine, what do you need? I don't necessarily need anything, I just wanted to offer you a warning. A warning? Yep. You see, recently it came to my attention that a couple of your students of this year are a bit enthusiastic. What is that supposed to mean? As you would say, problem children. If you wanted to give a heads up, so that you will have time to prepare yourself. The more I am reading the next part, the less I'm pronouncing the words. Welcome to the reading stream. It's gonna get worse. Trust me. It's gonna get worse. This was a lie. That's the only reason for calling was to mess with Aizawa. Don't let me work. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure even if you agree that they have enormous potential, they're just a little volatile. Partially a result of their quirks, but also their personality, I think. Are you purposely being as vague as possible? What did they even do? Just a minor inflation.
What?
Among other things. Aizawa sighed, well aware that Nezu was trying to annoy him, and also aware that was working.
At least can you do at least you can do it. Tell me your names.
I don't think I will. I thought you find it too difficult to figure out yourself, and I really hate to spoil that surprise.
Nezu?
Goodbye, Aizawa. See you in a few weeks.
Yeah, very professional reading. Absolutely, 100%.
Aizawa slumped back into his bed, throwing the now silent phone into the pillow next to him.
What was even the point of calling me if he wasn't gonna give me any information?
He grumbled. That was a rhetorical question. Both because Aizawa already knew the answer and because he was not expecting a response. He had received one, and I have no doubts he would be extremely unnerved considering there was no one aside from himself in this house. And his cat. But his cat was, unlike Nezu, not a talking animal. She also did not care about Aizawa's troubles with his boss and the promise of problem children. As for the reason for Nezu calling, the answer was, of course, that the principal delighted in confusing people with a passion that revolted even Midoriyas. And truly, Nezu was giddy at the prospect of seeing Aizawa attempt to teach the lively bundle of chaos that was Izuku Midoriya. As for Aizawa, he found himself dreading teaching Midoriya. Not that he knew that he would be teaching Midoriya, nor did he even know who Midoriya was, but he found himself dreading it regardless.
Rightfully so, I would say.
First day of school.
That desk is made for school-related materials only. Please remove your feet from atop and its surface, as its unseemly behavior of yours is acting as disturbance for the rest of the class.
I knew that it was Ida. And meanwhile I was doing it, I was chopping my arms. Unconsciously. What the fuck? Ida chopped his arms through the air to emphasize his point. Bakugou glared at him with unhidden contempt.
Who shoved that stick up your ass? Yes, I'll have you know I made it into the school too. Therefore, my feet are technically school-related materials. Now fuck off, you have to be extra.
Ida spotted at the unrestricted profanity. Kachan, stop being a smartass. Midoriya said as he dropped his bag on the desk behind Bakugou. He then turned the face to Ida. Apologize for my friend. Kachan has the social skill of a toddler and no regards for basic decency. He glared at Bakugou.
Shut up, Dumbas.
Stop acting like a barbarian and take your feet off the desk. You're taking this privilege as a whole side.
Well, excuse me? Shut it, nerd.
I know that look. You think you're fucking better than me.
Well, I have news for you, Mr. Elite.
Midoriya groaned and cut Bakugou off. This again? Not everyone thinks they're better than you. Just be civil for once in your life and at least try to act respectful.
Fucking bake me!
As if he had been waiting for those words, Midoriya rolled up his sleeves and gave a fatter grin before launching himself at Bakugou.
This is not proper conduct!
Ida looked ready to start vibrating from the stress of the situation. The two boys rested, attracted the attention of the rest of the class, as Midoriya tried to push Bakugou's legs off the desk, who in turn was trying to push Midoriya off himself.
Let go of me, you maniac!
Not till you show some respect! Uraraka chose that moment to bounce to the door. Oh, hi, Midoriya! Then she took a moment to fully comprehend the situation before her bath time.
Oh, hi, Uraraka!
He said as he tugged on Bakugou's foot. This turned out to be a bad idea, as there was a shoe attached to the foot. Another moment of tugging, there was no longer a shoe attached to it, and it flew off and soared halfway across the room, narrowly missing Koda, who let out a squeak of surprise. Sorry, let me just take care of this really quick. What's happening? Uraraka leaned over to ask Ida.
I believe they are fighting.
No, duh, but why?
You jerk! Leave me alone!
Bakugou yelled as he shoved an elbow to Midoriya's face. I will as soon as you... The desk, having had far too much of this nonsense, decided to see itself out by tipping over under the strain of the two boys and falling to the ground with a loud crash.
No, look what you've done, Kat-chan! This wouldn't have happened if you weren't climbing on me like a fucking monkey!
Not my fault that you leaned through the physical violence.
I'll show you physical violence!
Not only did he proceed to show Midoriya physical violence, a lesson that was not necessary considering how accustomed Midoriya was already having fought Bakugou more times than he could count. But the entire class had front row seats to the Midoriyas and Bakugou show as the two wove their way around and often through the desk and chairs.
You're so immature, Kat-chan!
Should we stop them? Yaros asked quietly. I don't know if we can. They look pretty intense. Kirishima responded. It was at that moment Aizawa walked into the room, shredding his customary sleeping bag like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. He thought upon seeing the entire class clinging the two boys who were shouting gently, causing a large disturbance. Those must be the two nets warned me about. Oh dear. Notes. Forget an apple. Midoriya's teacher needs a bottle of tequila. Is this a Ayaoi fanfic? No, that's a crack fanfic. It's even better. It's even better. It's literally take the story and make shit happen. Okay. And the only relationships that you have there confirmed is Midoriya and Bakugou being besties, and a ship between Midoriya and the sweet relief of death. I'm not even kidding. It's written in the tags. Okay. Chapter 21. First Impressions, Part 2. Please don't break your bones in school. Summary. Aizawa considers retirement. Notes. What kind of crack film wouldn't be if I didn't traumatize everyone? Honestly, yes. And everything is still canon. Yes. Yes. Okay, let me just... 1 second. Let me just mute 1 second. Okay. Okay. Well, if you weren't such a stubborn ass,
Explode your fucking face, manic!
Aizawa loudly cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the entire class, including Midoriya and Bakugou.
Oh shit.
Bakugou grows out. No. Aizawa started before being cut off by a squeal from Midoriya, who had just seen the teacher.
Holy heck, it's Eraserhead!
You cannot sleep when I'm reading fanfictions. There's gonna be screams. Aizawa wasn't expecting to be recognized. Simply his status as an underground hero kept him out from the public eye, which was exactly how he liked it. Still, he refused to show any surprise and instead simply nodded. Eraserhead is my...
You know this hobo?
Bakugou asked Midoriya, interrupting Aizawa once again. Aizawa glared at the boy and activated his quirk, his red eyes glowing threateningly. It wasn't necessary. Midoriya had already slashed him loudly and Bakugou recoiled before rolling his eyes. Jeez, sorry. The way he said it implied that Bakugou was actually not sorry, not even a little bit. But Aizawa decided to let it slide. As I was saying, I am Aizawa Shouta, your home teacher. He turned to Sen and stared at Midoriya. Also known as... Hero Pro Eraserhead. There was quite a bit of whispering following that declaration. The louder was, of course, Bakugou announcing his disbelief that a washed-up stiff like that could possibly be a hero, followed by Midoriya's rambling mother that were only comprehensible to himself. Even Bakugou, having known the boy for his entire life, was only able to catch about 1 in 7 words. This was not even useful, as it's very difficult to understand a one-sided conversation with 6-7 of the sentences that are unintelligible. Aizawa signed, 12 seconds into knowing those two, and he already and mentally waiting the pros and cons of retirement. Quiet, please. The class complied. Your gym uniforms are in the box right there. He gestured to the front of the room. You have 10 minutes to get changed and meet me at the testing ground. Do not be late. And with that, Aizawa did 180 and walked out of the classroom as the children scrambled madly to find their outfits in his peripheral vision. He wondered if it was too late to beg Nezu for a raise. Aizawa found his will to live shrinking exponentially through the testing. There were many reasons for this. Partially it was because Bakugou was constantly declaring his superiority and how he was going to beat Midoriya with a confidence that was, if I am to be honest, downright terrifying. Mineta going around harassing all the girls was also not helpful. Aizawa vowed that if the perfect got last, he would make a good on him promise to expel him. There was also the slight issue with Midoriya. That's a lie. Midoriya was the main issue. Nothing slight about it. Aizawa suspected it would be the cause in most situations. The boy seems to sacrifice his limb the same way one might throw out all leftovers, without concern and with only minimal deliberation. If I use my leg for the long jump, then I will be harder to run the 50. Wait, I could use my right and jump the whole thing, but then my sideways jump score would be trash. I can dislocate my back, then the toe touch to make up for toe, and then my left hand for the grip strength, and my right for the soft belt throw. Yeah, that should work. Aizawa struggled to hear Midoriya's mother, and then after getting closer, he doubted he heard correctly. Until he watched with his own 2 eyes as Midoriya passed each test with both flying colors and broken bones. It still took several minutes of Aizawa's brain to catch up to his eyes. Halfway through the testing, Midoriya was already limping with 2 broken legs and what appeared to be a completely shattered left hand. And the kid was just fine. Literally no sign of pain, or even Bakugou acted like it was totally normal for his friend and was completely broken, only stopping to tell him how he was definitely going to beat him. The rest of the class seemed to be quite baffled upon watching Midoriya as well. However, they considered the fact that one of their classmates had both a bird head and a sentient shadow, while another was quite literally invisible, and decided that the boy who broke his bones in a burst of super strength wasn't that weird. This reasoning did not help Aizawa from feeling that the entire situation was extremely confusing. He rather internally blamed this confusion for causing him to have an idea which, in hindsight, was perhaps not entirely smart. In his defense, he was only aware that Midoriya had strength quirk, and his file did not list any specifics such as his inability to feel pain or the healing aspect of his quirk. This meant that Aizawa was privy to only the knowledge that his student was knowingly breaking his own body in order to pass what should have been a very, very simple placement test. Still, using his quirk on the boy was perhaps one of the worst things that he could have done. But let me reiterate that Aizawa should not be blamed for what followed. Okay? In his mind, he was simply doing what the sanest option was in an insane situation. Stopping his student from shattering his one remaining arm during the ball throw. Now, the simple fact that Midoriya was now in possession of 2 separate quirks, Adrenaline Rush and One for All, while technically speaking the 2 had merged to become Hysterical Strength, Midoriya still thought of them as separate. Perhaps that is why Aizawa was only able to raise one of them as he activated his quirk. Midoriya threw the ball with little superhuman strength as he activated One for All. Unfortunately, he did so only a fraction of a second after Aizawa activated his quirk in an attempt to stop Midoriya from hurting himself more. This had the opposite effect of suddenly erasing all the effects of adrenaline rush and leaving Midoriya with 4 broken limbs and the feeling of excruciating pain for the first time in a decade. This, as you can imagine, was not entirely pleasant, and Midoriya reacted in the typical manner for those in immense agony. He screamed. The scream was loud and long and continued even as Midoriya collapsed to the ground like a ragdoll. It suddenly dissolved into a long string of gabbled half profanities. Realizing that something was very, very wrong, Aizawa immediately blinked, stopping his quirk. This was actually mostly an instinctual action, as in what he was freaking out as he realized that he just killed a kid. He hadn't, and even if he had, it wouldn't really be that big of a deal after all. Midoriya is immortal. Although, on that note, it remains to be seen if he would actually come back to life if he was to die while Aizawa had his quirk active. Forgive me for not wanting to test that. As soon as his quirk cut off, the screaming did too. So that's pain! Wow, what a rush! Midoriya jumped on his feet, seemingly back to normal. He smiled for a bit. I don't think I actually like that.
The hell happened?
Bakugou yelled at him. He sounded quite angry, but actually he was simply concerned. It is very easy to mix up emotions with Bakugou, as to an outsider there is no discernible difference. As I was still rather shocked at the unexpected situation, a common symptom of Midoriya's trademark teacher trauma, and made no move to explain. Luckily, Midoriya jumped right away to answer. That's a Eraserhead quirk. It's in its core. It was even able to override my quirk and a pain suppressor. The last end of his sentence was directed to Aizawa. The teacher realized that Midoriya was trying to help him by offering an explanation for his reaction. It made sense. A pain suppressant aspect of his quirk explained why he hadn't seemed to mind getting injured. Still, your approach to this test is illogical. Do you intend to become incapacitated and have someone save you? Mr. Aizawa, sir, I'm simply trying to show you what I can do. Also, as a part of my quirk, I can heal myself when I need to. That wasn't on your file. And it really should have been, Aizawa thought. He was going to have a talk with whoever decided that it would be a good idea to ignore the crucial information and nearly cause him to have a heart attack. Midoriya shrugged. Well, I can. I don't really need to worry too much about being safe or taking me easy because thanks to my quirk, there's not much of a downside of going full-on plus ultra all the time. Aizawa did not have a proper rebuttal to this, and still being a little rattled, as it was, he simply signed and put a hand to his temple. Fair enough. Well, I fucking love this. One thing. Now imagine being one of the students. Especially, most students didn't know about Eraserhead, right? Right? So, for who didn't pay attention, it kind of looked like Aizawa has a secondary quirk that make you fucking die in pain. And I'm living for this. Alrighty. Now. Let me just check one thing. Because I realize that I don't remember what I'm streaming tomorrow. Okay, the first stream is at 7. Okay, it's alright. Perfect. I didn't want to risk to not sleep in case. I didn't remember when is the morning one. Okay, next chapter. Are you ready? Are we ready for this? I would say After the chapter stretch, I would say after the chapter also, since it's the part 3, we could stop here for today. You know? Because it's been 4 hours. It's gonna be intimidating for people that are from the VOD gang. What do you think? Okay. Let's stretch now, okay? 3, 2, 1, stretch. Okay. Alrighty. So, Hysterical. Chapter 22. First impressions, part 3. Spoiler, he dies. We love spoilers, right? Summary. Emperor Aizawa declares that there shall be no murder. How? Bakugou screams as he launched himself at Midoriya upon seeing the scoreboard. Aizawa, having expected this reaction and knowing how it will turn out, had his capture weapon at the ready and used it to restrain the explosive boy. There will be no murder today. I'm gonna keep the emotionless voice. Yeah. Bakugou screamed against his bond despite attempting to reach Midoriya. The funny thing was, neither of them got first place. That honor belonged to Todoroki, but the slight difference between 3rd place and 4th place was enough to make Bakugou explode literally with anger. Ha! In your face! Midoriya taunted only angry Bakugou more. Midoriya, I would greatly appreciate if you do not provoke the exploding child. But it's fun! No. Aizawa sighed and turned to the rest of the class. Also, I was lying about expelling someone. Only because Hagakure got last instead of Mineta, he thought. Oh well, I'm sure that there will be plenty of more chances to expel him. Just logical rules. He continued and then turned into the class. Anyway, we're done here. Go get lunch. Go without me, I got to take care of this. Midoriya waved a broken arm and at Bakugou. Save me a spot! Yeah, sure, whatever. Bakugou looked at his arm with disgust. Just make it quick. I don't want to hang around with those nerds for very long. Aww, those poor cats not wanna make friends. Midoriya mocked. You better fucking hurry before I decide to spread along with the process myself. Midoriya simply laughed before skipping off and find a bathroom in which to kill himself. That's another beautiful sentence to join the stream in. Imagine now, someone joins in randomly and there is me just cheerfully being like, Midoriya simply laughed before skipping off to find a bathroom in which to kill himself. The fucking music drop. Hey! Bakugou turned his head to the... Ah no, wait. No, it was her. Hey! Bakugou turned his head to see Uraraka waving over him. It wasn't like he wanted to go sit by her. It was simply out of convenience and the lack of empty tables. Still, he found himself carrying his tray over to where she and Ida were sitting. The hell do you want, round face? Uraraka. She got a round face. And you're Katran, right? He wiggled an eyebrow mischievously. Shut up, stupid round face! Uraraka. Can fucking call me that! Language? Ida interjected. But isn't that what Midoriya called you? He asked in ignorance. That he doesn't count! Oh! Don't tell me he's here, boyfriend. Oh, hell no! Why are you laughing at me, bitch? Uraraka was in fact laughing to the point of choking on the sip of water she had unwittingly taken only moments after asking. This was because Bakugou's expression was like that of someone who had been expecting a mouthful of water but was instead treated to the taste of spoiled milk. With a bug in it. Sorry. Uraraka struggled to regain control of her lungs. I'll stop whistling with you now, I swear. That would be advisable, Ida said. It is not very heroic to mock your friends. Who said I'm friends with you, prissy bastard? Ida jaw dropped. Why you... So, Uraraka intercepted. Where is Midoriya? I thought that he'd be with you.
Never had to go to clean up from the testing.
His quirk has a healing aspect, doesn't it? Good thing too. I remember watching him get crushed in the entrance exam. I thought that he was dead for sure. Wait! You're the exploding demon he was talking about! Bakugou rolled his eyes. Anyway, you don't seem too concerned about his injuries. Does that happen a lot?
Way too fucking often.
Bakugou muttered. How does his quirk work? Ida asked, having recovered from his profanity-induced shock. I haven't seen him heal himself, so I assume that there is some kind of prerequisite needed to... But I am unsure as to what.
Why am I even talking to extras?
Bakugou asked, dodging the question. Because Midoriya is not here and you're bored? Uraraka said. It was completely true and he knew it. But Bakugou being Bakugou, there was no way he would admit it. He was unable to think of a clever rebuttal, which, while uncommon, was not necessarily unheard of for Bakugou.
Shut up.
He eventually grumbled. She did not. Meanwhile, Midoriya had finally found a bathroom. He set his back on the counter and began to dig around. Probably no knife. Don't want too much blood. He muttered to himself. I could probably just break my neck? No. That would look like foul play if anyone walked in before I was done. You see, Midoriya was ill-prepared to reset at school. In the past, he had just dealt with the injuries, or if they weren't bad enough, would his mother take care and take him home. This was no longer an option, as he was well aware that he would most likely continue to sustain huge injuries and needed to take care of them at school. He had, however, prepared a vast array of materials that would be great for healing himself. Unfortunately, the majority of them would be quite messy and, well, as well as being more or less illegal. Heck yeah! He said after finding a little baggie with several small pills. I didn't think I had any left. Midoriya was holding a quick-acting poison, the acquisition of which is a story for another time. It was incredibly lethal. He would know. Down the hatch! When it was lunch for the students, the teachers also had their own break. This was good, as Aizawa sorely needed the rest. He also, as it is with most humans, needed to go to the bathroom. Now, while there is a staff-only restroom near their offices, it was clear across the school, and Aizawa had no intention of walking that far, when the restroom near the cafeteria was perfectly usable. This was a reasonable intent with only one problem. Midoriya was in that restroom. This meant that Aizawa would open the door to see his students pass me on the bathroom floor right in front of the stalls, while a thick white foam poured from his mouth, which, as you can imagine, was not exactly a pretty sign. Nor was it a wanted sign or an expected sign. It was, at least for Aizawa, incredibly disturbing. Nope. Now, well, the reasonable response would most likely be check and make sure that Midoriya was okay, Aizawa was on his last row as it was, so it was that he simply left the now unconscious boy, turned around, and closed the door. Then he proceeded to make his way to the south bathroom after deciding it was probably worth the extra walk. For the rest of his break, he tried his best to forget what he had seen. He did not. We love trauma here. Amazing. Fucking amazing. Okay, I kinda want another one. Should we do another one? You know, just to... I'll be honest, I just want to arrive to Your Might. I just want to arrive to Your Might, not gonna lie. It shouldn't be that far. And technically speaking, we are on First Impression Part 4, so we should continue, right? Okay. Alrighty. Line of timelines are for cowards. First Impressions Part 4. Dress to intimidate. Izuku, those extras are harassing me! Good for them, you could use a good harassing. Then Midoriya as he sat down in between Uraraka and Bakugou a few minutes after recovering from his death.
What the fuck? Don't take their side, asshole!
Thank you for keeping an eye on him, Midoriya said to Araraka, blatantly ignoring Bakugou. I know he can be a handful. I do hope that he didn't bite anyone. He reached over the wrap of Bakugou's hair.
Hey, cut out, dipshit!
Bakugou violently ripped Midoriya's hand away.
Damn it, you got your fucking glitter in my food.
Deal with it. Uraraka giggled. I think he was about ready to kill Ida, but other than that...
I simply corrected his poor grammar, Ida interjected. I'll correct your face!
It's your, not your, Ida said.
The fuck does that even mean?
I fucking love this. I fucking love how this makes sense when you're reading it. I love planning a reading marathon, movie marathon, and an ASMR marathon. Shh, I'm just having fun.
And also, I was looking for the cowboy hat, okay? I want to use it. I want to use the cowboy hat.
Okay. The banter did not stop for the remainder of the lunch. In fact, Bakugou continued to yell up till the start of the class. It was fun, Midoriya decided. For quite some time, it has been just him and Bakugou and the occasional Lucky, who was drawn by Bakugou's confidence. They never stayed for long. Uraraka seemed less shy now that he had gotten to know her, and Ida, as stuck up as he might have been, was just as stubborn as Bakugou, which made for an entertaining duo. The rest of the afternoon progressed smoothly. They met their own teachers, each one subjected to Midoriya's constant fanboying, and began to settle in as they became familiar with the school and their classmates. The day ended with Aizawa returning for the last 10 minutes, just in time to stop Bakugou from blowing up Ida, who had corrected his grammar once again. Specifically, he was attempting to explain the difference between two and two, the additional distinction of which is only possible to those aware of the fourth wall. We love fourth wall breaking. Upon using his quirk, it was brought to Aizawa's attention that several students had been under the impression that his quirk was excruciating pain causer, and that the name Eraserhead referred to, as Kaminari put it, you erase the things in your head that say no pain. This came as a surprise for Midoriya, as he assumed it would be only obvious that their teacher quirk was after seeing it in action that morning. It was not. You see, the only thing the students had seen was Midoriya falling to the ground in agony. Him explained it away by saying it was Aizawa's quirk, and then providing a vague explanation on how he hadn't felt pain since his quirk came in, so he was slightly unprepared. As you can imagine, the obvious conclusion from this would be that that nearly 75% of the class came to. That their teacher was somehow allowed to literally torture his students using his quirk. But I digress. Eventually, the students began to file out, presumably so that they could go home and prepare for the next day. Midoriya and Bakugou were about to follow suit until Aizawa stopped them. Midoriya, I like to talk with you for a bit. Now, Midoriya was no stranger to being held after class. You may even recall that talking to his former teacher was actually how he came into contact with the sludge villain. Luckily, he hadn't developed a talking to teacher after class phobia from that event, so he was perfectly content to tell Bakugou to go on without him. You're always ditching me, loser. Those little cats need help walking home. Fuck you. I'll come to your house after, okay? Be fast as making a katsudon. Ooh, katsudon. Katsudon is good. Heck yeah, I'll be there. Okay. Aizawa motioned for Midoriya to take a seat before he pulled up a chair himself. First, I must apologize for this morning. I had no idea your quirk would react that way. I was simply afraid of you injuring yourself beyond pain. I'm glad to see that you're back to normal now. Oh, no biggie. My healing and pain tolerance isn't in my quirk description, so I can see how you were confused. Midoriya waved away his teacher's concern. Which is a serious oversight in itself. Only sometimes. Aizawa shook his head. As long as you're okay, I guess. Midoriya bounced in his seat, which in a way proved his okayness. The second thing I wanted to discuss is your hero costume. He pulled out a sheet of paper showing off the official blueprint for the design he and Bakugou had decided on nearly 6 weeks prior. Now, I apologize for interrupting the scene with Aizawa, as I'm sure you would find it absolutely hilarious. However, I feel it necessary to commence a slight flashback so that you might know exactly how the design of a Midoriya costume can turn to fruition. As such, I will now turn your attention to roughly a month and a half before the first day of school. Specifically to the moment in which Midoriya was showing his friend his costume plan.
It's trash.
Said Bakugou as he examined Midoriya's sketch. What? I thought it looked good.
Not even a little bit. The colors are all wrong, the style is unflattering, and you don't even start me on that train wreck of face covering.
Yeah, well, what do you know about fashion anyway? I think it looks great.
Izu, my parents are literally designers. I think I know a thing or two about style.
Fine, and how would you do it? Midoriya crossed his arms. Bakugou wiped out a pencil and began to scribble over the design. Oi!
First, get out with the hoodie. It looks like shitty Easter Bunny cosplay.
I thought it was cool.
Yeah, for a five-year-old maybe. But this will be your costume for the rest of your life, and I'm not gonna let you go looking like a green All Might wannabe.
Ouch.
The color coordination is all wrong. Without the hoodie, you look like a stick of boiled broccoli. Why on earth did you put so much green?
I don't know.
Maybe because it's like my color. So you use it as an accent here.
Bakugou added a few notes into the drawing.
Switch the black and green. The black won't stand out as much for stealth mission, and then the green just adds to the overall design.
Oh. That's not actually half bad.
That's what you get for doubting me, numbers.
Any other suggestion? Bakugou grinned wickedly. Should I be concerned?
Hell no, you should be thankful.
He turned his attention back to the paper and began to fix it once more at a fronting rate that matched his tone.
Out with the shoulder pads, literally, why?
Well, I thought...
Don't care, mouth guarding thing also has to go. No need for some demonic smile thing that does absolutely nothing.
Hold up! I need something for my face.
No, you don't.
But even you have a mask!
Listen closely. It's because I'm only gonna say it this once. You don't need a mask.
What?
Shut up. Shut up. The only benefit to a mask is to keep your identity safe. Stylistic preference or to intimidate villains.
Bakugou held up a finger to emphasize each point.
You're fucking immortal, and I know you don't care about style. So that's out. And you don't need to worry about the rest.
Wait. What do you mean?
Bakugou groaned. Are you really gonna make me spill this out for you?
I think at this point, clarification is necessary. Yes.
Yeah. Look, you can already be intimidated when you want to. You don't need a mask for that. Nor the stupid smile mouth guy would accomplish that anyway.
But I'm most definitely not intimidating.
Well, not typically. But like, sometimes when you're pissed at something or you get all training and it's fucking freaky. You like smile really wide and you kinda look like you wanna eat someone, and it's during a fight, so there's like blood taking down your face. It's seriously messed up.
Midoriya blinked. Question. Was an attempt on a compliment? I would like to interrupt to say that typically calling a person's face, and I quote, fucking freaky, is not normally regarded as a compliment. But as it is Bakugou we're talking about, that's as close as he gets.
Hell no, I'm just proving my point.
Got it, so no mask.
Exactly.
But you think my face is intimidating?
I'm moving on.
Yeah, right, that's fair.
Those gloves are dumb. Do you want to look like a fucking hedgehog? Hedgehog?
What? Midoriya's confused, as most people would be on how having gloves would in a way, shape or form warrant being compared to a hedgehog.
Sonic, keep up.
Bakugou said.
Make them fitted with a little longer halfway into your elbow. And put some knuckle duster in them too to give punches a little zest.
That's correct, Bakugou, as this was perhaps not the best word to use in the situation. Rather, one could use blood, pain, or if you were feeling adventurous, both physical and mental turmoil. This is because those are all perfectly reasonable products of knuckle dusters where zest is not.
Okay. Colors still suck, make them red with your shoes.
Are you done yet?
Nope. Maybe if you hadn't had such a shitty design in the first place, I wouldn't have to change so much.
Fine, just hurry up, won't ya?
Gotta get rid of those sleeves too.
Say what?
Oh, please, I've seen you punch with one for all. Do you really think that any sleeve would survive that?
Hey, I just saw... You just want me to match you.
So it only makes sense that the two top heroes will have similar costumes.
No, it doesn't. That's the stupidest thing I ever heard. Although I'm afraid that you want to be willing to match the number one hero. That takes a lot of confidence.
You dumbass, I'm gonna be the number one here.
Yeah, sure you are. Bakugou and push his chair back.
I'll show you.
Can we just this fight after my costume is done?
Fine, but this is not over.
Midoriya looked down at the sketch. And actually, I think it's pretty good right now. Are we done?
No.
Bakugou stared at this paper as it had personally offended him.
It's still missing something.
Well, you're the fashionista here.
Got it. Do you have a golden pen? A gold pen?
Yeah?
Give it.
Midoriya complied. Bakugou drew atop the sketch, adding a gold stripe to each glove, gold button to his red utility belt, and a gold laced on his body.
Perfect.
Oh. I like it actually quite a bit.
What did I fucking tell you? Now if it wasn't a costume worthy of a hero, then I don't know what is it.
The number one hero.
Why?
Bakugou yelled as he launched himself at Midoriya. Luckily, the sketch managed to survive the encounter by some turn of fate, thus Midoriya outfit was decided. Okay, notes. Gonna be 100% honest, this chapter was entirely self-fulfillment. I just really wanted to redesign Midoriya's costume, and I had to insert my headcanon of Bakugou being a total fashion diva. You cannot tell me that someone who literally picked the grenade, gloves, and explosion harpins doesn't care about his looks. Bakugou has more style than the entirety of UA except for maybe Aoyama. Fight me. Honestly, fair.
That's fucking fair.
That's my headcanon now as well.
Okay.
Oh, we are still with the first impression.
Chapter 24. First impression, part 5. A child with a gun.
Summary.
Aizawa is concerned.
No.
There you go. Aizawa is concerned. There you go.
Remember how I said that this was gonna be a shorter chapter? Apparently there were other plans and I was not aware of until finishing writing this. Anyway, here's a surprisingly normal-sized chapter. Enjoy! Okay, so now that the flashback has concluded, I will now direct you back to the normal timeline. Which is, in case you have forgotten, approximately 17 minutes after the first day of school had officially ended. Perhaps you will recall that Aizawa was in the middle of a conversation with Midoriya, the first half of which had pertained to his quirk and the unfortunate lack of info in his file. If you did not recall this, then I hope you do now. Think as how I just told you.
The second thing I wanted to discuss is your hero costume.
Aizawa said. Oh, I think I might know what the issue is.
Thank goodness. I was worried that you were just going to go ahead with this without talking about it with a teacher.
Midoriya laughed. Definitely not my intention. I just totally spaced the fact that I should probably see what your thoughts are before we actually have to use the costume tomorrow.
I think that would be wise.
Super wise. The two sat in silence for a moment, neither knowing how to start the topic. However, this might mean that they were still better than off than you are. Not being aware of either thing they were thinking about. I know, of course, but saying how I haven't told you yet, it is impossible for you to know. You're most likely wondering why I haven't done that by now. The answer is something called suspense. It is a feeling that one gets being led on and expecting to receive some form of conclusion, and you might be feeling it right now. I do, however, understand how such dramatic effect can be considered to be quite annoying, and I despise being seen as rude, so I will now continue with this retelling and hope that you do not hate me now. So... Midoriya said awkwardly after a moment. I guess I was hoping you'd be okay with how my costume was actually sewn by my mother. Obviously, I eventually have to get a school-supported designer to redo it with high-quality material, but I was hoping I'll be able to wear it for the time being. Wait. You're worried about being able to wear the costume your mother made? Yeah? Midoriya? That is not what I need to talk about. No? Oh, that's good. I really wanted to wear it and wait, not good. What did you want to talk to me about? Midoriya said in confusion. Yes, well, it's not really a problem that your mother made it. No. I want to talk to you about the equipment you ask for support course for. Oh. Ironically, oh, was all that Aizawa had said upon seeing the list himself. I have few issues with some of the things. Aizawa looked back at the paper and cleared his throat. Let's start with this one. A razor in the collar of the outfit, which, and I quote, can fly into my jugular when I push one button, or fly out at my enemies if I push a different button. Aizawa looked at Midoriya, who shifted awkwardly in his seat. Why? Using it on villains, okay? I can see that, but why on earth would you have an option for it to go into your own throat? Well, you see, I can feel pain. Yes, I am painfully aware of that fact. However, that does not answer my question. What if you hit the wrong button by accident? I can assure you I will be fine. You would die? Midoriya shrugged. This was very concerning to Aizawa, who did not like the implication of a student shrugging after being told they would die. He decided to just ignore that and continue. And that's not it. Cyanide pills in the pocket for your utility belt. What do you ever plan on doing with those? Shove them down the throat of the villain? Because that would be very, very difficult and also very, very illegal. I have no plans for giving them to villains, Midoriya answered. Then who? Me. What? Any other issue? Or is that all? Is that all? No, of course there is more! Alright, let's hear it. Barring the inter of the costume that essentially make you into a human taser. So that when I touch the villain, they'll get electrocuted. Midoriya said happily. He was actually quite proud of that one. Yes, but so will you. I can feel pain, but I can feel pain. And then, a gun? Really? Midoriya, you really want a gun? Yes. No! Midoriya rolled his eyes. Snipe gets one, why can't I have one? It's part of his quirk. Mine too. What? My healing. I can do it, but there are certain requirements. Do I want to know? Midoriya pointed at the paper. Gun. Gun? Gun. Aizawa did not know how to respond to this, so he simply moved on. A canister of knockout gas. He raised his eyebrows. Which, while it might be useful against villains, I feel the need to retaliate that it would also affect you. Oh, that one actually I have a good reason for. Midoriya said excitedly. I can pass out! What? I literally saw your unconscious body during lunch. Midoriya told them back at the day lunch, in which he had killed himself in a public bathroom. Oh, you saw that? Yes, I saw that. But I can promise you that I was not unconscious. Then what? Anyway, I always been approved. It's already been approved, so I don't think you can do anything about it. Who the hell approved this? All right. Of course. Aizawa brought out his head in his hand. Why wouldn't he? He looked back at Midoriya. Please, tell me you at least have good insurance so the school doesn't have to pay for your inevitable demise. Actually, most insurance companies stopped working with us a few years back. Why, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, that's only rational. That's only rational.
Yeah, something about too much collateral damage. But it's fine. My mom is a lawyer, so it's not a problem.
Too much You know what? I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Can I go now? I'm going to Bakugou's for dinner.
Please. Just leave.
Midoriya did.
Nezu, I'm going to die.
Aizawa said as he walked into the principal's office without so much as nodding, which was very impolite but also understandable considering the situation.
I am quite literally going to die.
I take it you have acquainted yourself with Midoriya?
He can feel pain.
I am aware.
And you didn't think of telling me?
You found out eventually, didn't you?
Yes. After using my quirk on him and causing half of the class to think that I had the ability to cause excruciating pain at any given moment.
Keep them on the tall side, as I always say,
Nezu said. He attacked another student.
Kin Bakugou are on good terms. I'm sure Noriya was intended.
He broke over a dozen bones today.
And killed all of them as well.
He wants a gun. He wants a gun!
Aizawa was nearly bleeding. I have already verified his permit.
He passed out in the bathroom and I was foaming at the mouth?
Yes, about that. Why didn't you check to make sure then that he was okay? Nezu, of course, was well aware of the events that transpired earlier that day because of his constant monitoring of the cameras. He also was not concerned considering he knew about Midoriya's quirk, but it was still a little strange to watch the teacher simply leave the dying boy. Aizawa rolled his eyes.
Please, this is a crack fit. Even I can be rational all the time.
The two sat in silence following Aizawa's declaration. Finally, he spoke one more.
Can I get a rise?
The priest dissolved into a mess of maniacal laughter. The crazy sound stopped abruptly as Nezu looked up and stared directly at Aizawa's eyes.
Wait. So it was like... Can I get a raise? No. Can I get a raise?
No.
Okay, with this voice it's even worse.
And that's where they got the fan art.
Midoriya has a gun. Life is about to get a whole lot more interesting. That's how Ala reacted to my proposition. Yeah.
No.
Okay. Ready for the second day of school. Chapter 25.
Way more exponent than accessory. Part 1. Fighting children. Summary, because you can make a hero without having children explode each other.
Second day of school. I am here to educate the future generations.
Oh my goodness, it's All Might! Midoriya squealed. Bakugou turned his chain to look at him.
What the hell? You really knew he was going to teach here?
Yeah, but I forgot. Bakugou groaned exasperatedly. What? It's been a long week.
Hurry and get into your costumes. Today you learn how to become a hero.
All Might said. What do you mean in chapter 25? It's very good, okay? It's very good. We have suicidal kids and guns. And glitters. Oh, and also cameras in the bathrooms. Let's not brush over that. There are cameras in the bathrooms.
Okay. It is now time for some...
All Might look down at the note written in his hand.
Indoor anti-personal battle training. Anti-personal. I hope that this will be very personal. He laughed. Haha. No one else did. This was because it was not a very funny joke, and people typically only laugh at things that they find funny.
Might coughed.
Well then, I'll separate you into teams of 2.
Then he proceeded to just do that, drawing names from small box that he just had for some reason. Heck yeah! Ready to do this, Uraraka? Uraraka gave Midoriya a high five. We're gonna crush them!
Crush them to dust!
The two continued to increase in volume as they got pumped up. Meanwhile, Bakugou was looking at his partner in disdain.
Here's the plan, Glasses. You do what I say.
He just stuck a finger up and opened his mouth to speak.
No buts. I don't care about whatever weakest idea you have.
It's weak, not weak. Bakugou blinked slowly.
I got a question for you.
Yes?
Do you want to fucking die?
I really like reading Bakugou's lines. It feels nice in the throat. Okay. Let me go through. But welcome back, Mero.
Okay. Our first group will be Midoriya and Uraraka versus Bakugou and Ida. I beat your ass!
You're on! Midoriya yelled back. All might clear his throat.
Well, Midoriya team will act as heroes and Bakugou's will be the villains.
How fitting, said Midoriya. Bakugou bare his teeth. Midoriya shut up. Wait, is Ara Bakugou girl? I mean, if from what I remember, I really liked Bakugou as a character for the few episodes that I actually watched. I dropped the series, so honestly.
As I was saying, the objective of this practice is simple. The villains will be somewhere in that building and the heroes will have to infiltrate and arrest the villains. The catch is that the villains have a powerful bomb they will be hiding. Bitch, I'm a bomb!
Bakugou interrupt.
Please, just let me finish.
Bakugou rolled his eyes in response.
As I was saying, the heroes have limited time to secure either the villains or the bomb. Failure to do so will result in villain win. Do you understand?
The class nodded.
Questions? Hell yeah, why the fuck I am a villain?
Am I allowed to bring my own gun? Can I ask it in Mineta's face?
Do I not look absolutely fabulous?
Can I be? Why is everyone so loud? Can I get an autograph? You look really strong. Kaminari, you idiot, that's not even a question. It should be. Look at him. Are we allowed to exchange partners in the event of being paired with a grammatic incompetent blonde?
The fuck you're getting at, Glasses.
All might sign.
I am really not fit for being a teacher. You think?
Bakugou yelled as he tried to explode his partner, while being held by Midoriya, who was climbing on his back. The whole series is actually good. Bakugou is a pretty deep and sympathetic character. Ah, nice. I don't remember why I stopped watching it, honestly. Probably I just found something more interesting to watch. Alright, Uraraka. Wait. Okay. Alright, Uraraka. Here's the deal. Doesn't matter what Ida does, Katsu is coming for me. That's rough, Uraraka said. Midoriya shrugged. No biggie. We fight a lot, so I kinda know all his moves. That's convenient? Uraraka sounded confused, so not totally used to the strange relationship that was Midoriya and Bakugou's friendship. This made sense. Few people did understand them. And by few people, I really mean that no one did. Not even them themselves. The simple truth was that Bakugou just really liked to fight people and was entirely willing to take advantage of non-existent consequences that came from fighting Midoriya. And Midoriya enjoyed expending his overabundance of fronting energy by occasionally, and by occasionally I mean really, really constantly, beating some sense into Bakugou. There was, of course, more to it than that, but a full psychoanalysis of them would be quite lengthy and frankly still very confusing. Anyway, I have a plan. Midoriya agreed at Uraraka with too wide smile, and suddenly she was far too grateful that Midoriya was on her team. Meanwhile, Ira was fighting to convince Bakugou to not attack Midoriya. I'm just saying that is too far expected. Can't you at least try to come up with a reasonable plan? Or Bakugou Izuku going to know I want to go after him? Then why? Don't interrupt me, Mr. Karate Kid. Anyway, he knows I go after him, and he knows I know, so reasonably, he knows that I won't. You won't? No, Dambat, of course I will. He's expecting me to know that he knows that I will go after him, and therefore to not go after him. So he won't be expecting me to go after him because he knows that I want to go after him. Just can't you at least try to keep up? I'm gonna go get ready to attack him now. You better just not let the round face get the bomb. See you soon! Midoriya waved at Uraraka as she rounded the corner. After a moment, he walked into the building, waiting patiently for Bakugou to show up. He didn't take long. Hey, Akachan! Fancy seeing you here! Damn it! Bakugou stepped onto the open. How did you know I come for you? Simple! I know that you... I knew wanted to and knew that I knew that you wanted to, so I knew that you would come after me, not knowing that I knew that you would. Bakugou nodded. Of course, I should have known. Not that it changed anything, I'm still gonna have to beat you. Midoriya took his gloves. We'll see about that. And Bakugou charged. Midoriya caught the punch in his hand with ease. So predictable catch, and almost setting with a right hook. He shook his head in mock disappointment. And you still haven't learned how to fucking dodge! Bakugou as he forced open his fist and let out a quick powered explosion. The blast forced Midoriya across the room and he slammed into the wall with enough force to shake the building. Shit! He had as he brushed some loose rubber off his head. You broke my rib, fuckface! You have such a potty mouth when you fight. Bakugou said, and a touch of humor in his voice. Midoriya laughed and jumped back, spitting out some blood as he did. I learned from the best. Damn right. Jojo planning, absolutely. You sure you're up for this catch? I don't plan on going easy. Midoriya tilted his head and widened his stance. Bakugou grinned. I wouldn't want it any other way. Well then, may the best man win. The two boys collided. Notes. Time for the inevitable confusion that shall occur as the class watches the Chaos Duo fight. How many death? How many death? Ba-ba-bum-ba-dum-bum. Chapter 26. Way more explosion than necessary. Part 2. Bomb away! Summary. The class may or may not be slightly traumatized. And I already love that. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Wow, they sure are intense. Mina said in awe as the rest of the class watched the footage of the fight. They look feral, said Yaorozu as Bakugou body slammed Midoriya. I know, so manly! Kishan practically squealed. Yaorozu stared at him. That's not really what I meant. All might, sir? Kamina said. We're not going to be expected to go all out like that, right? Because I can have this slight problem with my brain cells and quirk overuse. Oh no, young Midoriya and Bakugou are an exception. I have 2 hours left of work. Will Alastair be ready then? Yes, likely. Depends when all your might is coming, okay? Because I want to show you that part. The class watched in silence for another minute. They all collectively winced as they watched Midoriya throw a punch into Bakugou's gut and did not stop wincing at Bakugou retaliated with a wicked uppercut that quite literally caused Midoriya to fly several feet into the air. Now, to the typical outsider, of which the class was entirely composed, this fight was starting to look more like a mostly one-sided beating of Midoriya by Bakugou. This was not true, of course, as Midoriya was immortal. It was actually Bakugou who was in a bad position. Unfortunately, this was difficult for most people to realize. Don't you think you should stop them? That looks pretty rough. Ojiro asked hesitantly. All Might hummed.
Perhaps you're right.
He turned to the intercom that was hooked up to the building.
Young Midoriya, please take it down a bit and refrain from causing serious injuries to Bakugou.
The rest of the class stared at All Might. What?
Young Midoriya, please take it.
Wait. Please. Hold on. Oh. What if I use this one? Wait. I need to take off the the ducks from it.
Okay. Young Midoriya, please take it down a bit and refrain from causing serious injuries to Bakugou.
There we go.
Like, we can have the microphone covered with another one.
Still doesn't sound like an intercom, but whatever. Let me just put back the ducks into the cup. Don't ask me why. I have something like 100 tiny plastic ducks in my house. In my defense, they were only 1.5 pounds. Anyway.
Don't you fucking dare.
I wasn't planning on it. Okay, let me just do like this. I'm just doing so the fan will actually move around. Okay. So. Oh, okay, no, you can actually... Okay, I'm gonna stop it because it actually goes on the microphone. Never mind. Okay. You're joking, right? Huh? All Might ask Ojiro, genuinely confused. He's fighting a bomb!
Oh, that.
All Might looked back at the screen.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that Midoriya can handle it.
Ojiro blinked. He then decided that this was a conversation that he did not think he could handle, no matter how much his morals told him to make sure his incompetent teacher did not get a fellow classmate literally murdered. Now, All Might was not incompetent, at least not in this respect, but was in fact completely aware that Midoriya's demise was entirely impossible. However, after spending several months training the boy, he had come to the conclusion that this was not a problem. Not because he disliked Midoriya, quite the opposite, but rather because Midoriya was immortal, so dying was entirely okay and actually really normal. Unfortunately, the rest of the class was not aware of this, which had the undesired consequence of them being in shock at the idea that #1 hero, their childhood idol, their little teacher, did not care about whenever or not Midoriya died. I don't mind to be rude, All Might, Yoro started. But I really don't think that this level of violence is okay.
It's fine, a little violence is healthy.
This is false. Violence, by its very definition, it's not healthy, but instead very, very harmful. But it was violence All Might wanted. It was violence he would get. Meanwhile, Midoriya and Bakugou were easily carrying a conversation as they fought. While focusing on the two separate tasks would be difficult for most people, the two boys had become quite adept at it through their many, many fights.
So, why aren't you using that support gear you were excited about?
I'll ask as he sidestepped the punch. Aizawa said that he might be crazy enough to let me have a gun, but he sure as hell not crazy enough to let me use it use it only under All Might supervision. Midoriya pouted, so I'm only allowed to use it when he's teaching.
Nah, shame.
Midoriya waved around his friend, attempting to find an opening. How about those gauntlets? They work as well as you hoped? Bakugou grinned.
I don't know. Why don't we see?
Damn it, Kacha, don't you dare! Midoriya let out a squeak as he nearly dodged at the blast. What the hell? He added his sound his gaping hole left in the wall. You're allowed to have a fucking grenade arm, but I can't have my gun! Boo-hoo, now stop moving so I can murder you. Did you see that? He could have killed Midoriya!
Oh my god, we're not gonna die!
It's a illegal! Stop him, All Might!
Children? Children, please!
All Might held his hand up helplessly.
Settle down, I said settle down. He had to yell to be heard over the noise.
Pardon moi, Sensei, but I would prefer that Monsieur Midoriya not die.
He won't die.
All Might said, then paused and reconsidered.
Well, he probably won't.
He continued to consider the implication of his words.
Okay, so he might, but he'll be fine.
The class just look at All Might.
Oh shit, All Might is a sadistic kid killer.
Kaminari said in a harsh voice. That's probably not going to be good for his image. Asu is so truthfully. I fucking love this. As he was playing some twisted carnival game, Bakugou continued to aim his arms at Midoriya, who was quite literally bouncing around in entire hallways in an attempt to avoid getting hit.
Stop moving!
Bakugou growled in frustration. I don't think I will, thank you very much! Midoriya rebounded off one of the walls and flew right past Bakugou. As he did, Bakugou reached out with lightning speed and grabbed in front of Midoriya's shirt. Oh shit! Midoriya looked at Bakugou's deranged grin with wide eyes as he hoisted in front of Bakugou.
See ya later, fucker!
Bakugou said that he blew up his best friends. Midoriya screamed and soared into the wall behind him, the impact blowing it up out into rubble. Now, it is just so happened that Midoriya and Bakugou were fighting. They had moved through the building so that they were on the same floor as the bomb. This meant that Midoriya blew through the wall, separating him and Bakugou from Ida and Uraraka. The boy partner both watched the amazement as Midoriya flew into the room, yelled, "Uraraka, get the bomb!" and then proceeded to fly through the opposite wall and out the building. Now, provided with a sufficient amount of ammo and more conditioned to Midoriya's insanity than Ida, who was looking at the wall in shock, Uraraka used her quirk to flank rubble at her opponent and successfully secured the bomb.
Hero team wins!
All Might yelled, voice cracking on the speaker. Oh, wait. Hold on.
Hero team wins!
There we go. Okay, I'm gonna keep the cup open. The slapstick on this is so good. Honestly, it's amazing. The class erupted into insanity. Is Midoriya dead? He was. The writing. I fucking love the writing. The class was in the middle of berating both All Might and for not stopping the fight and Bakugou for blowing up his friend. I wouldn't have done it to any of you extra fuckers. I knew he would take it. Then Midoriya walked in. Did we win? He looked no worse for wear other than a smudge or shit off his cheek and an unreasonable amount of glitter falling off him.
You fucking cheated!
Nice job, Uraraka! Midoriya said, correctly summarizing from Bakugou's anger that they had won. Thanks, I couldn't have done it without that rubble you made. Oh, I'm sure you would have found a way. Your quick is versatile enough. You're alive? Midoriya looked at the very shocked... Oh no. You're alive? Midoriya looked at the very shocked Mineta, and he looked down at himself. Looked back at Mineta. No. He said in a monotone voice. Bakugou smacked Midoriya upside the head. Stop being stupid, Izu. It's a stupid question! Perhaps a better question would be, how are you alive? I am also very curious seeing how I saw you fly through the walls, down to the ground 5 stories below, and then walk in with no injuries to speak of. The glitter catching my fall. What? Class exploding in confusion once again. Not later, remind you. That would be unfortunate considering how one of them was able to survive explosion and Midoriya had already done that day and didn't want to know again. Specifically, the class was confused as to where the glitters came from, how it possibly clashed on his fall, and just overall what the hell happened. They would receive no answers. And
would you look at that?
All might below.
It's time for the next group to go.
It took several long minutes to calm the class down enough to get to that point, but eventually the rest of the students had their turn and the lesson proceeded with no more murders. We just provide for the goods. And that's a wrap. I'm really excited for the next chapter. Unfortunately, it is possible that... Okay. Wait. Yes! Yes, we are getting to the part with your might. Okay, we are getting there. Chapter 27. Lies, camera, action! Part 1. The press is a plague. Summary. The children encounter one of the worst creations known to man. The press. Alrighty, this arc is like nothing but crack, so I guess just don't read into it that much. It wasn't just so fun to write, so I may have taken it a little bit too far. No regrets. Anyway, I hope it's an enjoyable to read as it's to write. And I'm already saying, I am so sorry for how I will sound because I don't know if I will be able to read it. I'm just saying that if I ate a bear, that would make me the alpha consumer. I'm just saying, if I ate a bear, that would make the alpha consumer. Bakugou is adamantly as he and Midoriya walked to the school. No, I totally get it. Just keep in mind that eating a bear might be illegal.
When has that ever stopped me?
Touché.
Anyway, let me know if you find a bear.
I love how realistic those discussions are. I don't know the Texan accent, okay? I'm gonna improvise. The two boys neared the school and were about half a block away when Midoriya paused and looked at some bushes. Actually, he was looking into the bushes, not at them. Uraraka? Uraraka, who seemed to be hiding in the aftermath of the bush, turned to and shushed Midoriya.
The fuck are you doing, round face?
Ida, who was also buried in the bush, stuck his head out and also shushed them. Ida? Midoriya asked, surprised. Both Ida and Uraraka shushed him very loudly. So loud that it was in fact louder than the sound of Midoriya talking, which was kinda stupid. Shut up, you're going to blow out the cover!
What cover?
We're hiding! Uraraka rolled her eyes. Midoriya looked around and saw nothing out of the ordinary. From what? Them! Uraraka said ominously before pointing to the front of the school. Midoriya and Bakugou looked at the white herd of reporters she had indicated. Uraraka just looked like some harmless reporters. Ida began to laugh hysterically.
Harmless! Those are the most dangerous invasive species known to man! Observe as they hunt in the native student!
The children watched as Mineta approached the gate, presumably in order to get to class. They all gasped as he was swarmed by dozens of reporters and their camera companion. The boy struck against the tide but was overtaken by the sheer number and ferocity shown by the creatures. His shrill scream rang through the area, carrying over even the sound of nearby traffic and interrogative well-dressed journalists. Finally, his shouts died out, abruptly, and the reporters slowly dispersed back and wandering around the gate. Mineta was nowhere to be found.
Oh shit.
Bakugou said stumped. You see why we have to hide? Uraraka said. That's like Woody Woodpecker. No, in that case it should be. No. Something like that. I mean, yeah, but like, we have school. I don't think Aizawa will accept fear of cameras as valid excuse, Midoriya said.
Besides,
Bakugou said, counting Midoriya's argument.
We'll have to get used to this type of thing once we go pro. While I agree that an in-class is a noble goal, one cannot simply waltz through a pack of hungry reporters, Ida said.
Well, not without distraction, can't. You don't mean... Uraraka said worried. Don't worry, I've dealt with reporters before, I'll be fine. What was that? That was Woody Woodpecker! You don't know it? The Woodpecker! It wouldn't... It had that's a very specific laugh. Oh, it was more popular in Brazil than in the US. Oh, okay. Yeah, good. I cannot do it properly. Anyway. Midoriya had in fact dealt with the reporters before. This is because there had been several times he had accidentally died in public and caused a bit of an uproar. Typically, a reporter had to come by in order to cover the event, and Midoriya found that if he talked to the reporter as if he was simply a bystander, then he was less likely to be recognized as the actual person who had died. It would wipe away a tear. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Please don't. What?
Gotcha, make sure you two make it past this circus safely. Like hell I will.
Midoriya glared at Bakugou.
Fine. You have to better carry your weight through or I'll leave you behind.
Satisfied with his friend would make it to class safely, Midoriya turned and, with a bounce in his step, walked right up to the journalist.
What a fool.
Ida said softly in a mixture of awe and fear. You there! The reporter thrust his microphone into Midoriya's face, who didn't so much flinch. Tell me, what it's like being a student at the UA? Midoriya's face split into a huge grin. I would love to.
What? You would?
Absolutely! In fact, I would love to tell everyone here anything they want to know. The reporters perked up, smelling blood. They surged forward and converged around Midoriya, each one asking different questions. What year are you? How almighty is a teacher? Is it true that Nezu and Midnight are in secret relationship? Why the hell are you covered in glitters? Tell us about the symbol of peace. Midoriya held up his hands. Hold on. One question at a time, please. He looked over at his shoulder of the crowd and made an eye contact with Bakugou. He subtly tilted his head. Bakugou took the hint and let Ida and Uraraka sneak around the perimeter of the gathering reporters. He let out few small explosions to deter the lingering pests who hissed at the lights, much like vampires. Those specific reporters were not actually vampires. I'm sure that some reporters are, but those ones weren't. They were just typical press parasites, nothing more. The three students made it to the gate without any real opposition and watched as the gate slammed behind them as the men got a little too close. Oh man, I thought that we were dead. Uraraka said no. Thanks for the help, Bakugou. Whatever. Will Midoriya be alright? I'm concerned that he might cease to exist after this encounter, Ida said. As if the bastard would ever give me the satisfaction of living this realm. That, it seems, was a good enough of an answer for Ida. Okay. The three children walk into the classroom to find it almost completely empty. Hey, Black Eyes! Wait.
Hey, Black Eyes!
Bakugou yelled at the only other student. Where the fuck is everyone else?
Bro, it's like hiding from the reporters, I should have said.
If you don't mind me asking, how did you make it through? It asked. We only managed upon utilizing Midoriya's brave sacrifice.
My apologies, I'm still emotional about the whole situation.
Easy, I just answered their questions. You talked to them? Uraraka asked in shock. Sure, they all wanted to know what's All Might. I told a couple of them about the hero training exercise we did and then excused myself to the class.
Ooh, what did you tell them? Reporters only let you go after juicy information, Ida said.
Oh, I just told them how he's a sadistic monster that enjoys watching children get blown up and pitting them against his friends in battles to the death. Ida, Uraraka and Bakugou were quiet for a short minute.
What?
it eventually said, chopping his arms frantically in a spastic fist. Is it bad? I should ask hesitantly. Is this about the situation with Midoriya? Uraraka asked. You don't get it, as Ashida said. It was scary. He was getting all exploded and All Might was like, exploding will make you a great hero someday. It was terrifying. Bakugou rolled his eyes. Please, the bitch was fine. I don't see why the big deal. Can we please not sully his memory so soon after his passing? Ida said, tearing up once again. The fuck for right! He ain't even dead this time! This time? Uraraka asked suspiciously. Oh shit. I mean yet. He ain't even dead yet. Yeah, cause this time implies that he died before, which he hasn't because he's alive. Alright, that makes sense. Uraraka said, stupidly accepting the poor excuse. Bakugou left out a sigh of relief. Yep, all the crack. There is no more crack for anyone else. I took it all. Sniff, sniff. Alrighty. Are you ready? Are you ready? There you go, chapter 28. Lies, camera, action. Part 2. All Might's Texan cousin. Summary. Midoriya informs the press of a forgotten All Might's lore. Notes. When will the undying flood of crack end? I do not know. Time shall tell. Meanwhile, Midoriya was surrounded by journalists and cameramen. He knew it would be a while before he could get out of the situation, so he decided to have some fun and improve his, as Aizawa would call it, logical ruse skills. Tell us about All Might! The reporter yelled. His voice carried above the rest, so Midoriya chose his question to answer. Oh, well, he's wonderful. Midoriya stopped mid-sentence. I'm sorry. Did you say All Might? Yeah, we have word that All Might has taken a teaching job in the UA. Midoriya started laughing. Midoriya! All Might! Teaching! That's hilarious! The reporter looked confused. The information was leaked. Oh, I hate to inform you that information was certainly mistaken. Did they perhaps mean Your Might? The newest addition to the UA staff. Who? Your Might. He's All Might Texan cousin. The reporter scribbled furiously in the notebook. Do tell! One of them said. Well, he's rich in Japan and there's been rumors of limiting his Second Amendment rights in America, but in Japan, hero gun usage is required by the hero commissions. While he's here, he decided to take up a job at the UA. What a fascinating development. I'm surprised that you don't know about him already. I mean, there wasn't that whole controversy a few years back where Your Might caused All Might of stealing his ultimate move, the Texan Smash. And you say that man is employed at the UA? Yeah, you can miss him. He looks exactly like All Might, but with a cowboy hat and boots. Oh, and the Texan flag as cape. Is he a good teacher? Home asked him from back of the crowd. Oh, he's great. Sure, the mandatory cowboy hat dress code is a little difficult to get used to, but he's really great guy, and he helps us with our English, so that's cool. Midoriya said he was actually quite enjoying the fictitious stories he was spinning. The reporters were buying it. Hook, line, the stickers. Is All Might enjoying his time in Japan? I think so. He's always talking about how happy he is to see All Might and his other cousins. All Might has other cousins? Well, yeah, sure. I'm sure you're well aware of All Might, the height hero, and whose quirk is only that he's somehow taller than everyone else when it comes in contact with and the superior. And maybe you even his lesser-known twin Small Might is a familiar name? Oh, yeah, yes, of course. The reporters all nodded as if they knew exactly who he was talking about. They did not, in fact, consider Midoriya has made up them up to 10 seconds prior. Actually, on that note, I better get to class. I forgot my cowboy hat today, so I need to get one from the vending machine before classes start. The reporter thanked him for his time before scattering and find more prey. One woman, however, stayed. Can I help you? Ichiganzaki, journalist for multiple major papers in the online news sources. He stuck up on a hand. Midoriya shook it. That was some clever maneuvering you did there. I assume that you came up with all this on the spot? Yep, Midoriya admitted. My friends needed to get to class, so I distracted those reporters. Kanzaki laughed. Yeah, they can get pretty intense sometimes. Most of them are harmless, just users and newbies who don't know a thing about the industry.
Now, veterans like me just mind showing her teeth. We're the ones that you need to worry about.
Good thing I'm immortal, Midoriya said cheerfully. You see, he was well aware that it would simply sound like he was joking and doubted that she would believe him. She had the most reasonable people would do in that situation, did not. Huh, I like you, kid. She pulled the business card and handed it out to him. Call me if you want to tell more profitable lies, if you got something interesting for the public, or if you get into some newsworthy trouble. She's good at it. You seem like the type to get into a lot of messes. Midoriya laughed. Ha, you got me there. He took the card and then, after running around his back for a bit, pulled out one of his own. The reporter took it. Oh, golden balls, nice touch. Ah, thank you. I really better go to class now, see you around. She waved to Midoriya before turning it to go home and prepare a story on the All Might scandal. It was 5 minutes to class and yet Bakugou, Ida, Uraraka and Ashido were still the only ones there. Do you think the reporters ate everyone else? Ashido asked.
Now, don't be stupid, Bakugou snared. Everyone knows reporters downgrade your mind until its brain smoothie sloshing around in your skull.
Uraraka winked. Thank you so much for that pleasant imagery, Bakugou.
Don't mention it.
As you're waiting for their cue, for perhaps just out of plot convenience, the rest of the class all filled the room. They all looked completely fine and showed no sign of zombification at the hands of the reporters or any other press-related injuries. Koda was however holding a small rabbit, although I thought that had anything to do with the reporters and was probably just because he liked animals.
About time, where were you extras?
Well, we were all hiding in the bushes from the reporters when Kaminari of all people came out with a brilliant idea, Yoru said.
Bakugou scoffed.
Sparky?
Brilliant.
But I find it very unbecoming to make fun of one's intellect. I'm also inclined to question the statement, Ida said. But that was just a fancy way of saying, you got to be shitting me.
Hey, I can have good ideas sometimes, Kaminari said, offended.
Like what? Putting your shoes on the right foot? Because that ain't good idea, that's just fucking common sense. Ignore him, she just said that you came up with a way to pass them that he didn't, Uraraka said.
And you must excuse me, he's still mourning the loss of his dear friend. For the last time, he ain't fucking dead!
Anyway, Uraraka yelled over the arguing voice, what was the idea? Oh, Kaminari said, it was simple really, I just YOLO'd. Hi, good luck with the survival. Thank you. We are not surviving. Actually, we ended up on reading fanfictions. Bakugou paused for a while. He had Ida's collar in hand and turned to Kaminari.
The fuck?
His face was twisted into some strange mix of complete confusion and utter disgust. Well, the reporters can only come after you if they think they can get something out of you. I figured that if I was to do something so inexplicably weird, they would leave me alone for the sole reason that it was unreportable. And it worked! Ashido asked in shock. Yep. Although my voice got pretty tired after a bit, so I stopped yodeling and just aggressively did the Macarena to the gate. I fucking love that. And we also that his plan worked. So we just did what any rational person would do and yodeled and Macarenaed our way to school. Fucking hell. This is not actually what most rational people would do in the situation, as effective as it was. Rather, if you ever find yourself to be surrounded by crazy reporters, I would recommend simply swearing non-stop and causing any footage they pick up to become unusable once contaminated by the fuck. This is Bakugou go-to solution when dealing with the media, although I'm not sure it's completely on purpose. Naturally, Ida said as he nodded. How did you guys get in? Ida sniffed.
It was tragic. Midoriya heroically sacrificed himself for us. Stop asking like he's dead. He has plenty of experience with reporters. He'll be fine.
Oh, Monsieur Midoriya is still out there? Aoyama looked around seeing that Midoriya was indeed not in class yet. But the record Mineta was also still missing, but no one mentioned him because frankly no one cared.
He'll be back soon.
Bakugou growled matter-of-factly. Unfortunately soon, was it before the bell? Aizawa took one look at Midoriya's empty seat and let out a sigh of relief. Did not much to glance at the Mineta's desk. We love the Mineta head here. Seems like the promoter is skipping today. Perhaps he'll actually get something done for once. He paused and looked at Koda, who was holding a bunny. Why? You know what? I don't care. Just don't lose it. Koda nodded. Sensei, if I I would like to say a few words in memory of Midoriya. This isn't a fucking funeral for Ice. Bakugou snapped. He'll be here, he just caught up with some reporters. As Aizawa shouted. The vultures. He bowed his head. May they have mercy on his soul. The mercy that a soul such as Midoriya deserved is largely debated topic, and one that Bakugou would gladly advocate against. However, before he got a chance, there was a loud bang and the class door swung open. Miss me? Midoriya strolled into the class, ignoring Aizawa groan. Midoriya jumped to his feet and with tears in his eyes said, "Thank you, noble Midoriya, for risking your life and limb for the sake of your classmates. Now our class is whole once again." Everyone cheered, except for Bakugou, who just rolled his eyes with, "I told you so." They ignored the fact that Mineta was still missing. He would return only minutes after before lunch started, uniform ripped in multiple spots, microphone stuck in his ear, and an insistent matter about crazy demons. No one would care. Mineta is a bitch as a motherfucker, he deserves it. I said that before and I said it again. I cannot thank you all enough for the support. Oh yeah, like at this point there's so many comments, there's so many arts. I fucking love this. Like one thing, in the description you have the link, so if you want to leave some comments saying that we are coming from the cow stream, it's like fantastic and fantastic writing and everything. Okay, chapter 29, hopping over to the ballots. All elections should be run by immortal children. Yes, well, enough of that, I'm going to take a nap. You have 15 minutes to decide on class president and vice. Have fun, don't kill each other. Said as he pulled himself into his sleeping bag and fell to the floor. President? Uraraka asked, surprised. You heard me, now let me sleep. He grumbled. I motion that we use the timed and tried method of democracy to decide, Ida said, chopping his arm. That's all fine and dandy, but first I want to pet the bunny, Midoriya said, running over to Koda, or more specifically, Koda's bunny. It's so cute, can I pet it? Koda said nothing. Thanks! Midoriya ran and a hand gently across the bunny's fur. Oh man, it's so soft! Midoriya? I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, but don't you think that we should work on picking the president now? Uraraka questioned. Midoriya ignored her. Oh, what's his name? Koda simply stared. Huh? Is that Spanish? Koda continued not to speak. Midoriya giggled. Well, I think it's a cute name. Wait, what's the bunny's name? Midoriya looked at Kaminari confused. What do you mean? Koda just said it. This was not true. Koda said nothing. Somehow, and please note that I myself am not entirely sure how, Koda was able to communicate with Midoriya without talking. This meant that while Midoriya was well aware of the bunny's name, no one else was, and it seems that they had just watched a one-way conversation occur. He did not, Ida said. Oh, well, his name is Señor Conejito. And I love him. Leave the damn rabbit alone so we can elect the president, Izu. Captain, I don't think anyone wants you as president. I want me as the president, Bakugou retorted. Midoriya thought about that. Okay, fair point, but I have a better idea. So, can we just get on voting? We could do that. Or we could just select Señor Conejito right now. I'm down. At the same time, Bakugou yelled, "You cannot make the fucking bunny rabbit a president!" Actually, Ida stuck up in there. There's not a single rule in the student handbook that says that you can't. I know, I read the whole thing, so as much as I think Señor Conejito would be unqualified for the position, I believe we should honor his nomination and vote accordingly. All in favor of Senor Conejito when the president say aye? Come on. All in favor of making Senor Conejito president say aye? Aye! Let me just drink. There we go. There was a resounding chorus of aye from the class. There was also the polite neigh of Ida and the much louder cursing of Bakugou, but everyone ignored that. Aye, good job, Eagle. Yes! That's what I was hoping for. Señor Conejito. Yes, sir! Yes. Oh, and I suppose we need a vice president too, huh? Midoriya asked. A bit light, Midoriya. You have my word that I will. Ida started. Of course, Koda! It only makes sense since having Senor Conejito as president does come with the slight problem of none of us being able to understand him then. Of course, you should be vice. Ida made a sound that was much like a microwave that forgot how to work properly and was now on the verge of exploding. That's a lovely idea, Midoriya, but I just have one question. Yeah, Oroz said. None of us understand Koda either. Well, he doesn't talk. That's not a problem, I understand him fine. Oh. Okay then. You see, for some reason, the class, which was full of some very interesting and very energetic characters, had decided to follow the advice of one Izuku Midoriya. While there were a multitude of reasons for this, was one simply that his energy was somehow enough to rival theirs, and as such, they felt intimidated by his clear superiority. Another was, of course, that could somehow counter Bakugou, which was far more than the rest of them could claim. Why? Just why? Bakugou said. It's a fucking bunny. Well, I think Senor Conejito should be elected on grounds that he's the softest, the cuddliest one here. That's why you can be president, Katchan, because you're not very petable. Midoriya then leaned over and a stage whispered to Jiro. I would know, I try. He had, fun fact, letting Bakugou can end in police being called to deal with the damages. It truly is a blessing that Inko is a lawyer in this universe. Her skills are well utilized. Screw you! I'd rather you don't, thanks. Don't you think we should check with Mr. Aizawa just to make sure that we are allowed to elect Senor Conejito? Without asked, in her head. I quite courtesy. Don't care who you elect as long as you decide soon. Instagram from the floor. Then it's official! Senor Conejito will be class president and Koda will be vice. If I may, Midoriya, Ida said, I think some regulations is necessary for governments such as this. Alright, you can be the president assistant. Don't suppose I could be the acting president instead? Wow, Ida, I can't believe you! That's Senor Conejito position, don't be greedy. He's a bunny. Ida said on the verge of tears. And you're a cyborg amalgamation of a teenager and that runs on orange juice. What of it? Nothing. Would you rather be president? Wait. US media is guilty of this too, and I make fun of because I always find it funny how often Japan is the best at whatever is the big thing in the Japanese media. I don't know. Okay. Would you rather be president, secretary? How about the junior president, huh? Would you like that better? Midoriya asked with a lot of snark in his tone. I feel the need to let you know that this was not typical attitude of Midoriya. However, he just really liked rabbits. That is quite honestly the only excuse. Ida lowered his head. President assistant is fine. Midoriya clapped his hand. Well, then I guess it's settled. Kamina raised his hand. I motion that we make Senor Conejito a president hat. That's brilliant! Midoriya said, and Kamina nearly died from the shock of being called brilliant not once but twice in the past hour. What does a president hat looks like? The Pope hat? A tiara? Hagakure said. No, wait. The Pope wears a princess crown? Kirishima asked. No, I think she meant the three-tiered crown traditional worn by popes, Ribbit. But that hasn't been used since like the 1960s, Ida said. Apart that his class lacked this trivial piece of knowledge about a religion that none of them practice. It's called a zucchetto, you dumbasses, It's called a zucchetto, you dumbasses, Bakugou said. No, that's just traditional cap worn by all clergymen, not just the Pope. No, wait. No, that's just a traditional cap worn by clergymen, not just the Pope. Todoroki said quietly. Everyone turned to look at him. He shrugged. Then... What's the Pope hat called? The pointy one? Kamina asked. The Mitra, Tokoyami said simply. When he also received strange looks from his classmate, he clarified. One must know the fullness of the light in order to become overcome by the darkness. Why did I imagine Dianco in this scene? Why do I imagine Dianco in this scene? Fucking hell. Okay. Anyway, Mina said, we need to have Senor Konehito and Mitre. How do you know all those obscure facts about Catholic headgear? Ojo said. I'm genuinely concerned. Google. Nearly 5 different students said that at once. At the same time, Tokoyami answered, ancient tongues. I can take care of making Senor Konehito Mitre, Yoro said, raising her hand politely. I don't think we should check with Monsieur Konehito and make sure that he's content with being elected, Aoyama said. Probably, Midoriya said. But is Senor Konehito okay with being president? Koda looked deeply into Midoriya's eyes. For a solid minute, they sat there, Midoriya's face slowly shifting into the look of abject horror. Eventually, the dark gloom that had settled over the two boys settled, and Midoriya broke eye contact. Senor Konehito is fine with being president. The hell was that? Dianco yelled. Bakugou yelled. What's what? That freaky aura you two had. What did the bunny say? Oh, Midoriya's face became fearful once more. It's fine. Just... don't give him any nukes. The class looked at Senor Konehito afraid. Notes. You can tell me that electing a Spanish bunny as president and giving him a pop hat is not something that class 1A would do. That's true. That's true. Chapter 30, a security issue, part 1. Ultra interesting. I am in fact concerned with the death of Midoriya himself seems to be walking, talking security issue. Lunchtime of election day. You singing with us, Kat-chan? Uraraka spoke as she spoke. If you keep calling me that, I'll blow your face off! Contrary to his words, Bakugou sat down on the bench opposite to Uraraka and Ida before stabbing his foot angrily. You'll bag no bite. Bakugou sneered. You take that back. No! Heck, I thought you ever been in a real fight. In case you're not aware, I would like to point out that what Uraraka was doing is called teasing, and she meant very little harm by it. The truth was that Bakugou is quite easy to tease, and doing so is very enjoyable. I've been getting into fights since I was fucking 6. Meanwhile, I doubt your weak ass could even control your quirk. Ina intervened, chopping his hand with the ferocity of a little axe. Bakugou, please watch your language! 6, huh? I'm not convinced. Uraraka smiled, enjoying how Bakugou's face reddened. I single-handedly took on 3 kids twice my age! It's unheroic to discuss your delinquent behavior! No. Uraraka said. I want to hear this. They were extra for the middle school and tried shaking me down, just establishing dominance or some shit. Oh, Oh, we were talking about those kids who picked a fight in... Oh, we are talking about those kids who picked a fight with us in elementary school. Midoriya asked as he came up behind Bakugou. Single-handedly, huh? Uraraka teased. Shut up. The boss didn't even do anything. He got put out of commission in the first 5 minutes like a weakling. Hey! The one kid had a powerful quirk. Please, his quirk was piano. Bakugou rolled his eyes. Piano? It's a question. He can summon pianos, Midoriya said. I was still pretty bad with my quirk back then, so I was just trying to fight him without breaking any bones. His bones? Nah, my bones. This quirk isn't kind to my body, Midoriya chuckled. Uraraka didn't look concerned. But anyway, he used his quirk and I kinda got squished. Uraraka and Ida looked at each other in shock. Then they turned to Midoriya, their concern having grown.
A piano fell on you?
Ida stuttered. Actually 3. He also couldn't control his quirk very well.
Shut up, Izuku. No one cares. Besides, I was going to tell them about how I beat up those losers.
This was a lie as both Uraraka and Ida cared very much. However, it seems they would never get closure as Midoriya shrugged and began eating while Bakugou recounted the admittedly thrilling fight. Unfortunately, the troops struggled to pay attention as they were too occupied with the confusion one faces upon realizing their friend somehow survived getting crushed by a piano, not once, but 3 times. Bakugou was cut short whenever on the sound of the alarm linked to the school. He swore that his story was interrupted. Heck yeah! Midoriya jumped up. Finally, something interesting happens! I thought that electing Senior Konehito was pretty interesting, Uraraka said. Well, sure, but that was like regular interesting. This is ultra interesting. The alarm means that someone broke into UA. Don't you think we should evacuate then? Ida questioned while gesturing to all the panicking students around them. Evacuate, investigate, same thing. For your information, those are not the same thing. And if you find yourself in a similar situation, then I would suggest you to evacuate rather than investigate. If you're not convinced, then I hope that you will be by the time I finish telling you what happened to Midoriya, who, as you sure can imagine, did not evacuate. The drama runs deep and off tune.
Midoriya, no! Midoriya, yes!
Midoriya said before running in the opposite direction. Bakugou shrugged.
Might as well follow him, it's not like anything better to do.
The 3 of them ran off, Ida somewhat reluctantly, and at least I assume he was recruited considering how he was screaming about how unheroic they were being the entire time. They found Midoriya only a few minutes later, looking out the window rather disappointedly at the crowd of reporters on the lawn.
It's just a bunch of reporters from this morning. Oh lord,
Ida said fearfully.
It's a bunch of reporters from this morning!
Dragon Ball Z abridged version. Yes, yeah, those are the vibes. We have to warn the other students, Uraraka said. Midoriya nodded. How about you and Ida go and tell the others not to worry that it's just reporters? Me and Kachan are going to go check something else out. Ida saluted them and picked Uraraka up bridal style, using his quirk to get to the crown as soon as possible. Wait.
What do you want to check out?
Oh, I saw someone sneaking down that hallway. Midoriya gets to him before turning to grin at Bakugou. It's the same hallway the security office is. Bakugou cracked his knuckles. Then, what are we waiting for? Oh, that was not a satisfying crack. Oh, whatever. I would love if this got animated. Oh my god, I would love that. I would love that. Ida was pinwheeled over the crowd of students stuck to both his and Uraraka's quirk. Everyone, please be aware that pack of white reporters has broken into the school. Do not be alarmed and proceed in an orderly fashion. The student did not proceed in an orderly fashion, but rather panicked at the word reporter and began to stampede wildly as they struggled to get away from the threat of reporters. This resulted in no less than 3 people climbing the walls. Nearly 15 people began to cry. Literally everyone was screaming, and poor Pony was frozen in fear, having heard Ida said exporters instead of reporters. Quite odd considering only the English word reporters and exporter are similar. They're quite different in Japanese. We are all gonna die! Someone yelled. They did not, in fact, die. Yet. Notes. Oh my, what could Midoriya and Bakugou possibly find? It's a mystery. They both are the real villains here, yes. Okay. Chapter 31. A security issue, part 2. What incarnation? Summary. Snipe is as close to a canon cowboy as one can get in this universe. I must ask you to leave those premises. The reporters did not. As I was so unbelievably tired of his life, he had been asked to deal with the vultures in front, and unfortunately, that was not a simple job. Hisaki was not making things better. Wait. Yamada? Which one is Yamada? Is Yamada the one with the mic? Is Yamada the one with the mic or not? Which one is Yamada? Wait. Help me out here. Yes? The one with the mic? Okay, so I know what I'm gonna do.
Yo, what ya doing?
Yamada? Not helpful.
I'm just curious, like, they aren't doing it this crazy. I wanna know why.
Well, we're gonna pretend that it's the mic guy because I don't know. Aizawa-san, just help me get them out of here. The reporters incorrectly took this conversation as an invitation to continue their bombardment. Where is the All Might? What are your thoughts on All Might Yuuga's explosive murder against his students? Hey, Pro Hero President Mike, why aren't you wearing your mandatory cowboy hat? Yes! Okay, it was the mic. Bring us the All Might! Look, if you don't leave, then I'll be... Look, if you don't leave, then I'll be forced to... Aizawa brain backpedaled. Excuse me. Did you say... All Might? Of course, we have the word that All Might's Texan cousin, All Might, is currently teaching at the UA. What are your thoughts on this development? I was cut out by Snipe, who just had been told that his presence was desperately needed at the front gate. By Nezo, of course. He had decided from monitoring the security cameras that such a confrontation would be the most entertaining. Okay. I will not be able to read those words. Howdy, y'all! Don't suppose y'all wouldn't mind hightailing out of here? I'm afraid this here property is private. That sounds so bad. That sounds so bad, I'm so sorry. The reporters were silent as they looked at the fresh meat that had just entered the ring. There was a certain quality to the air around them, as if their very atmosphere was changed with the other needs for media felt dissect the poor Snipe. Like breaking a dam, they began to talk all at once, having moved to Snipe. Are you All Might? You must be All Might's assistant, tell us about him! What are your thoughts on the giant lack of the Second Amendment in Japan? Did you get that cowboy hat at the school instead of a school instead that had vending machine? Knight held up his hand in surrender. Whoa, hold your horses, partner. One at a time. Does All Might really wear the Texas flag as a cape? One reporter asked, showing his microphone up to Snipe's mask. Aizawa and Hisashi turned about to inform their colleague of how the reporters were making absolutely no sense and to just ignore them. When he answered,
Of course he do! Aoyama is the right brother, you know? Sure, he did decide to forgo the cape upon discussing it with the members of the Sava and become aware and infringe on their religious belief to pretend the state of Texas does not exist. He's a good partner in that way, you know? Anyway, gotta respect other political and religious alignment. That kind of hood and honey don't make any legal sense to me, but I reckon folks can do what they want. It's so terrible, it's good. Okay, perfect. Because I have no clue what I'm reading. I'm gonna get cancelled over my American accent that is inexistent. Okay.
the reporters took notes seriously. Aizawa and Hisashi looked at each other. Let's continue.
I'm so sorry.
No, don't get me wrong. I could explain about your might to the cult home, but I had to waste your time. Don't suppose your young man would mind skedaddling out here? Yeah, see, I got a hankering fear tether and I was fixing to get myself some chow. Watching them chow and some work up an appetite now.
I have no fucking clue what it means.
Steph chuckled. Knuckles. Chuckled. The reporters also laughed out with far more hesitation. This was because none of them spoke Hickish and as such were truthfully confused. No worries, me too, and I'm reading this. Zetsu, who was watching the whole situation from his office and coincidentally did speak Hickish, was laughing so hard that he fell out of his chair. This bout of laughter happened to last so long that he completely missed the alarm that signaled that the security office was being broken into. New SMR trigger unlock. I need to whisper in southern accent now. Please, somebody got back into being good. Okay. Why do you imagine someone will just take this out of context and just clip all the parts where I'm trying to read this? Oh boy. Okay. He did not, however, miss the shot of Midoriya and Bakugou skidding around the corner. That's what Ali worried that they were doing, but then he decided that it would be far more entertaining to watch the conversation between the pro-teachers and the reluctant reporters who were still refusing to leave. Eventually, the reporters were corralled into walking off of the UA property. This was mostly due to the fact that Snipe, who had an excessive history of herding cows, was also teaching in his own words. And in his own words, the balazi that herding cats. Snipe, as I was said, suddenly exponentially more tired. What on earth was that? Okay. I guess that again. Heck, I know. I could tell from Nezu that some downright gold all nothing Yankee were making their way yonder, so I get over here like a speed and give them up the warm what they want. Right now, right them. I hadn't figured out them about being all confused on that fun story. Just keep going about some Texan blow or something. I go along for the darn duty and made me fit to be tired. I'm gonna really need a translation after that. I said he's actually sat in silence for a moment. Yeah, he's actually said at last. I'm gonna just pretend like I understood that. As I nodded in agreement, let's just go get the kids. Yeah! Snap out of his face into the air. The other teachers just wondered what they had possibly done to cause them to be in such a position. Meanwhile, Midoriya and Bakugou were on the cruise getting into trouble, as per usual. You see, upon seeing an intruder following the same route they had on that fateful day in which they had broken into the UA, they began to race each other to the security room. Midoriya won only because he tripped Bakugou on the last stretch. You fucking cheated dumbass! Bakugou faced out a rare occurrence as he walked into a particularly interesting scene. Now he had seen many interesting scenes, but with Midoriya being his friend, but he was still quite shocked to see a man crouch on the table with a paper in his hands, first standing directly at his friend, who, for his part, was staring back. The man was also covered in hands for some reason. The two stared at each other for a solid 20 seconds before, at some invisible signal, bolted, much like the two dogs soon just had heard a doorbell. Now, since the room was so small, this bolting caused the man, who was, of course, Shigaraki, to crash feet first through the window. This, if I am correct, was purposeful. Midoriya, for head first behind him, might not have been. Bakugou ran to the window just in time to watch his friend dive into a swirl mist of pool that had been cleverly positioned on the ground and disappear. Before he had a chance to follow, the portal closed, taking Midoriya and Bakugou, if was to guess by the lack of the hand, the villain as well. Well, shit. That he had so much emotion, almost enough to make a grown man cry. Almost. If you want, for reality, I'm gonna put on one of my cowboy hats. Next time. Yeah, because they are selling in my old room at my parents' place. But I have 3 cowboy hats. I'm not even joking. I have 1 white, 1 dark blue, and one brown. They are great for when you are going in the mountain. My whole family has a cowboy hat. Bakugou ran to the window. Bakugou looked out of the window for a moment, contemplating what to do next. With a shudder, he realized that his rat-faced principal should probably be informed that one of his students has potentially been unintentionally kidnapped. Stinking adrenaline junkie leaving me the hard work, he grumbled. Notes: I apologize in advance for any error in my Hikkish, and I'm afraid I'm not entirely fluent. Language barriers can be so troublesome. Hey, Yala! Hey, Yala! Chapter 32, A Security Issue, Part 3. The Meeting of Two Foes. What else should he have done? You know what? And a change of scene. Let's find someone to raid instead. Because we are getting close to 6 hours, okay? That's 2 more hours than I expected, not gonna lie. Oh my fucking god. Okay, is anyone streaming? Is anyone streaming? Okay, let's see. Liko is streaming. Bri as well. Oh, Bri is streaming Mugenics. Yeah, but I don't wanna, because like I want to play Mugenics, so I don't want to raid into Mugenics. Oh, enjoy your trip though. I'm surprised your voice is still going. Oh yeah, like, hey, if you remember when Rhubarb was debuting, I put the wrong time, so I ended up doing. I wanted to do a karaoke before her debut, so like that I can raid into it. And then I realized that I put the waiting room a little bit earlier than expected, so I ended up having a 6-hour karaoke. Honestly, that's nothing. That's nothing. Okay. I have 1 hour left of work. Okay, let's go to... We could go on to Liko since she's doing the VSMP. Mocha is doing also the VSMP. Okay, let's go to Mocha. Yeah. I'm going to phone her voice. I can listen to it forever. Especially when I go... Yeehaw! Right? Oh my god. So did you like it? Do you like the crack fan fiction? It was a good time to get a new job. And a quick question for me, to be honest. Heroes of School. Huh? What? What? It was shame. No, thank you for being here. I love how much fun you were having. It's fucking hilarious. I love it. I love it. Okay. Oh, okay. Can we just block the bot? Pretty please. Wait. Why am I asking? I can just do it myself. Hold on. There we go. So much fucking slapstick. It's beautiful. It's amazing, don't you think? There we go. Okay, ready, steady? Ready, steady? Mutsu! That was so fucking fun. That was so fucking fun. Oh my god. Okay. Mutsu. See ya! Oh, question. So, what do you think? Should we do more of this? Should we do more of this? What do you think? Huh? Do you want to read more chapters? Yes? Nice! It's a nice background noise for work. Perfect. Alrighty. Alrighty, y'all. Get ready for the raid. Shall we? Alrighty. Mutsu! Bye! So, everyone, mush people incoming. Ready? Steady? Yeah!